Hello and welcome to the 2024 Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga in the beautiful state of Tennessee as we come back to this incredible race for the 9th time, the first one back in 2015, the 5th event of the Pro Series in 2024 in what is shaping up to be an incredible Pro Series all the way to the very end of this year. Rinny, great to be back here.
Absolutely great to be back here with you, Greg. And Chattanooga also hosted the 2017 IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships. We have a pretty solid field here today, as is with all the Pro Series events this year. Some very strong athletes racing. We've got Danielle Lewis lining up again. This will be her 4th race of the Pro Series. We've got Jackie Herring. We've got Jodie Stimpson. We've got Sarah True. We've got some incredible men too. Matt Hansen coming back again. Trevor Foley coming in for the first time. Nicholas Cornett. So really solid field and 2,500 points on offer for the man and the woman who can get to that finish line first.
Beautiful weather at the moment, so let's go over and take a look at that.
Yes, the weather today is presented by Roka. We have 63 degrees Fahrenheit, but that is going to come up through the day, as we know. It feels like about 18 degrees Celsius, 64, so no wind right now, but it does look like those banners are moving around a little bit down there. Water temperature is 72.6, so no wetsuit swim for the professional athletes, but it will be a wetsuit swim for the amateurs here today. But look at that, 96% humidity.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very warm this morning, and that will be a question that a lot of the athletes pose to themselves as far as nutrition goes. It will get warmer, as you were saying a little bit ago, and that is going to be where our athletes are jumping off the pontoon here this morning. Remember, we have a down current swim here as well, so starting a little bit further up the river here this morning, and it will be nice for the athletes. And once you've got a river like this, being a couple of hundred yards wide, you do know that the deepest point in the middle is going to be the fastest flowing current, so the slowest part will be on the outside as we get a good look at Jackson Laundry right now. He's going to be wearing male number 1 today. The Canadian had a great race starting out the year in Oceanside. He's way up there in the point standings at the moment as well, so good luck to Jackson Laundry as he goes through his final preparations. And Trevor Foley coming back from an injury as well. We can see the South African in there, Kane, and also Acevedo right up there in the standings at the moment. And Matt Hansen a couple of years ago, a good second place.
Yeah, 2022, Matt Hansen just finished a minute off the first place finish there. So awesome to see Matt back on the podium, on the start list here today. That's Cody Beals we're looking at now. This is his first race of the season, so he's starting the season a little late. He said he had a little bit of illness in the winter, so it took him until now to be in race shape. But again, a very strong men's field, as it is with all the Pro Series races. Getting a look now at Emma Pellant-Brown. She just won Mallorca in a phenomenal run, ran about a 117 off the bike and ran down a flying Laura Phillip last weekend in Mallorca. And this is the lovely Jackie Herring. She is coming off of St. George a couple of weeks ago. She's planning to do 5 races of the Pro Series, so she's got an Ironman coming up after this. She said she's been sort of dipping into some longer efforts on the bike and longer volume. And
having won this race as well.
She has won this race, yeah, 2022 she won this race. So she said she loves racing in Chattanooga. That's Sarah True was on camera right then.
And we love Sarah, hails from up there in New Hampshire, and always a great smiling face from Sarah True. She's an Olympian, finished 4th place in 2012. Unfortunately, a quadricep injury in 2016, and now we find her doing longer races and at the ripe old age of 42, and a lovely little baby, and the wife of Ben True. Ben's also an Olympian himself, so lots of great genes in that family. And as we welcome you here into the studio here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. Let's go through our IRONMAN Pro Series point standings right now. Let's start out with our men's here. We can see that Patrick Langer is leading with a total of 8,236 points. Paul Schuster, so it's Germany number 1, Germany number 2. There's Matty Hansen sitting in 3rd place there, in America in 3, and America in 4 with Chris Leiferman. Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez with his incredible result down there in Ironman Texas just a little bit ago. And there we go with Andres Lopes as well from Brazil.
Yeah, and we'll go over to the women's pro standing as well, I believe. Yes, Danielle Lewis leading the Pro Series. This will be her 4th race of the Pro Series. So Danielle really all in on this Pro Series. Fenella Langridge there in 2nd place with 5,593 points. And Kat Matthews sitting in 3rd with that 5,000-point finish from Ironman Texas just a few weeks back. Kylie Simpson from Australia, they're in 4th, 4,963 points. Another Aussie, Penny Slater, in 5th. She got all of those points from Ironman Texas as well.
A lot of films in there from the Netherlands. Hannah Berry from New Zealand. There's Emma Pallant-Brown, who will be lining up today. She's up 17 in the rankings there, up to 17 spots from last week with that incredible win at Ironman 70.3 Mallorca last weekend. And don't forget, there's 2,500 points available today at the 70.3 races and also 5,000 at the Ironman races, Rinny.
And if Emma Pallant-Brown, who is probably the favourite for today, can pull off the win, she will go into the lead of this Pro Series.
Yes, she will, and she will have a very good chance of doing that as we overlook the beautiful mountains there. They're going to be riding in northern Georgia this morning, in Tennessee and northern Georgia as well. It's a great course, and we're excited to be right back here in Chattanooga.
Yes.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The Tennessee River awaits all the athletes here at the Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga, right here in the beautiful state of Tennessee. And Rinny, we always have a great race here. It's a great course, a down current swim, so the slower athletes will have a good chance of staying up there. However, no wetsuits being worn today in the professional division, so that is like a bit of a void out here and there. And
the other thing to consider too, Welshie, is this swim is 1.4 miles, so to compensate for that downriver swim, they do swim further. So, it's not, all, easy swimming. They do swim around the same time as they normally would swim. So they're in the water for around the same amount of time. But yes, it is a down current swim. So it does, tend to help the non-swimmer or the swimmer who didn't grow up swimming a little bit more than the seasoned veteran swimmer.
Just about set to get underway with the athlete introductions here at the 2024 Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. There we go. We get a good look at Jackson Laundry right now and getting ready for his race down there today. He'd have to be starting as one of our race favourites, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Jackson was sort of on the fence as to whether he would race this one. He's coming off of St. George a couple of weeks ago. He had a disappointing race there. He had a broken shifter on the bike and that mechanical really just kind of put him off the podium. So he'll be hungry to get a win here today.
Jackson Laundry wearing number 1 today, representing Canada, getting ready for his race here. He's going to be looking at a good swim out there. He's not the greatest swimmer in the world, so he will be getting out there for a very, very fast start. There we go, given the sign there. Trevor Foley's like, yep, I salute you because I'm in this today. He's looking forward to getting back into racing.
And then we have Nicholas Quinnett there from South Africa. Very strong finish. He led the swim out. Very good swimmer, actually. He led the swim out in St. George a couple of weeks ago. So looking for a strong swim from him. And he's definitely a contender for the podium, if not the win.
And a guy that we see a lot, this is wearing number 6 today, Matty Hansen, hails from Texas, coached by Julie Dibbins. And I tell you what, look out for Matt Hansen. He loves to race, and he's way up there in the standings right now, giving us the claw. That's right.
Anthony Costas.
Yes, from France.
Purple hat there. Finished 3rd in St. George 2 weeks ago, so we're looking for a good performance from him as well.
Justin Reel now from the United States, sitting 21st in our rankings right now. Looking forward to a good race for himself to build upon already a good point score. And we haven't seen much of this gentleman, Cody Beals, over the last few months or so. We are in the early part of the season at the moment, but we love to see Cody out there racing. He's an animated guy, and love his social media as well. Okay, next here is Adam Fye. Adam is now sitting in 87th in the point standing. You're going to be wearing the pink cap today, so good luck to Adam.
And that's Hunter Lucy, number M11. This is his first race of the Pro Series.
And the ever-aging Michael Weiss. He's been out there for years now. There's Michael there. You can see that he hasn't got his suit on underneath. He may have it tucked down around his waist there, Marinda. And I tell you what, it's a good little area for it to be tucked down too, because sometimes it creates drag.
Absolutely, yeah. Some athletes prefer to have it tucked down, but then you sort of lose that sometimes a few seconds, valuable seconds in transition trying to get it up over wet arms, wet shoulders. So, athletes sort of, it's a personal preference thing, but definitely I think, you are more restricted when you do have it zipped up. So
5th race in the Ironman Pro Series here at the Qatar Airways. Here we go over to our women's wearing number F1 today.
This is Emma Pallant-Brown coming fresh off the win in Mallorca just last weekend. So she flew over the pond and here today. It's the favourite for today, but we know Emma sometimes struggles with the heat. So we're hoping that doesn't get too hot out there today. And this is Danielle Lewis in the orange cap. F3, she is top-ranked athlete in the point series. This is her 4th Pro Series race, and Danielle Lewis is coming off some solid results this year, but looking for a great one today.
Got to be great confidence there, and here we go, the smiley, the effervescent, and always bubbly Sarah True. That's right, we mentioned that she's an Olympian, 4th place in 2012, multiple Ironman champion, multiple Ironman 70.3 champion as well.
And this is Kylie Simpson from Australia, F5. She is in 4th in the points rankings at the moment.
And here we go. We haven't seen much of Jodie Stimson recently because she had a stress fracture in the femur way back there in March. So coming into this race with not a lot of run training. However, we know that there's, alternate ways to train in the water. You can do Alter-G, like all these, different ways of getting the job done. And this is Jackie Herring, one of our former winners of this race.
Yes, the winner in 2022. Jackie Herring loves racing here in Chattanooga, so great to see her back on the start line. She's currently in 20th in the point standings, but looking to move up today.
And this young lady ranked 9th in the point standings right now. This is Alice Alberts from the United States. She'll be wearing the purple cap. We'll be watching out for her in the swim, that's for sure. She'll be right in there as well.
And F9 here, this is Grace Alexander from the US. She's 40th in the point standings. Look for Grace Alexander to be pretty far up there in the swim and solid on the bike as well. We'll see how the run goes, but very strong swim biker.
Love to see all the smiling faces out there this morning. It is a beautiful morning. There's Lisa Vaqueros right
There's my good friend Lisa Vaqueros racing. She won St. Anthony's just maybe 3 weeks ago. So coming off that win and looking for a great race here today.
Yeah, always a great Olympic distance race to get the season underway. It's a very popular race down there in St. Petersburg, Florida, just outside of Tampa. And there we go. We have Danny Trees now just going through there, the last of our female introductees today. This is the Tennessee River. We are getting very, very close to a race start here at the 2024 Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 right here in Chattanooga.
And we're going to go over to look at the course maps now. The Roca swim course is a 1.4 mile swim, as we mentioned, 2.25 kilometers in water start, point-to-point swim. The athletes will enter the water in a rolling start and head straight down the river for a 1.4 mile stretch before exiting at the beautiful Ross Landing Park. Spectators will get a great opportunity to watch the swim from the Veterans and Market Street bridges and the Tennessee River Walk.
Into the transition they go, and off they go onto the one-loop full-gas bike course. Takes riders 11 miles south through the town before beginning a 34-mile loop. In North Georgia, athletes can expect incredible views as they parallel Lookout Mountain on this rolling course and the great road surfaces out there. Athletes will, near the end of the loop, they will get the opportunity to ride through historic Chickamauga. That's right. They start at 709 feet. They end at 709 feet, but they do gain 2,218 feet during the bike course. Nice, elevating, rolling, climbing hills. Great for a great cyclist.
Absolutely. And back into town and through the transition area onto the Hoka Run course, 13.1 miles. That's 21.1 kilometers. It'll be 2.25 laps, and the athletes will have a chance to see the scenic city as they complete 2 laps through downtown Chattanooga, the Tennessee River Walk, Veterans Bridge, North Shore, Wall Street Bridge, and the beautiful Riverfront Parkway. The final stretch will bring downtown Riverfront Parkway to finish at Ross's Landing along the Tennessee River. And there's a little bit of elevation gain on that run too, around total gain is 627 feet, so a couple of little hills on there, and the beautiful bridges make this race such a wonderful race for the athletes to complete.
Yep, 2.25. Now we're standing by for the national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, a beautiful way to start the morning in Tennessee. I've got chills, chicken skin. That's right, it never gets old getting a race underway with the national anthem. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, but today we just so happen to be in Tennessee here for the Qatar Airways 2024 IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga, and the sun is about to get up. It is going to get warm today. We have 96% humidity at the moment, so the athletes will be welcoming into the swim today. They'll be nice and cool in there as they make their way downriver in the Tennessee River over to Ross's Landing under the Veterans Memorial Bridge there, and then they will be off onto the bike ride. But you can see right now it is going to be a warm day.
Warm day, and as we saw earlier, no wind as well, so it makes for even warmer. I think we're just about to start. Nope.
Just about to get
6:50.
underway here. We'll have our men's pro division getting underway first, followed 3 minutes later by our women's pro division. There are our men just lining up at the moment. You'll see a bunch of coloured caps there. They are our seated athletes. We'll get you up to speed with who is where in the race as we get underway. Then 3 minutes later, there's Cody Beale sitting in there in the middle there with a purple cap. We got Jackson Laundrie sitting in there as well, one of our ranked athletes. Jackson will be wearing orange today. Trevor Foley will have the silver. There's Kinney from South Africa. He'll be wearing the green cap, and we are just under a couple of seconds here away from our race start, so we'll just stand by and get ready to see our gentlemen get underway right here in Chattanooga. Underway with the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. We see Jackson Laundry off to a great start there in the orange cap. There goes our violet cap, Anthony Costas from France. He's in very good form. He was third place in St. George, Utah just a few weeks back. And Marinda, they're off to a good start.
Off to a great start. And as you mentioned, you want to be as far, in the middle of the river. It doesn't really look like it's moving this angle, but this river is with current. So if you're, closer into the middle there, that's going to be where the current is flowing the fastest. And we see right now that green cap, that's Nicholas Canet from South Africa. He's a very good swimmer, swim background, and he only switched over to middle distance racing. He raced for South Africa in short course, but just moved over to middle distance just last year. So kind of a new name for us, but great to see him racing so well. He led out of the swim in St. George just 2 weeks ago, so definitely getting out to a good start again here today.
Yeah, look at the Canet right now, and then you can see the rest of the athletes there. You can see a little bit of an arrowhead there. We've got Anthony Costas elected to start out to the right-hand side. Mickey Weiss starting in the middle there, you can see. And then the yellow cap is right at the bottom of the screen there. That was Matt Hansen. You can see actually off to the right-hand side of the screen there. There's Matty Hansen and also Hunter Lucy from the United States. Fi's in there. Look at Cody Beals. He's got the purple cap, one of our race favourites, and we are off to a great start. Now, we'll get underway in just a few minutes' time with our female pro division as well. And we've got to be looking at someone like Sarah True right up there. Jodie Stimpson's a great athlete as well. Jodie was, a great athlete in her own mind, doing the Olympic distance there for a long time now, switching over to the 70.3 distance at this point in time. But look at this. Look at the great aggressive style and stroking out there is Canet from the South Africa. He is just making sure that he is navigating well. He's breathing every stroke at the moment, so you know that the effort, look at that, looking straight ahead and off to the side in one foul swoop.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the fastest technique to sort of breathe and check your sighting at the same time. He looks like, he's trying to break away. And, that athlete just trying so hard just to grip onto his feet there because, swimming behind an athlete is going to be just that little bit easier than, swimming, body lengths behind. So that silver cap athlete there, we don't have a name on him, but just trying to get up on the tail. The pink cap there would be Justin Real. Here we are down at the women's start.
All right, 15 seconds out for our women's start here. So now we're looking forward to seeing Emma Pallant-Brown and Danielle Lewis, the #1 ranked Pro Series athlete in the world right now. And Sarah True, let's stand by.
And they're off at the 70.3 Chattanooga Ironman event. The fifth race in the Pro Series, but we can see it's a kind of a mess at the start. It always is. These athletes kind of jockeying for position and trying to find the water and get out to a flying start. You want to get clean water right away, but, there's always a bit of a mess in the middle there where people are sort of just, no one's trying to hurt each other. Everyone's just trying to find their own space and swim as quickly as possible.
Well, Jodie Stimpson off to a great start. There's Grace Alexander as well. There's Sarah True sitting right up there and Emma Pallant-Brown there in the yellow cap. So Emma Pallant-Brown in the dark suit right in the middle there, sitting in 6th position. Also in the yellow swim cap there, we have a couple of them. So we got Kylie Simpson and Jodie Simpson wearing the pink caps today. Jackie Herring is wearing a green cap. So sitting in 2nd place, though, is Grace Alexander, also in the green cap there. So a great start for our women as well. And like you were saying, Marinda, just wanted to make a comment on, in a river swim like this with a current, you were mentioning swimming out into the middle of the river is the best and the fastest way and the deepest part of the river. So that is where the fastest part of the current will be. However, the buoys are set out there, around about 50 yards or so offshore. So they have to follow the buoy line and get it done out there. But Emma Pallant-Brown and Danielle Lewis off to a good start. Sarah True and Jodie Stimpson, an even better one.
Jodie Stimpson there leading, and then I think we have Grace Alexander on her feet. So they look like they're out to a flying start there, and I expect to see Sarah True right up there too. We're heading off to a little break. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut.
Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
Action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
Okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Welcome back to Tennessee for the Qatar Airways 2024 Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. Well, we're off to a great start in our men's pro division, also our women's pro division here in the Tennessee River with a down current swim at this point in time. Marinda looking good.
Yeah, Nicholas Canet has made a little gap there. You can see, you saw him in the green cap. He's probably 4 or 5 body lengths out of the way of this little group here. So he has pushed clear, and we'll be looking for, open roads for him. Yes, we'll sort of pan back. It's way more than 5 or 6 body lengths now. But yeah, you can see he is really powering through that water. He wants to get a nice lead, get out onto the bike, and hopefully not look back. I'm sure that's what's on his mind. But, a very strong group behind him is forming. And yeah, we're off to a flying start here in Chattanooga.
Yeah, great start by Canet there from South Africa. He really was aggressive to get going there. He just almost running into the buoy there, but just making sure that he's taken that right line and doing the right thing by staying on the right-hand side of that buoy. At the moment, you can see that we've got lots of kayakers out there. Water safety is in full force here on the Tennessee River this morning. But Nicholas Canet from South Africa has cleared out. That's right. Anthony Costas and a bunch of others. Cody Beals is right in there as well. Hunter Lucy, Jackson Laundry is trying to keep pace at this point in time, but the South African has got a clear set of heels right now. All the bubbles flowing out of the back of the feet there. Beautiful 2-beat kick at the moment. An aggressive style there. You can see that right arm coming way up and breathing just about every stroke there, Marinda, so he's really getting after it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can see he's like every single stroke. See, it's the breathes to the right only. You'll see him sort of lift his eyes up out of the water every so often just to make sure he's staying, on that buoy line. And obviously, as we mentioned, closer in the middle of the river is the fastest current, but you also, realizing, you're exiting left. So you don't want to go all the way to the middle because then you just have to swim further to come out the exit at the other end. But super aggressive looking style, but I think he knows he's the class swimmer of this field and wanted to, get out to a fast start and have a nice clean transition.
I agree 100% there, and I'd love to see him stick the head down a little bit more than that, shoulders coming up a little bit high in the water there. You can see a deep V right down on the lower back there, right out to, to the hamstrings, the gluteal muscles, and then all the way down to the feet there. So just kicking he's just got a 2-beat kick going there, Marinda, so all the work has been done by the upper body, but he really has cleared out with about a 20-yard lead right now. You can see sitting right back there. We've got a couple of silver caps there, and then we can also see that the men's race has really stretched out. We had a withdrawal during the week. Matthew Marquardt from the United States, unfortunately, hope he's okay and everything, but he's a great swimmer as well, so it would have been great to see him and Nicholas, have a little bit of a battle out there today. But you can see how strong Nicholas is at the moment, just the quality swimmer that he is. So he had a tactic in mind. His strategy was to clear out straight away. So it looks like he's underway doing his strategy, and it's coming to fruition.
And we're just going to go in now and just listen to the sights and the sounds down on the river for a minute.
For you. Yeah.
We're back with the women's race here, and I believe that is Jodie Stimpson in the lead. We have Sarah True up there, and also Grace Alexander. So that's a trio, very strong women's trio there in the swim. That was sort of, expected. We expected these three women to sort of clear out in the swim, and we'll be looking to see where Emma Pallant-Brown is as we near the end. Danielle Lewis, Jackie Herring, Lisa Baccaris. She was looked like she was swimming side by side with Emma Pallant-Brown at the very start of the swim there. So Lisa, a very strong cyclist. That would be a great partnership for Emma Pallant-Brown to get out of the water with Lisa. This is shaping up to be a phenomenal race as always, but we're getting in close there. That is Jodie Stimpson with the pink cap, and as we mentioned, unfortunately, she had a femoral stress fracture back in March. So mentioned that she's been doing a lot of swim biking. So sort of expected her to be very strong on the swim and on the bike. I think this will be her third run on the ground. So very big, lots of question marks around that run. But again, you can, as you mentioned earlier, she get a lot of fitness from, using the elliptical, water running, and just bike strength. If you're biking, your fitness is super great, then you can get off the bike a little bit, fresher and have, better legs for the run. So just some question marks around Jodie Stimpson. And again, phenomenal runner. So can she pull it off today?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But there's been a lot of, technological advancements in the last couple of decades around, running without pressure and, pool running and things like that. They've been the things that have been there forever. But now you've got like an Alter G, or you can, go out and do, different workouts like the elliptical and things where it's not putting as much jarring pressure on the body. So, let's see if Jodie can get the job done today. It'll all come down to the run for her. She's just swimming so nice right now. You can see the two distinctive styles from our leaders right now. You can see that Nicholas Canet from South Africa is breathing every stroke. You can see that Jodie is navigating. She's breathing off to the right, but every so often she's got she's, going bilateral. So she's going off to the left, she's going off to the right, but she's navigating as well, just like that. And, two very distinct, styles there.
And I think the athletes they find their own rhythm. Some athletes like to breathe bilaterally, and other athletes like to get into that, every sort of stroke, breath pattern. And it just really, the most important thing with swimming is getting into it, finding a nice rhythm. I mean, not that I know anything about swimming, but what I'm told is that you need to find your rhythm. You need to find that nice rhythm. It's like running in that when you find that's the quickest, most efficient way to swim.
Yeah, I think the stroke rhythm and the breathing patterns are very important because you see a lot of athletes, and I'm speaking to an age group athlete now too. A lot of athletes get out there and they just panic a little bit. Mm-hmm. And what you should do is, like on the shoreline, just, go through your breathing patterns as you're getting ready for a race, and just calm yourself down and just know that it all comes down to that. It doesn't matter where you start in the race. Like in an age group race, you have a rolling start anyway. So position yourself where you think that you can swim in the race without running into trouble, right? So you stand on the shoreline, you go through your breathing patterns, and just, try and premeditate all of these, things that happen during the day. And I think that that's going to be something that a lot of athletes can really, gain by just not, thinking, I've got to swim fast, I've got to position myself early in the race, I've got to get out there on the bike and make up time. It's not really that. You keep a good breathing pattern, and then that's going to calm yourself down. In the swim, it's all about that. And look, hydrodynamics is completely different than aerodynamics, right? Hydrodynamics can you float your body on top of the water? Can you keep that consistent kick that keeps those hips right on top of the water? You don't want any hip sinking. You don't want leg sinking. So just make sure that you've got it all figured out, breathing patterns, and you're all good to go. Wanted to make mention of Sarah True. She's a very smart racer, 42 years of age, multiple Ironman champion, Ironman 70.3 champion. You know her very well. I know her very well as well. But look how smart she is. She's just sitting on the back there, just biding her time and letting Jody do the work. Grace Alexander's just sitting in there as well and just trying to keep pace.
It's a sign of a seasoned veteran, right? Like, you know, okay, I'm not going to gain anything from going to the front. Jody Stimpson, you know, seems to be happy to be in the front. And so I'm just going to sit here, conserve energy, keep in contact with these two women. But again, it is a triathlon. I need to, you know, meter my energy throughout the day. I'm excited to see how Sarah True does today. She, as you mentioned, has raced all distances, been successful at all distances. So just a really talented athlete and a fun athlete. She has such a great attitude about her, and always a smile. And look at this beautiful picture on the Tennessee River there, of the rock face, and that's Nicholas Canet there. Just has the swim all to himself, but yes. Looks nice and calm down there. I can assure you that, in his mind and in his little world, it's not super calm, but nice to see that vision of the rock face right by the river.
Look at that. I mean, it almost looks like it's, a horizontal rock face. It's terraced, and you can see the years of, the sandstone there, just lining there. Absolutely incredible sights here on the Tennessee River here this morning for the 2024 Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. We're off to a great start. Our men's are out there. Then Nicholas Canet from South Africa is leading with a very aggressive start to the race. And out there in the lead for our women is Jody Stimpson from Great Britain. She's leading Grace Alexander and Sarah True. We're here in Tennessee.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Team Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
...2024 Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga is underway. Beautiful sights here on the side of the river here. The Tennessee River is where the athletes will be swimming this morning off to the left-hand side. Not so much current down there. The current is out into the middle of the race course here, but you can see that Nicholas Canet from South Africa using our leader out there. Our race leader is our stand-up paddleboarder. He's just giving the sight for our athlete to be making his way toward Ross's Landing. Ross's Landing will be the exit of the swim today, where they'll go into the second discipline, 56 miles of riding through the beautiful northern Georgia highlands there. We've got a nice undulating and rolling hills out there. We've got an elevation gain of 2,200 feet there, Marinda. So the bike course is a real, I wouldn't say challenging one, but a great one.
It's a great one, and the athletes actually start in Tennessee and they cross the state borderline, but the first sort of 10 miles is fairly flat, so not a lot of undulation, and then you get out into those beautiful Georgia roads, and it does get pretty rolly. It's not like they're climbing any mountains, but it's a significant amount of elevation once you get out into the countryside there.
Love the rolling hills, that's for sure, especially when you're crossing a state line. It's going to be incredible to see Nicholas Cadet get out there and get after it. He has a 150-metre lead on the rest of the field, so around about a minute and 15 seconds on the rest of the field, minute 30 perhaps as they approach the end of the swim right now. We're coming up to 19 minutes and 45 seconds here, so we're just about to head out of the swim and onto the bike course. And what a fantastic swim. Look at him, he's still stroking out there and throwing that right arm out there and stretching it out and pulling as much water as he can.
Yeah, he's not wasting 1 second, is Nicholas Canet, but moments away from the finish there. And I think this is back with the women's race here. They started around 3 minutes behind the professional men, so we believe Jodie Stimpson was leading that. But this might be one of the chase packs because they look sort of more bunched up and a bigger group. But needless to say, the swim is coming to a close, and we will be exiting at Ross's Landing and hopping onto the bikes out through the town and then into the rolling hills of northern Georgia.
Athletes will be racing today for 2,500 points, and in the fifth race of the series here, Marinda, it's going to get very exciting. We've got 20 races throughout the year, and so far we've got Danielle Lewis leading our women's. She's racing today. Patrick Langer leading the men's, but he's not racing here in Tennessee today, but we will be able to see him pretty soon. This is Jodie Stimpson really swimming nicely as she's making her way toward the Veterans Memorial Bridge as well. They will be running over two bridges today, Walnut Street Bridge and the Veterans Memorial Bridge here in Tennessee. You've got a beautiful crowd out this morning. It's early down there, and we know that it's going to get very warm. There's 96% humidity when we got started there this morning, Marinda, so we know it's going to be a muggy day for all of our pro athletes and our elite age groupers and age groupers alike. So there's Ross's Landing. We're just about set to see Nicholas Canet come out of the water here from South Africa and hop onto the bike and head out 11 miles on the flat and fast roads before he hits the undulating hills of North Georgia. And this is going to be all South Africa in the first discipline here, the 1.2 mile swim.
1.4, actually, remember, Welshie. We give or take, right? Yeah, technically, they went up the road 1.4 miles to swim back down. But again, with the current, they added that extra so that the swim times would be around what you would normally get. So he's probably going to get out and around, 22:30-ish or 22:15. Actually, I think that's the Roca swim exit right there. So, yes, he's going to be hopping out here momentarily, and Nicholas Canet will stop the clock right around, 22:30.
22:30 probably, and then he'll run up into transition and collect his bike. You can see there the crowd is building down here on Ross's Landing to see the South African coming out of the water right now. That's him. That's Nicholas Canet from South Africa. He is now leading the race here, the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. Great swim this morning, just over that 22:40-ish mark, and now he will take that cap off. The goggles will come off, and they're running up very furiously into T1. Take us through the transition.
Yeah, so it is quite a lengthy run from swim to bike here. They kind of come along this pathway here, and then they got to go up and cross the road into transition. It's a huge transition. This race is super popular with the age groupers. I'm not exactly sure how many age groupers are today, but usually around 3,500 athletes race here in Chattanooga. So you see him run up along the path here. He's getting his speed suit down. You see his swimsuit, race kit is up, so he doesn't have to worry about pulling that up over his shoulders or anything. All he needs to do is worry about, getting his land legs now, being efficient, getting that, swim suit down as much as possible before he gets into transition.
And the Wahoo Element rival swim time today, it belongs to Nicholas Canet from South Africa. 22 minutes and 43 seconds. There we go. So Nicholas Canet from South Africa takes our swim out today on the Wahoo Element rival. As we get into transition right now, I just wanted to make a point of that beautiful run up out of the water there. How was that? The carpeting was lovely with a little red stripe on the other side of the bone carpet there.
They roll out the black carpet for the athletes here, but the pro transitions just on this side of the age group transitions behind there. But you see him quickly get that race kit off, put his helmet on, and you'll see him grab that bike and get out of town as quickly as possible. We have around a minute back is the next pack. We'll see them momentarily. That's Justin Real, Lucas, Anthony Costas in there too, some of our notables. But here we are with Nicholas Canet. He will go over the mountain line before he jumps on his bike, as is the rules. Throw his leg over, try not to crash into the barrier. They never want to do that. And then off you see him sort of
wiggling the right foot to try and get it in
his
the
foot.
shoe.
Yeah, straight into the foot. Yeah, a lot of athletes choose to put their feet on top of the shoes and pedal, get up to speed, and then get shoes on.
All
this
right,
is a big
joining Canet in transition right now is Joliquet de Roches from Canada. There is Alsabar as well. There's Real, Lucas, and Costas. There's Cody Beals from Canada as well. Lucy's in there, and Zoretz is in there from Israel as well. So 1 minute and 5 seconds.
I noticed something interesting. Matt Hansen was right in there too. A great swim from him. I believe I saw his kit at the back of that group. So again, I'm not going to say it until we see that. Well, I already said it. But I'm pretty sure I saw Matt Hansen on the back of that group there, which is a great swim for him if it is, in fact,
Cody
him.
Beals grabbing the bike and out onto the cycling course he goes. We haven't seen Cody racing there for a little bit, so be very exciting to see him go through the motions out there today. And if you're right there with Matty Hansen, that spells trouble for the rest of the field because Matty really performs well here. Just the last time they raced here in the Pro Division was in 2022, where he was second place that day. So here we see our leader on the race course right now. This is Nicholas Canet from South Africa. He's about to get really fast out here as he makes his way through 11 miles on the flat roads before we hit those rolling hills in North Georgia there. So Joliquet de Roches was second place. There's Justin Reilly's already picked up a place in the transition. There's Al Sabah just coming in, Canet, and there's Costas and Lukas as well, just going out there from Hungary. So the rest of the group here just coming through.
And that on screen right there, that was Trevor Foley in the front of this group here. So, not too far behind is Trevor Foley. And as we said, this is his first race of the season after he had, an accident earlier this year. He was unfortunately hit by a car, but has bounced back relatively quickly, and great to see him racing today.
Let's get you caught up on our women's race. Jodie Stimson now coming toward the end of the race here with Grace Alexander and Sarah True just spreading out just a little bit in our women's race. Emma Pallant-Brown in the chase group there right now as well. Danielle Lewis, who's ranked number 1 in the Pro Series at the moment, just a little bit further back as we can see on screen. Jodie Stimson just lining it up, navigating very, very well every third or fourth stroke, looking forward, off to the right, off to the left, bilaterally breathing as she makes her way into the transition area there. This is going to be a great swim in the Roca swim course for Jodie Stimson. Now, you did mention there early that she had a femoral stress fracture early in the year in March there, Marinda. So this is going to be a true test for Jodie Stimson. Grace Alexander sitting right on the back of Stimson. There's Sarah True falling about 1.5 body lengths back on our leaders at the moment. But it's going to be all Great Britain as now Jodie Stimson exits the water in the Roca swim course.
Yes, that's going to be a very strong trio. And as you mentioned, I think Jodie Stimson's going to want to just get out of town, sort of put as much time as possible into, Emma Pallant-Brown, Jackie Herring, Alice Alberts, the runners of the field, and try to, bank as much time on the swim bike. As we mentioned, she is a phenomenal runner, but hasn't had the run fitness, or doesn't have the run fitness because she had that injury. But, you see her, she's cruising through this run. And as we mentioned, these are precious seconds here. If you can have a quick transition from swim to bike, and as we mentioned, this is a sizable run from the swim up to the bikes, you can get a couple of extra seconds there. And Jodie Stimson really going for it in this transition. She wants to get out on the bike and sort of try and make up as much time as possible.
Onto the carpet they go with a 24.56 on the Wahoo Element rival here for Jodie Stimson today from the United Kingdom. What a great swim, the 2.25 kilometre swim here today with a little bit of a current here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. There goes our leader, Jodie Stimson, Grace Alexander, and here comes the effervescent, the never aging Sarah True at 42 years of age. Incredible. And you watch, she'll run right up onto the back there of Grace Alexander by the time that she gets into transition area. So we have our top 3 women out of the water right now. Great going for our top 3 ladies here at the moment. This is Jodie Stimpson just getting to the bike now. Grace Alexander 20 metres behind, and another 10 down is Sarah True. Let's see how fast she can get that speed suit off. There it goes into the bucket. There goes the helmet. Make sure it's buckled up before you release the bike from the transition area there. Sarah True next to go there with the helmet. Looks like Grace Alexander having a little bit of trouble there, Marinda, with the speed suit.
Yeah, having a little trouble, and you saw Sarah True actually start her bike computer before she picked up her watch. You want to make sure you get those numbers and see, you know what pace you're able to hold, what power you're able to hold, so you can use for training.
Robin Pomerov just coming out of the water from the USA next, and then also Rachel Mersch is in there as well.
Yeah, so our next 2 women out of the water, it looks like, it'll be a trio and then a duo, and then Ayuida, the effervescent as well. Ayuida, been racing for a long time, down 2 minutes. Matthews down in 2:04, and Jackie Herring in 8th.
Yeah, Jackie Herring being our winner in 2023 as well. So Jackie Herring only 2:04 down, so that's great. We haven't seen Emma Pallant-Brown right now. That will be the big question mark right there, because Emma Pallant-Brown will be the one. There she is on screen right now, looking very, very good as she makes her way into the transition area. Left she goes up the hill and into transition. That will be the one. That athlete there will be the telling story on how the women's race will unfold today. But let's get back to Jodie Stimpson as she is leading our female pro race right now. The 5th race in our pro series, getting after her first to gain some points in this very, very important inaugural year in the Ironman Pro Series. Lots of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see Jodie Stimpson just streaking away right now. But that's a dangerous group there. We have Lisa Baccaris, Emma Pallant-Brown, Jackie Herring, some of our notables, not among a couple of others, but around 2 minutes down from the lead.
Top 3 fastest transitions times today brought to you by Morton. Maddie Hansen with a 1:46. Luke Hollis as well getting out there with a 1:46. And Nicholas Caney, our early swim leader, just 2 seconds down on that at a 1:48. Here's Emma Pallant-Brown.
And you see Emma Pallant-Brown there. You see the suit that she chose to wear here. She sometimes uses legs, sometimes not. But she's an athlete that knows her body, and in hotter conditions she'll go for the more swimsuit. Whoop. Okay. That's a little slip of the hands there. As we mentioned, it's 96% humidity, so everything, the visors on the hat, on the bikes, the hands are all going to be super wet. Here we go with the top 3 fastest transition times brought to you by Morton. We have Jodie Stimpson. She was 2:08. She was on a mission through transition there. Grace Alexandra 2:13, and Sarah True in 3rd at 2:14. Oh, no, now they've been updated. So Ayuida, 2:02. Jodie Stimpson, 2:08. Gracie Alexander around 2:13.
Yeah,
so
I think,
pretty quick transition times through there, given that there was a solid, run from swim to bike.
I think there'll be a couple of faster ones as soon as we see like Emma Pallant-Brown come through as well. She's now moved into 7th place, so there you go, just like that. She wasn't in the top 10 coming out of the swim, but now she has moved into 7th place. So a very, very good transition by one of our race favourites out there. But now you are watching our race leader in the women's pro division of the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga, right here in beautiful Tennessee. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The 2024 Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is now in the second discipline. You are watching shots of Nicholas Kennett from South Africa. He led the swim this morning, and what a great swim it was. He was aggressive at the start. He built up a 1 minute and 5 second lead on Jolique de Roches from Canada. Then there was Alcibar from Canada as well. There was Real was in there from the United States, and they're off to a great start here as they make their way out over the first 11 miles, relatively flat over nice roads, a few holes here and there. Just got to be heads up as they make their way toward northern Georgia, and then they have the most beautiful rolling hills out there. What a great bike course it is.
Yeah, the start of this bike course, not super technical, but there are a lot of sort of turns through town. He'll make a left-hand turn here, and I believe that's when it just starts to get rolling and sort of more open roads. Yeah, this left-hand turn here. The roads will sort of more, settle down, be more open, less, housing and so much going on. The athletes really can then put their heads down and start to get into that rhythm. Again, they're going to start hitting some rollers through this section through as they get out into the countryside. But, a really beautiful course.
Out of the urban area, they go into the rural part of Tennessee and northern Georgia today. It's a very humid morning. It was 72 degrees in the water this morning. You know that's a little bit warmer than normal, so the athletes were just in their speed suits, so no wetsuits were worn there, but it's always a telling story how nutrition goes as well. When you can see that Nicholas right now doesn't have any bottles set up on the back there, only one on the front. He's got one on the frame as well there, Marinda. So I know that nutrition's going to come into play today. We talked about Emma Pallant-Brown not being the person that, competes awesome in the heat and humidity, but today she's coming in and riding a wave of confidence. Last weekend in Mallorca, she was the victor over there, and great points that she went up 17 spots in the Pro Series ranking. So it's looking like that Emma Pallant is really dedicating herself, to her craft and trying to get her Pro Series points rankings right up there. Now, if Emma was to take the win today, what would happen?
Emma could slip it to the lead. And of course, I didn't mention earlier, if Danielle Lewis finishes way up there too, that's going to be the factor, right? Because Danielle Lewis right now is leading the series and she is racing today. So if Emma Pallant-Brown wins today, it'll just depend on where Danielle Lewis finishes as to whether, one of those two, but definitely will move a long way up in the standings.
Riding into the abyss. Yes, it's a nice foggy morning here in Tennessee, and we can see that as the fog lifts there, the weather will get nasty. It will turn more humid. It will get very, very muggy down here today. There's Sarah True from New Hampshire, and she now is in this race. She was third place coming out of the water today. She was right behind Jodie Stimpson of Great Britain, Grace Alexander of the United States, and Sarah True putting the hammer down in the early part of the bike.
Absolutely, yeah, Sarah True there, just putting the hammer down. She looks great. I mean, she always looks great. She is strong in all three disciplines. She has no weakness, Sarah. So she'll want to stick, as close to the lead as possible, and then, see what she has in the legs for the run. She definitely will want to have a lead on that Emma Pallant-Brown, running a 1:17 and hunting down Laura Phillip last weekend in Mallorca. That was just a stunning performance from Emma Pallant-Brown. And honestly, Emma Pallant-Brown has won so many 7.3s. I've lost count. So again, I think Emma Pallant-Brown, I think they all have, Emma in the back of their minds here. And also Jackie Herring. Jackie Herring has won here. In 2022, she won this race. Phenomenal athlete and gaining momentum. Last year, she was a little sick in the early part of the year, got COVID, had some complications from that. Just didn't race super great. This is a pro man or age group man going by. It's a pro man going by, Sarah. And as we mentioned, the pro men and women started 3 minutes apart. So these women would have passed a couple of the pro men in that swim, and Sarah making sure she's staying out of his way as she got up out of the handlebars there. She doesn't want to get in his draft. Let him go, separate those races, and make sure she's racing honest there.
And she also got out of the saddle for one reason too and put the hands up there. She went across the train line, making sure that the bottles didn't come loose and go out. I wanted to mention at this point in time, the Race Ranger system. The athletes have the Race Ranger system on at the moment. So when the male pro athlete, he doesn't have to worry about Sarah True, obviously, but in each of their categories, they have to be careful. Race Ranger is a drafting detection system. So on the back of the Race Ranger there, it will be flashing red if they are inside of that detection zone. and then they will have to make the pass, get in front of the front wheel of their competition, and then they are safe. So that is a great system just to give awareness of where they are in the race. 12 metres out there today, so great to have Race Ranger on board.
Yeah, and it's really great for the athletes just to have that that option, and you know, the red light obviously is a you must pass light, but if it's in the blue zone, you're that 12 to 14 meters, you're in that safe zone. If it's orange, you're 14 to 17 meters back. So it gives the athletes, a clear view of where they are sitting behind the athletes. So it takes the guesswork out of it for the athletes. I think, the draft muscles can use that as well. They still use their best judgment. Obviously, as they come into turns, they're going to give a little bit of grace for the athletes because, there is that accordion effect. Some athletes corner quicker than others, and, through no fault of their own, they kind of can come together also in aid stations. But it's a really great tool for the athletes just to know that, okay, I'm safe, I'm good, I don't have to worry, I don't have to stress that I'm too close or too far back. I'm in the sweet spot here. And this is back with the men's leader, Nicholas Canet of South Africa, and he is putting a little time into the field in that last bike split. But I don't believe there's a ton of bike splits on this course, so we'll be relying on our eyes to sort of see who's making moves throughout the day. But Nicholas Canet, certainly early in this bike, you can see it on his face, he's working very hard.
He's working very hard. He's gained about 8 seconds or so. He was actually about 1:06 heading out there as well. So we haven't had much time to learn a lot about Nicholas Canet, but I think it's time to learn a little bit more right now with a fighting chance. Take a listen to this.
I'm Nick Quinnett, triathlete from South Africa. I turned pro last year, which was my first year of doing middle distance tries. I came from a swimming background originally and then moved over to short course racing. So I raced for Team South Africa. I made the switch last year to race middle distance, and I really enjoyed it. I felt like that's where my strengths lie. So so I've been racing that for the last year and a half. Just check if I can share with someone. Oh, Jody there, okay. Yeah, I'm good friends since Jody.
What are your thoughts on the swim course here? Downward swim, so is it a benefit for you or is it a benefit for everyone?
It's not the ideal for a strong swimmer. I'm hoping that it's a non-wetted swim, which will help the stronger swimmers, but it definitely is fast for everyone. It's still a 1.9 kilometer swim, so everyone has to get through that as fast as possible. So I'm looking forward to pushing that as hard as I can. I like to think of myself as an all-rounded triathlete. I did lead out the order at St. George at the first Pro Series of 2024 for myself. But coming from a swimming background, that probably is my strength, but I have been working hard on my bike and specifically my run. I believe the races are being won on the run, so it's something I've really worked on the last year. So I like to think of myself as a complete athlete more than a single strength athlete.
Thanks for letting me share a lane with you, bro.
Every race I'm still learning. I'm still quite new to the sport, so St. George was a hard race. I think this is a totally different race. I'm going to push the swim hard for sure. I have touched up on the last 2 weeks of my run and my nutrition, so I'm hoping not to fall apart on that. But I already ran last night on the course, and it's the type of course that would suit me, so I'm really looking forward to that run course.
As a young pro, fresh in the sport, what are your thoughts on the Pro Series?
Well, it's nice to be called young. I've been called that for a while. But yeah, like I said, I am quite young in this sport. I think the Pro Series is amazing. I think it's nice to see so many stacked start lists. It allows everyone to have an opportunity. And I think it's really, really good for the sport. So with the raisement of the prize money, the amazing locations we get to go to, I think it's amazing for the sport.
Well, great to catch up with Nicholas Canet there, a relative newcomer and newbie to the professional side of racing. So let's recap our top 5 right now. Nicholas Canet here on screen leading. There's Justin Reel in second place. Costas from France in third. There's Antoine Joliquet de Roche from Canada. He's in fourth. And so too from Canada is Jackson Laundrie. And they're now lurking at just 2:12 down and chasing hard. Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga continues through the beautiful hilly rolling course here in northern Georgia and also the state of Tennessee. Our women's race right now, Marinda, very tight. We've got Grace Alexander, Jody Stimson, our early swim leader out on the Roca swim course, and Sarah True sitting there just 5 seconds down.
Yeah, we have a tight group of three here. You know, as we mentioned, you know, Sarah True sort of just staying, you know, out of trouble and letting the Grace Alexander and Jody Stimson sort of lead the way and take her through. But Jackie Herring moving up into 4th place, Emma Pallant-Brown in 5th, Lisa Baccaris in 6th. As I mentioned earlier, that is a dangerous trio. I would, you know, I would not be too happy seeing, you know, that trio coming through. So we have a race on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. But we are right now here with the lovely Sarah True in P4, but she is, you know, sitting in the 3rd position, riding along with Grace Alexander and Jody Stimson. They are just you know, they've made that left turn, I believe, and they're coming out of town, unless they're coming up to the technical section here.
Yeah, they're on the beautiful, nice, smooth rolling roads here and just outside of Chattanooga at the moment. And guess who else is in there, Rennie? There's Melanie McQuaid. She's a multiple Xterra world champion. She's an Ironman champion, Ironman 70.3 champion as well. There's Mention Matthews as well. Pomeroy sitting in there at just under the 2-minute zone as well. But like you say, I think that Jackie Herring, Emma Pallant-Brown and Baccaris, they are going to be the trio that's chasing our lead trio with Sarah True, Jody Stimson and Grace Alexander. So be very interested to see how that unfolds here momentarily. So here we go. We've got a pass coming up right now.
This is a pro male passing,
exactly.
But that was a great look at the race ranger system
yeah.
in its, you know, all its glory. You saw the light change blue and then you saw it change red, and he went, you know, made that pass. And given that Sarah True is, you know, probably a little more than 12 meters, he can slot in there, but he's not going to. He's going to, you know, move up to that next athlete and then just go around. And, you know, it looks like a bigger group of athletes here, but as I mentioned, some of those pro males are just passing the women now and moving off in, you know, into their race. So there are 3 women together, Sarah True, Jody Stimson and Grace Alexander in the lead of this women's race. And the other 2 athletes there, they're pro males, and they should be clearing out, hopefully here momentarily, so the women, you know, don't have anything to worry about.
Sarah True riding about 30 metres back off the wheel of Jody Stimson as she freewheels there, just to make sure that she's out of that drafting detection zone. Thank you very much for a race ranger on that one there. But Jody just soft pedaling at the moment, just making sure that she stays legal out there on the road. Grace Alexander is up 1 position at the moment into 1st. Jody down 1. Sarah staying even. There's Jackie, Emma and Baccaris. They're all up a spot coming out of the water and onto the bike ride. Pomeroy's down a spot. There goes Melanie McQuaid. You can expect a strong bike out of Melanie today. Mensch stays put and Matthews up a spot as well. So that's how it stands at the moment in our top 10 women, just going through the first 7 kilometres of the bike at the moment. There's our early swim leader, Jody Stimson, suffering a femoral stress fracture back there in March, so we hope to see her out on the run course today, not suffering too much, and hopefully that she can get through that without any trouble whatsoever. Look at her, she's tucked in there, she's got the elbows on those pads, she's got the wrists up there, tucking her head right behind there. Nice little aerodynamic lesson there for you, and looking good.
And Jody Stimson, you'll notice she sits a little higher than a lot of the other athletes, and she's spent her career racing ITU distance, so it almost looks a bit more like a road riding position. And as she races more in this long course, I bet, you know, she will just get lower and lower as she gets used to being, you know, in these time trial bars. I remember a few years back, she would come and she would race on her road bike. She would just, you know, put on some clip-on bars, and she was so used to that bike. She just, you know, she's still race very well, but obviously the time trial bike is made for individual time trialing and a lot quicker than a road bike. So, you know, she's made the transition over to the TT bike, and you know, it's clearly today paying dividends. And again, I think she's going to be very strong on the swim bike. It'll be a question mark whether she can, you know, hold it together on the run. But again, a very, very strong runner. Historically has been one of the best in our sport at running too.
I'd like your thoughts on this one. I'd like to see a saddle go up about 2 to 3 millimetres. I'd like to see the headset stack come down about, probably an inch. And I think that it should be in a more of a flat, more aero position there. And I think that, it's always a work in progress, right? Always a whip. And we know that athletes are spending time in the wind tunnel, or they're spending time, getting set up. And look, this is just my comment, and it's just 100%. A little bit of, I would say constructive criticism.
I think she would know. Like, she'd be like, I could get more aero, but it's a trade-off, right? Like, if she gets more aero, comfortable. So comfort's a big thing. So if you're not comfortable, you're going to be coming out of your aero bars all the time. That's very slow. That's going to be slower than moving your position down. Also, when you come down lower, see Grace Leanne is a little bit more aggressive in the front end. Sometimes you lose watts as well. So you gotta kind of give and take, get as aero as possible without losing comfort or losing.
So
decreasing your watts.
If you look at Grace right here, Rennie, and that's case in point, I think that she could go up a touch on a seat angle, and I love where her elbows are sitting right now. That would elevate that up. That will flatten out the back just that little bit. But like you say, it does come down to comfortability and where the athlete can pedal with the most amount of watts for themselves. So, we can, talk shop as much as we want to do, but at the end of the day, it always comes down to being
remember, they're riding for over 2 hours. So, if you can stay aero and comfortable and push good watts for a long period of time, that's going to be the winner. We're running off to a break here, and we'll be right back.
Good job. Hey, so
for 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition. A science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is brought to you by Full Gas, real roads, real results. And by Mortal Hydration, thirst quenchiest hydration.
Yeah, it really is. That's new to a lot of the people that can be found on the feed as well. So thank you very much to Full Gas and Mortal Hydration. As we get back here, we can round out the top 10 for you. Canet still leading the race here. Riel has made up some time. 1:17 cost us right in there. Joliquet de Roche from Canada. Jackson Laundry, we're looking at him right now. He's sitting at just around 2 minutes from the action at the front, but he's really trying to make it up. And look at the power that he's putting down through those pedals there, Marinda. Beautiful turnover at the moment. He's way above that 90 cadence, about 95, even close to 100 at the moment. And we're approaching that 36-minute mark on the clock right now, and he's just 2:10 down from our race leader. So Cody Beals is right up there. Maddie Hansen right up there, but Jackson Laundry trying to do some of the pace setting at the moment.
And those times are from 7K. We're not going to get another time split until around 32 kilometers into this bike, so there will be a lot of movement, and we'll try our best to get that updated as we see on camera who's who. But we are sitting with Jackson Laundry here, and again, he is hungry for a win. He had a great race in Oceanside, finishing third. He had a mechanical in St. George. That was the race he was really gunning for. He was super confident going in, and just had that that mechanical, and that sort of took him out of contention for a podium spot. And he wasn't sure if he's going to race this race earlier in the week. He was sort of still figuring out his schedule, but decided to come out, and I think, he's definitely very hungry to try and take the victory today.
Yes, Jackson Laundry had a great start to the year. He won Oceanside last year, but this year Lionel Sanders decided to turn up Sam Long, who's ranked number 1 in the world in the PTO. But right now, Sammy doing great as well. Like, he loves St. George. He's just been having a great year. He started off in Pukon 70.3, and he's just been on fire.
He was unbelievable. New course record. Sub 2-hour bike, I think, course record on the bike, and then a 1:10 run. Like, he's just out of this world. So awesome to see. But back to this race, Nicholas Canet. He did race back in St. George 2 weeks ago. He led the swim out and had a solid day all around. I think he finished around 5th position, but he's definitely looking to move up today and leading the race right now. He's they're starting to take a little bit of time away from... Well, actually, we don't know, because Jackson Laundry is actually around 156 down out of the water. And so Jackson's lost a little time at that first split, but we will have to wait until around 30K to see if Nicholas Canet is actually still riding away, or whether those, men in the second, third groups there are making inroads on him.
And as you can see on our ticker going across the bottom of the screen, we've got an update there on our women's standings now in the pro season. Here we can see a lot of film sitting in there at 6th place. Hannah Berry and Emma Pallant-Brown went up 17 spots after a win last weekend in Mallorca. And look at this. I mean, Canet has just been, pretty solid so far. He's just biding his time, getting into his own little rhythm here, but he's puffing hard. He's really working hard.
And you can see the sweat just dripping off his face. So that, as we mentioned, 96% humidity, that was at the start. That'll come down a little bit, but the temperature's going to go up. We're looking at probably around 85 degrees topping out probably in the run. But again, when you're losing that much fluids, Welshie, what do you do?
Yeah, well, you just got to stay on top of it and make sure that your hydration's right in there. And it doesn't start today. It starts yesterday, the day before that, in the loading process, and making sure that the carb stores are in there. Proteins are right up there where they need to be. But the nutrition on race day, that Morton's out there. We've got mortal hydration as well. So making sure that the athletes have got a formula that works for them. It's scientifically proven that in training, these guys are going to go out there, the women are going to go out there and do everything in training and just go through a simulation. So on race day, it's pretty much just, a copy of what they've been doing in training. Now we see the fog just rising up above the mountains here in Tennessee and in northern Georgia as we see this beautiful rolling course coming into fruition right now. And he's working hard, the leader from South Africa at the moment. But look how beautiful this course is. And I wanted to ask you the question, Marinda, because you raced here a few years ago. Tell us about the riding course here.
I've raced in Chattanooga a couple of times. I raced here back in 2022, got my... Can I say butt handed to me? I finished by Jackie Herring. She won that race that day. But the roads out here are super smooth, beautiful countryside are rolling. This is what I love about triathlon. You sort of get out into the open roads. It's early morning, and you're just out here hammering. And sometimes it's so peaceful, but there's like turmoil on the inside because you're just hurting so much. But here with the leader, Nicholas Canet, Justin Riel in second, Costas in third. But again, I think there'll be some movement there as we get to this next time split. We are running off to a break. We will be right back. Don't go away.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Yells every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Team Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Back to the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 here in Chattanooga, and we are with Cody Beals. A little bit of a dark section there through the athletes will enjoy that shade as it comes, up to 85-ish degrees today. But we're going to learn a little more about the man, Cody Beals, in a fighting chance.
It's more like, where have I not been? I was pretty sick over the winter. It's a delayed start to the season. I was supposed to kick it off in Texas, and here we are. Time to show face in May.
You excited for Chattanooga? Do you feel ready?
I'm moderately ready. Of course I'm excited. I've won on this course before, the Ironman. 70.3 is a bit of a different game, but I was very clear I wanted to go after the Pro Series this year. My options are getting more limited with a later start to the season, so I don't have room to make any mistakes now with only a few races left in the Pro Series before the World Champs. It honestly reinvigorated my excitement about triathlon because I felt like it had my name all over it. If you look at some of my previous seasons, like 2018 or 2022, I put together a few good Ironmans and a few good 70.3s. So it made me really excited to be racing this year, and it definitely was a priority this season. There's going to be very little separation in the swim. I think the separation is going to happen on the bike for sure. And Jackson's the man to beat here. He's my main training partner. We do almost all of our workouts together. The guy's been on a tear. He's been rarely off the podium lately. And I've drawn some confidence from the fact that we're doing almost all the same workouts. So he's who I'm marking. We've probably spent 1,000 hours training together and hanging out at this point. So I know the guy really well. I know how he races. I know how to beat him. I think we're about 50-50 on who's taken the win versus each other, but it's been a couple of years since we've raced, and he's been on fire since then. I have won this race on the bike in the past, in 2018 with the full. My cycling's not been on that level lately, so I'm looking for a battle on the run. I want to get off the bike with Matt Hansen, and he is probably the fastest runner in the field, and I'm just going to play off him. My best results have pretty much always been in the heat and humidity. I installed a hot tub, which was a perfectly justifiable business expense a couple of years ago, just to heat acclimate for races like this, so I'm ready for it.
No, I love that he has a hot tub as a business expense. That is, legit though. I mean, this race at 96% humidity, and he said he does well in humidity, so this is going to play really well into his hands. This is. That's not, that's Cody Beals, right? But yeah, great interview there with Cody. We haven't seen him race yet this year, as he mentioned. He was sick earlier in the year, but he's marking Jackson Laundry, that's for sure.
A justifiable business expense. I don't know how the tax man likes that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going over to our women's race. Danielle Lewis right now riding along nicely in our women's race here. We know that Danielle was a little bit out of the water behind there. She is number one ranked right now in our Pro Series in our women's professional division here today. So looking forward to seeing her go through the paces as well here today. So female overall age group swimmers out of the water. Dean from the United States in the 30 to 34s with a 26.33. That's really fast. Only 1 second down was second place. There's Donahue in there as well. Smers, Flower and Ackford from Great Britain in 15th position there. So some of our age group women having fast times out there in the water today, as you would imagine out there in the beautiful Tennessee River, coming underneath that Veterans Memorial Bridge, exiting at Ross's Landing and getting out onto this most incredible and beautiful rolling hills here in northern Georgia and Tennessee. Danielle Lewis has a lot of ground to make up, but she's a great biker and runner, and don't ever count her out.
Yeah, she was around 340 down out of the water. So, I mean, but that's not unfamiliar territory for Danielle Lewis. And she actually finished second here last year in Chattanooga. So, Danielle Lewis looking to make, inroads on the bike and certainly on the run. But our Pro Series leader right now is Danielle Lewis, looking to add to those points and try and, stay on top.
Yeah, keep on adding to those points. I mean, that's the goal all year long, all season long, as the Pro Series will wind up at the end of the year. And a couple of lucky winners in the overall points score are going to score quite a bit of money, $200,000 going out to our winners of that this year. There we go. From the leader, she's 3 minutes and 40 seconds down, so she's losing a little bit of time to our leaders out on course right now. The leaders are Grace Alexander, Jodie Stimson, and Sarah True. They've been chasing chased by Jackie Herring, Emma Palin-Brown and Bacaris. They're all sitting just inside of 2 minutes. And then you have a group of Pomeroy. We have Melanie McQuaid right there. Mensch is in there as well as Matthews from the United States. So a great couple of chasing groups after our leaders. But Danielle Lewis is one of those just outside of the top 10.
Just outside of the top 10, but interesting to note, she was 4:08 down out of the water. She's now only 3:50, and that was at 7K in. So she made up 30 seconds in 7K. That's moving.
And riding alone as well, as we see, going back to our women in the race right now. And just recap our top 5. In 5th, we've got Emma Palin-Brown riding along nicely. Jackie Herring, a former winner of this race. Sitting in 4th place, there is Sarah True in 3rd. And Jodie Stimpson, Grace Alexander, our leaders in our female pro division.
And we are back with the women's leader here, Grace Alexander of the USA. She is leading this race with Jodie Stimpson. You see her sitting in behind, and then Sarah True sitting back in 3rd. Again, this trio swam together, and they're now out riding together on this bike course. But they're out onto the nice rolling section of the course. And the road surface, I can tell you from personal experience, is absolutely beautiful out in this section. Super smooth, and just a pleasure to ride on. But these athletes will be going, there's an athlete on the side there. I don't know if he was dealing with it. Looked like he was holding his knee, but maybe he was just changing a flat or something.
Well, this is interesting. You don't see this too often, where we see one of our pro female athletes overtaking one of our pro male athletes here on the cycle course. You can see that Jodie Stimpson now about to go through there. She had the race ranger system there. The detection was going off. She saw that the flashing lights on the back of that bike, so around she goes. There is Grace Alexander doing things up front nicely at the moment there. Grace Alexander from the United States leading Jodie Stimpson. It's great to see the ladies riding about 15 to 18 metres behind one another when the rule is 12 metres, so respect there.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that orange, you can kind of see the orange, kind of had a glimpse of it there. That meant the athlete behind, which is Jodie Stimpson, was between 14 to 17 metres back. So it goes orange at that distance, or turns off if you go outside of that 17 metre. And then it's blue if you're between 12 and 14. And then if, that red flashing light comes on, it's time to go around. But as we mentioned, great for the athletes to have that as a tool to make sure they're, keeping things fair and doing, riding within the rules. But Grace Alexander, not looking back here, pushing out front. And but as we mentioned, there is some heat coming from behind. We've got Emma Palin-Brown, the winner of Mallorca last weekend. Lisa Bacaris, also very strong on the bike, riding there with Emma Palin-Brown and Jackie Herring. So hopefully we'll get a look at that pack soon. But very strong cyclists coming from behind.
Yeah, we will see a couple of athletes like Emma Palin-Brown. She will be right up there. Jackie Herring, two of the favourites for the race today. Jodie Stimpson, also Sarah True. Very, very good athletes racing along there today.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about our partnership with TriDot. Ironman is able to provide triathletes and coaches with an overall course rating for all Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events worldwide. TriDot uses its data intelligence to give it a 100-point race index. So what happens is basically every race has a score out of 100, 100 being the most difficult, 0 being absolutely perfect conditions. That would be like, perfect weather, no wind, wetsuit swim, just, absolutely ideal position, temperatures and everything for a race. That never happens, of course, but today the typical score, which is interesting for here in Chattanooga, would be around a 34, but today's score is a 38 because we're getting, that really high humidity and higher than average temps, looking to get out around 80, 86 degrees today. So a harder race than it is typical. So when athletes sort of want to compare year to year, this race this year, may be a little harder than it was last year just in terms of weather. And as you look at the age group athlete, we can kind of look at what they would finish in if they raced with today's index. So on a baseline perfect day, that would be about 6:30 for a slower triathlete. Today, that would be around 7:41. So it'd be about an hour and 11-minute difference. Mid-pack athlete, you know, it's a little less because mid-pack athletes are a little quicker. So that'd be about a 55-minute difference between the ideal conditions and today's race. And then the elite triathlete, it's really only around 24 minutes difference. And then, you know, you sort of go up to the pros and it's even, you know, less. But we are back with Emma Pallant-Brown, and she is looking really fast. Coming off that win last weekend in Mallorca, flew over the pond, thought she'd just give Chattanooga an old hit up. She did mention she had Chattanooga on the plan first, but she trains out of South Africa, so she thought she'd use Mallorca to break it up. Took that win there, snuck that win in, got a 15-second, won by 15 seconds over Laura Phillip, who had around a 2:15, 2:20 lead off the bike, so very strong run around 1:17. But this is Jackie Herring, and interesting enough, she before the race said, you know, her one of the things she's going to be telling herself is, you know, don't ride like a wuss. I can say right now with certainty she is not riding like a wuss. She is pushing the pace here, and Emma Pallant-Brown sitting in there behind her. But Jackie Herring, you know, a former champion at this race. She does love racing here, and just really great to see the mum of two. She's got 2 kids. She says she's doing it for the mums out there. We appreciate you, Jackie Herring, and love to see you doing what you love and doing it at the top level.
Mother of 2, 39 years old, from the United States, 3rd place in Ironman St. George just a few weeks back, and then also in Indian Wells in 2023, 3rd place there. So she's raced a lot. Last year she raced 7 Ironman 70.3 races. She was 5th place in St. George, 6th place right here in Chattanooga, and then also at the World Championships, a 20th place, and podium places for 70.3 Michigan and Augusta, Georgia, back there in September last year, and Los Cabos in in Baja, California as well. So Jackie Herring having a great day today, just riding aggressively out there, and for the mums, like you say, 2 children, and doing great.
I think that Lisa Baccaris there, she just went past Jackie Herring, and you saw that flashing light. That was because, you know, Lisa was making that pass. She had 25 seconds to make that pass, and we're going to go off and listen to a little soundbite from Jackie Herring.
I love it here. Love Chattanooga. So I feel good. It feels kind of like a home race, kind of like St. George feels. It's a race I've been to a lot, and yeah, I feel really good. I'm building for Ironman, so this is just kind of like a brick on the road on the way, so we'll see how it goes. I'm going to do my best. I always want to win at Chattanooga, but can't control a lot of things, and I did have to get some volume in between St. George and here so that I do a good job at Ironman, so we'll see what that means. The weather's going to suit me. I'm ready to crush it in hot, humid conditions. This is what I'm good at, so I'm excited for that. It's always hot and humid here, and that's part of what you're signing up for when you come to this race, and if you're not prepared to handle those conditions, then it's going to be tough, but I do well. My body handles that well, so it should be good. I think the run is super fun with how big this race is, just with the amount of athletes. You always have people out on course with you and the crowds, and I really love running over the bridge. It's fun. Ride hard. Don't be a wuss. Don't get dropped. Those are my main goals.
Don't be a wuss, and don't get dropped. Okay, thank you very much for that there, Jackie. That's an incredible little soundbite from you. Baccaris just going through just a moment ago, just keeping the pace really honest there. Now she's overtaken the 3-time duathlon world champion. This is Emma Pallant-Brown being overtaken now by the 39-year-old mother of 2. That's Jackie Herring now going past. So that's great, because Emma Pallant-Brown is one of the strongest cyclists out there, and I would imagine they're soft pedaling, just making sure that she stays out of the way and, keeping in a very nice position.
Yeah, we're back with male 3. I need to get Mike. Trevor Foley. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Trevor Foley has moved up. We have got that next time split just rolling through there. Nicholas Quinnett still leading. Anthony Costas in second. Justin Real around 48 seconds back. Trevor Foley has moved up to fourth. Now, remember, he was a little ways back. He was behind the Matt Hansen group, so he is stomping this bike course. He's around 113 back. Jackson Laundry right with him, 115. Such down in from the US down in 111. Matt Hansen riding strong too. He's around 130 back. He'll want to keep in contact with those men, and certainly Trevor Foley is the one to watch now, I think, moving through the field.
Well, look out for Trevor Foley, but look out for this next year. Join us at the Ironman Chattanooga, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series on September 29th, 2024, where unforgettable experiences and award-winning iconic courses await. Celebrate 10 years of triathlon's best-kept secret. Be prepared to experience more than 144.6 miles of incredible scenery and unmatched host city camaraderie in this outdoor mecca. Come to race, stay, or more. Spots are going quick, so register today. Well, to you and I, it's not a best-kept secret at all, because this is one of our favourites. Ironman 70.3 and Ironman Chattanooga. So September 24, go ahead and sign up right now. And as we saw just going into our Ironman Chattanooga promo there, Trevor Foley now coming to the front. He is one to look out for, because Trevor, when he gets to the front like this, you know what that means. He is going to really accelerate and really challenge our leaders right now. But he's going to get after Quinnett, who's still leading from South Africa. And this is good news for Trevor Foley.
And that was the bike split around 19 miles. He's made up 2 minutes from the swim. He was 23rd out of the water and around 3 minutes down. And now he's, just over a minute down, made up 2 minutes in 30 miles. So he is moving. And you see Jackson there like, okay, that's my ticket. I cannot, if I want to win this race, I can't let him go.
There's the lead of the race right now. Quinnett from South Africa. He's a little far away from his hometown right now, but the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga continues halfway in the bike. The Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is now heading off outside of the state of Tennessee and into northern Georgia as this spectacular bike course continues to impress the athletes. It's impressing us right now, Marinda, because this guy here, Quinnett on screen, our early swim leader from South Africa, has still got a 1 and 5 second lead. But there is a chaser, there is a hunter. His name is Trevor Foley from the United States, and now he has taken 2 minutes out of our leader here already, down to 1:14, and you would imagine that this is going to come down from here on out.
Yeah, this I feel like his time is coming, going to come to an end at the front here at some point. We have Anthony Costas now also at 48 seconds back, and Justin Real at 48 back as well. So yeah, they're coming. The hunters are coming, and he's doing his best though. He's still having a solid bike ride, and triathlon is, 3 sports. And you see here Trevor Foley, as we mentioned earlier, the humidity is super high. You see that visor in his hands? That's because, sometimes when you put that on and you're sweating and you're hot, it just fogs it up and you can't see anything. And
he's probably trying to air it out right now, get the fog off on the inside of it. But just to recap our top 10 right now, Canet from South Africa, Costa sitting in second from France. There is Riel from the United States. So too Trevor Foley. There's Canada's Jackson Laundry. Such is in there from the United States. Lucy Hansen and Mattox. And there, rounding out the top 10, is Antoine Joliquet-Derouche from Canada. But this is now the big mover in the field right now. Trevor Foley getting after it. And the Chase group is doing their darndest to hang on. He's at 1:14. 1 second down is Jackson Laundry. Right down there to Mattox. So we've got a group of 5 athletes riding along. And the rubber band looks like it has snapped for the Canadian Joliquet-Derouche.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the effort in his face. He is just stomping those pedals. And, as we mentioned, this is his first race of the year, so super hungry. He does race a fair amount usually. So, we'd normally have seen Trevor probably at least twice so far this year. I think he was on the list for both Oceanside and also St. George, but, wasn't, fully healed from his injury. But, yeah, just stomping those pedals and making, these other men work really hard to stay with him.
Race day weather brought to you by Roka. 65 degrees Fahrenheit starting out this morning, getting up to in the 70s right now. We're going to head up into the mid-80s. It is 96% humidity. It is very, very muggy out there right now. No wind to speak of. Oh, my goodness, Marinda. It is muggy out there. You can see the roads, too. Just a little bit of, precipitation there. Well, actually not precipitation. It's just a little bit of moisture coming out of the ground there right now. We saw that the fog was laying low this morning before it just, started to disintegrate over the mountains there, and now it's just about lifted fully. But this is Trevor Foley. He can see what's ahead. Right up there is the leader, and he is getting after it right now. Trevor Foley on the move.
Trevor Foley absolutely on the move, and yeah, we are only 25 miles into this bike course, so still 31 miles of cycling left to go, but he is making quick work of those gaps. And, honestly, I think he's just hungry to just push. Just, when you haven't had a chance to race, I think his last race was back in possibly Indian Wells late last year, so 6 or 7 months ago. So he's just, chomping at the bit, I want to say, to just get out there and put together a great performance. And, we've seen this rising star last year just light up the fields on the bike and the run, and I think, we're in for a treat today as well.
Really in for a treat, both men's and women's races here. They go after the very important points series ranking points as well. 2,500 points on offer for our winners today in the men's and women's categories alike. They're going to get after those. And then we can tell you that 5,000 points are on offer for all of our Ironman races as well. So they can, count up to 3 of their Ironman distance races and up to, 2 or 3 of their Ironman 70.3 races as well in the year. But it's heavily weighted on the Ironman distance there, as we see another left-hand turn in Georgia right now. There is up there in second there we can see Trevor Foley just in this group. It's not second in the race, but we have a group of athletes really chasing hard there in the front. But Trevor Foley takes another victim into third place. He goes right now, overtakes Justin Riel from the United States. Look at this, not Justin, there is also,
that's Costas.
Yeah, there's Costas right there from France, just taking a little bit of liquid in, and now
a bad time to be filling your water bottle.
He's got a decision to make. This is a big move from Trevor Foley. He's out of the saddle, really pushing it, and there you can see Riel. He's just noticing, and he says, I've got a decision to make. And look where Costas went. He went from second to 5th place in an instant.
Yeah, not a great place to be filling your bottle, but I mean, I think it's a
Especially
safer
on an
place.
uphill.
Yeah, but do you fill it at 50? 50 kilometers an hour, or do you feel it, going up a hill? I don't know, but I'm sure he did not realize that Trevor Foley was just about to make that pass, because that was just bad timing there. But Trevor Foley now moved up into 2nd place. We believe he just passed Justin Riel, Anthony Costas, but we saw that Jackson Laundry was right there as well. So, this race is heating up, and Nicholas Canet, you better keep moving, buddy, because these men are coming.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a good place to fill up when you're going uphill like that. I think it's just like Trevor Foley saw that happening. He took the initiative. He got out of the saddle and he pounded it. When he got to the top of the hill there, he looked around and he knew exactly what he did. He broke them up, and now they are going to have to work very, very hard to stay on the pace that Trevor Foley is setting right now. Back to our women's race here in Chattanooga. We have Grace Alexander.
Yeah, we got Grace Alexander still leading with Jodie Stimpson and Sarah True, but that trio of Emma Pallant-Brown, Jackie Herring and Lisa Pekaris have made up ground. They're now sitting around 45 to 48 seconds behind, so a very dangerous trio there, as we mentioned earlier, making inroads on those leaders. And then we have Alice Alberts down in 7th. She's around 2:43 down. She is still moving up places, but she, wasn't able to go with, that trio. Mel McQuaid still hanging in there around 3:17 down. Danielle Lewis is moving up. She's around 3:26 down, so, she made up a bit of time in that
about
first
14
split.
seconds over the last, time check.
And then as it sort of settled, into that, and then Rachel Mensch in 10th place around 3:37 down. So, we just got those splits in just now as they went over, but we still have, the lead trio, and then we have that chase trio of Pallant-Brown, Herring, and Bacharis making inroads on this lead group.
Well, Grace doing a very nice job of pace setting at the moment, because she's still got Jodie Stimpson sitting behind in there, Sarah True as well, as we see right now. Becaris here from the United States. You know a little bit about this young lady here, Marinda, and we can see that she is riding along very nicely today, pace setting right behind Emma Pallant-Brown and Jackie Herring of the United States. Alice Alberts just sitting a little bit further down, so our top 6 in our women's race here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3, coming up to the halfway point for them, is really heating up. It's humid out here, it's muggy, but it's a lot of fun. Don't go away, the action continues on the other side of the break.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa. Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Big moves at the front of the men's race here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga as Jackson Laundry overtakes Trevor Foley here. Trevor Foley put in a huge effort just a moment ago, about 5 minutes ago, on one of the hillier sections of the course, but it's Laundry now getting to the front and doing the pacemaking here. They're getting after our early swim leader. That was Nicholas Content from South Africa. What a great swim it was from him here earlier this morning, but just getting caught up in the women's race as well. Let's catch you up on the top 10. From the 10th place is mentioned 3:37 down. Danielle Lewis and Melanie McQuaid, Alice Alberts, Becaris, and also Jackie Herring. Sitting inside of the top 5 there is Emma Pallant-Brown, Sarah True, Jodie Stimpson, but the leader is Grace Alexander. But right now in our men's pro division, this is Jackson Laundry. Jackson already racing in Oceanside this year and had a good race. He's won the race before, but today. He's really working hard. You can see the sweat coming off the nose there.
And you see that big lump in the back of his shirt? That's his visor. He's throwing that back there because he's like, I forget this. I can't see. It's too foggy. I keep fogging up. I need to be able to see, obviously, for safety reasons. So he's like, I'm going to throw this back here and just not worry about it anymore. Obviously, it's faster if you have that visor on your face, and you certainly, like to have eye protection because you lose a little more energy when you don't have, some shade on those eyes. But yeah, that's that bump on his back there that looks a little funny sticking out. It can't be comfortable on his spine, but I think he's dealing with all sorts of discomfort right now.
Let's look at the full gas bike course profile right now at 14 miles into it. You can see that we are slowly rising up. There is a 2,200 feet gain over the course here today over the full distance of 90 kilometres or 56 miles there. So we know that we're just still going uphill at this point in time. And I wanted to ask you a question about that, Marinda, on the helmets here. You see that the helmet's not very ventilated, and having a little bit of wind on the face there is not too bad, I would imagine, because don't you think that in a race like this, especially in Chattanooga or the hot, humid races, that a helmet without ventilation might be a deterrent?
Yeah, I think you've got to weigh up the pros and the cons, right? Like anything, athletes racing in Kona, Crowe Alexander used to, choose a road helmet just because of the ventilation. Obviously, it's slower, but then he's like, well, if my body temperature gets too high, then, forget about racing altogether. This is Trevor Foley surging towards the front again. I think that was Justin Rial in second, and we were back with Jackson Laundry a moment ago, but he's trying to break this group up. You can see he's like working super hard. He's not going to the front and like just cruising. He's going to the front and just trying to make the other men, hurt. And he put in a big effort. This might be a winning move here. These other men are not going to want to let him go because Trevor Foley can run, but Trevor's also coming off that accident earlier in the year. So he's probably like, is my run fitness there? It'd be nice to have a little cushion to athletes like Jackson Laundry, who are very fast runners too. So I think, he would love to break this group up and move away if he can. But if not, I think, we'll be in for a very dynamic run at the end of the bike here. But you can see he's really working hard to try and at least hurt them if he can't drop them. And they're, up at 30 miles now, so 26 miles to go in this bike ride. And I believe they were coming into this aid station. Nicholas Canet coming out. So he can see Nicholas Canet now up the road. Yep, he's looking behind. He's like, yep, it's inevitable. They are going to catch me. Now I've got to make a decision. Well, maybe the decision will be made for me. Can I hang in there? Or he'll be collecting himself now for when they do come by, because it will be a bit of a spike in power, because obviously they've been holding a higher velocity than what Nicholas Canet has been holding lately. And so he's like, okay, I've got to, not soft pedal. He's still going to ride hard, but he's like, they're going to pass me, and now I need to make sure I'm ready to hang on to them, because last thing he wants to do, he's been leading the race from the gun. And this pass is going to happen momentarily here, but he'll want to sit in with this group of men. That'll be his best chance at, a podium, top five at the very least for Nicholas Canet here.
So our top 10 is just about to come together as a group of one, and the person that we really haven't talked about much is Matty Hansen. Matty Hansen's just still sitting in this group here nicely and, not doing any of the surging going on up the front there. So, as we look at some of our female age group athletes going through the 7 kilometre mark out there this morning, Fanning is leading our women's age groupers there. We can see Barbara's in there as well, Gibson and Smers and Dean. They were right up there in the early part of it as well. So just getting you caught up a little bit on our female overall. You can see down there on our ticker, and then also the current weather in Chattanooga is 64 degrees. Well, it's gone up a few degrees since then.
And just going back to Trevor Foley for a moment here, because since he is the aggressor on the bike, he did mention before the race, I'm just learning that he had some, he had a back and a head injury and has had some balance issues that have bothered him. So he's only started running in the last 5 weeks. So he said he's a little concerned with where that run is. So yeah, he definitely wants to make everyone hurt on the bike. If he can get away, I think he would love that. Anyone would love a little lead off the bike, a little cushion, but I think that's in the back of his mind too. We're used to seeing Trevor get off, a phenomenally fast, 2-hour bike split and then run around a 110, 109. So he does have the pedigree, but again, he has, from that bike accident he had in March earlier this year. He's still, hasn't really put in the big miles that he's used to having under his belt before he goes into races.
First lead change in the men's race today. It's no longer Nicholas Canet from South Africa. It is now Trevor Foley, followed by Justin Reel from the United States. They've all come together now. Canet goes back into third place there. You can see that there has been a bit of a break in the group there. So Canet now sitting in third.
Absolutely, yeah. He's still sitting there in third place, and he's wanting to hold on. Obviously, no one wants to get dropped, but he looks like he's sitting in there okay. And now that he has a group, he doesn't have to worry about being out in front and setting the pace. Now all he has to worry about is focusing on the wheel in front, and do not let that go, because as they go over the hills, it is not, it's very easy to sort of lose concentration for a minute, and then you're sort of out of touch, and then that rubber band just gets snapped real quick. But this is Justin Real coming back around Trevor Foley. I wonder if this might be a good partnership, because it seems that these two men are the aggressors in this little group here, and Trevor Foley you see sitting up, and you see that, red flashing light, so he's sort of getting out of that draft zone.
Yeah, let's take a look at our VinFast performance analysis right now. Here on the bike ticker, we can see that Trevor Foley here at an hour and 48.23 into it. The next split is going to be there, and it is happening because he's riding along at about 29.12 miles an hour average speed. Now, that was his last split out there today, but if we get caught back up, that is the performance analysis brought to you by VinFast. But if you get caught up just on this lead group right now, Rennie, I can see that, Trevor Foley, Justin Reel being the aggressors, but also Jackson Laundry sitting in there as well as Canet. So we've got a lead group of 4 athletes. They've really broken away from the other gentlemen like Matty Hansen. Lucy was in there. Such was in there as well. Mattox, but they're now being dropped. So it has been a very, very aggressive move, and halfway on the course there on these a little bit of a wet road out there on the other end of the course here in northern Georgia at the moment, but Trevor Foley and Justin Reel doing the work at the front.
Absolutely, yeah, that's Anthony Costa sitting on the back there, but it looks like Matt Hansen has been dropped. I was just trying to get confirmation on where he is at, and we will get another accurate split in about another, 6 or 7 miles at 39-mile marker. But this group now, we have some men just, I'm sure, hanging in there, and then some other men just trying to break it up, just trying to, get a little bit of a cushion. If you can get that, 20, 30, 40 seconds into transition, it just makes transition a little less stressful and chaotic, and then you can get out, relax into your run form, and then, sort of start laying down those miles.
Well, the air is pretty thick in northern Georgia right now. You could cut it with a knife. Look at this as we recap the top 5. Jackson Laundry in 5th place. Trevor Foley sitting right up there. Justin Reel from the United States. Anthony Costas from France. And also our early swim leader, Nicholas Canet from South Africa, are setting the pace as lead changes galore at the moment. Wet roads out there. Very humid conditions right now as our men's are certainly heating it up. The 2024 Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is more than halfway done on the bike course here at the moment, and we really have a race up front. We're going back into the fog now. Marinda Carfrey, we were in the fog earlier on this morning. We came out of it, but now the elevations are getting back up there, so they're going up a little bit. We do know that there's a 2,200-foot elevation gain in this race here today. It's only a one-loop course, and we know that it is very muggy up there. Muggy, as a matter of fact, that this athlete here has had to put the visor back up on top of the onto the helmet there, and as we see,
that's Lisa Baccaris there.
Yes, there you go. One of your good friends there.
Yeah, Lisa Baccaris. You see, obviously the visor is sitting up. On that helmet, it kind of has a magnet. They can kind of throw it up there, and it doesn't have to stick it down the back of her jersey. But typically the athletes would have those visors on. It's a rare occurrence where they'll actually put them up. But again, you see the fog. It's just the high humidity and the heat coming off the athlete. It just fogs it up. It's almost impossible to keep those clear. I know Welshie has some tricks up his sleeve to keep those clear. But yeah, the athletes, obviously you want to make sure you can see very clearly. Last thing you want to be doing is trying to look through a visor that's filled with fog. But Lisa Baccaris here, very strong cyclist. She won in St. Anthony's about 3 weeks ago. coached by Matt Lieto, actually. So she, has had a few injury. She's had hip surgery on both sides. She had shoulder surgery. Honestly, this woman has gone through the wars, and she just comes back with a smile on her face. If you look at her Instagram account, she loves to entertain, and that's what I love that about Lisa. She's always dancing and always sees the bright side of everything. Even going through, at one point she, had that hip done, and then not long after she had the shoulder done, and she was on crutches, and she was, but you couldn't keep her down. She was still happy, and I tell you, she loves to ride her bike. She is super strong on the bike as well. So
well, you
I
can
can't
tell.
say.
You can certainly tell because she's gone right up to the front here and she's doing great. She's right at the lead now and she is just forcing the pace. Emma Pallant-Brown is having to do the chasing on Becerris here at the moment, and then also Grace Alexander, Jodie Stimpson, Sarah True, the early trio there, right in the hunt as well. But these ladies here are doing absolutely fantastic at the moment. If you want to follow along with our age groupers, you can follow along on the ticker at the bottom of your screen right now, and also you can go to the Ironman Athlete Tracker. If you don't have it downloaded, you can go to the Apple Store or the Google Store and load it and follow along just like Marinda and myself. There's Emma Pallant-Brown just going past the
Jackie Herring
there. Yeah, just fueling up there. So Jackie Herring just going past Becerris at the moment while she takes on a little bit of fuel there. So the 39-year-old mother of two, she is on the move.
Yeah, Jackie Herring, as you mentioned in her A Fighting Chance interview, don't be a wuss and don't get dropped. Well, she's one of the aggressors in this pack, so certainly riding very well. You saw Lisa Becerris there taking on a little fuel. Obviously, a 56-mile bike, a 4+ hour race. These athletes will need to take on fuel. They'll take it in liquid form and solid-ish form in goos sometimes. And some athletes will choose to take a bar and chew. Usually you don't see many pros taking bars because it's more energy to chew and try to breathe and chew. It's just messy. But you saw Lisa, she ripped the top of that gel off and she put that in her bra. So there's no littering allowed. If she had thrown that on the ground, that could be a penalty, and it's a 5-minute penalty.
Well, there is littering allowed, and there is littering zones,
only in the zones,
stations.
exactly.
But you're right. I just wanted to, clarify that you can get rid of your litter in the littering zones, which are found at the aid stations, and there is a particular, point where you can do that, Marinda. So, as we can see on our Full Gas Bike Course profile right now, that we're at the top of the course here. So the athletes are going to get a little bit of respite here in a minute. A couple of downhill sections coming up their way. Average speed will pick up. That's when they want to stay on the nutrition as they make their way back toward home. They're in northern Georgia right now. Get back into the state of Tennessee and start thinking about that beautiful, 2.25 loop course here today over the Veterans Memorial Bridge, over the Walnut Street Bridge, over the beautiful Tennessee River. 2 1/4 times they do. Come back under the bridge and finish on Ross's Landing right there. So an absolutely beautiful course. And don't forget to sign up September 2024 for Ironman Chattanooga.
Yeah, absolutely. We're back with Jackie Herring here, and this is the second group. So Emma Pallant-Brown, Jackie Herring, Lisa Becerris riding together. They are, making inroads on Sarah True, Jodie Stimpson, and Grace Alexander. We'll have to wait a little longer to get the next split. But yeah, we see back with Lisa Becerris. She's decided to try and put her visor back on now. And again, you sort of have moments where it fogs up. You're like, just get rid of it. But it doesn't look like they're in a foggy section here. So she's opted to put it back on. You want that eye protection, and also the helmet's just faster.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic.
Mm-hmm.
The helmet is just faster when it's on. So she's opted to put that one back on there now. But Lisa Becerris having a great race so far. Obviously, the run will be the equalizer as the temperatures start to raise, and we get it's that hour 3, hour 3.5 into the race, and fatigue starts to set in. But Lisa, she's like, nope, still can't see.
Well, she's been trying it, but you can see that the fog is still, it's still down pretty low because now they're at the highest point of the course here on the Full Gas Bike Course. As you can see by the profile at the bottom of your screen right there, they've gone up that nice little kicker up the hill there. They're on the flats at the moment, and then they're going to turn toward home, and they're going to have a nice little descent and a downhill section all the way back into town over that last 10 miles, so it'll be nice and flat. Then they'll be able to tell how the body's feeling. they'll just roll it out. They will spin those legs out, hoping that the run legs are going to come around and give them what they need to get across the line in a very good position today. 2,500 points available to our winners here today, and great prize money on offer as well.
Absolutely, yeah. These athletes are vying for those Pro Series points. And as we mentioned earlier, Danielle Lewis, she's down in up to 9th place right now, but around 320 down from the lead. She is our current leader in the point standings, but we have Emma Pellant-Brown. If she can pounce and get those 2,500 points today, she will be very close to leading as well. So I've definitely some point shake-ups at the end of today's race, and this is our 5th race in the Pro Series. There are 20 events that we will have around the world, culminating in Topor in December at the 70.3 World Championship event. Yes,
on the 14th and 15th. You can see some of our races in the Pro Series just going along the ticker at the bottom of your screen there right now. You can see on the 14th and the 15th will be our VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Lake Taupo down there in New Zealand on the North Island. There's our women's standings right now. Daniela Lewis leads Fenella Langridge. There's Kat Matthews with that brilliant win in Texas. Kylie Simpson's in the race today. Penny Slater. A lot of films. Hannah Berry is in there. Emma Pellant-Brown up 17 places from last week with that incredible win in Mallorca. Alice Albert's in the race today, not Paula Finlay though. Maya Stige Nelson right in the top 10 as well. So back to the action here. There is Lisa Becaris right now. She is riding along nicely right behind Jackie Herring, right up there at the front of this women's race.
I don't know if you caught, there was an athlete standing on the side at that aid station. I just quickly saw them. It looked I don't want to alarm anyone because we don't know, but it looked a little bit like Grace Alexander. I hope it wasn't her, and hopefully it was just a bystander that went to ride out and watch the race, but there was an athlete standing in that aid station, and hopefully not, but it did look a little like Grace Alexander. Anyway, we're going to run off to a break. We'll have more action on the other side of this one. Don't go away.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1.
There's Emma Pellant-Brown. She trains in Johannesburg, South Africa. She hails from Great Britain. She's a 3-time duathlon world champion, multiple Ironman 70.3 winner, and on the podium at World Championships as well. And now she has the leaders in her side as well. She has been riding along with Jackie Herring and also Becaris there for a long time right now. They have been blanketed with each other all day long here, and this is where the pace has been happening. This is the decisive moves that may end up separating our top 3 across the line as well. But Emma Pellant-Brown, riding very carefully. You can see down on the drops at the moment, just making sure that she's outside of that drafting zone. Now, thanks to Race Ranger, they will know that because the athlete in front of them will have their Race Ranger on, and if it's flashing red, they will need to pass. If it's on the blue or orange, they are in a safe area there, so great to have Race Ranger on board once again.
Yeah, Emma Pallant-Brown just coming off her win last weekend in Mallorca. She flew over and is in Chattanooga to... This is actually the race she put on her schedule first. She wanted to race Chattanooga because she loves racing here. She finished on the podium at the 70.3 Worlds back in 2017.
Yeah.
So, fond memories of that. And she sort of mentioned that was sort of her arrival back to middle distance, and since then she's won so many 70.3s. As I mentioned, I can't even count them, but it's such an impressive athlete and an incredible career so far. I mean, she's still very young, relatively young in the sport, young in age, but plenty of more performances from her.
Let's go have a look at the VinFast performance analysis right here at the moment on the Full Gas bike course here. We can see that at the moment there on screen we have Grace Alexander. Here we go with the performance analysis on the bike, brought to you by VinFast. Lisa Becaris expected at 2:01.56 on the clock at 25.5 miles an hour, riding along very, very nicely at the moment. She has been the pace setter, and Lisa, who's on screen right now, you can see in a beautiful position on a bike, deciding to put that shield back up, the visor back up on top of the head there on the magnetic inputs there that hold that shield right up on the helmet there. So unfortunately not getting as much of the aerodynamics out of her body and set up at the moment, but fortunately enough, she's got a little bit of wind on the face. You can see a little bit of moisture on the top lip there. Very hot, very humid out there at the moment. And also, male age group are leaders out there in the moment. There's Romano in the 18 to 24 years old. There's Tanko and Engel, and also Garufi. There is Fragnito from the United States as well. Looks like the 35 to 39 and the 30 to 34-year-old age group division is one of the most competitive.
Yeah, it always is. That age group's super hot always, and the athletes just tear it up out there. But always impressive to see the age group races. Juggling work, obviously family. Some of our pros juggling family as well, but juggling work and racing super fast over these 70.3 and Ironman distances. But back with Lisa Becaris. This is her second race of the Ironman Pro Series. She finished 9th back in Oceanside in April. So this is her second one. And mentioning Emma Pallant-Brown earlier, this is her third race. So she finished second in Oceanside. She won Mallorca, and this will be her third. So again, racking up those points, and I believe you can score five races. It can be a maximum of 3 full distance Ironmans. Emma Pallant-Brown, I don't believe will be racing any Ironman distance races, so may max out her points just with the 70.3s. But back with the race leaders here, Sarah True. She is with that front duo, and we're just trying to figure out if that second group has bridged up yet, but we have not seen a good angle with them all together yet. I'm not sure if they're all together yet, but back with Sarah True, and she is riding along with Jodie Simpson and Grace Alexander.
Yeah, she's riding a very sensible race right now. Sarah True is 42 years old from New Hampshire. You can see that she's wearing number 4 there today. She's got rid of the bottle that was on the back of her bike earlier today, so a lot of the nutrition just still going in right now. And there is back to Becaris at the moment. So let's go along and take a listen to Lisa Becaris.
So it's an interesting course just with Chattanooga 70.3. It's actually a 1.4 mile swim downriver, so it's a little bit longer. So typically I think we're going to get out in about roughly the same time had it been not downriver and just 1.2 miles. So for me, I'm hoping it plays to my strengths. I hope it's a non-wetsuit swim. And but I think with the women, you have so many strong women here that anything could really happen, and a lot of really strong swimmers. Sarah True, I'm sure, will be one of the first people out of the water and probably try to stick it to us. I think the bike is my strength, so I'm going to try to use the bike to my strength and see if I can get a gap on the field, see if I can put time into those runners, and it's just going to come down to whether or not I can get a gap and how big that gap can be to the likes of Emma Pallant-Brown. I've been doing some sauna training,
So I'm hoping I'm a little bit better in the heat than I am normally. But if the weather was like this on Sunday, I would be stoked. A nice little mist coming down. But I think just staying cool and staying within myself is going to be key to having a successful day.
Well, lots of great words in there by Lisa Becaris, coached by one of our colleagues, Matt Lieto. So well done to Lisa. I mean, you know, really riding well today. We know that biking is one of her strengths out here, so that's no doubt about it. She's at the front. She's been setting the pace with Emma Palin-Brown and also Jackie Herring. Those three ladies have done a really good job of pace setting. And look at this. We've been talking about the fog. It's still laying around, but, you know, the women are at the top of the course. The men are just starting to come off the top of the course, and as they make their way back into Tennessee, they are in northern Georgia at the moment, so they are up at the highest part of the course here. They do have 2,200 feet of elevation gain over the course of the 56 miles here today, so no doubt about it, it's getting muggy. The conditions will only get warmer, and the humidity is going to be very, very high all day long. So for Grace Alexander, she's still setting the pace up there with Jodie Stimpson and Sarah True. The lead trio out of the water today still got a significant lead over Emma Palin-Brown, Jackie Herring and Lisa Becaris. But Becaris has been making the moves back there in the chase group and bringing the deficit down every mile of the way.
Yeah, I think that that time is going to come down. We will get a split probably in the next probably 10-15 minutes. We'll see, you know, with 100% certainty where everybody is at and whether that gap has come down. But I do believe it will be, you know, shrinking with every mile. But, you know, with race leader Grace Alexander, thankfully that was not her on the side of the road back at that aid station. Might have been just a, you know, an eager fan. Went for a ride out to support all the athletes.
And don't forget to check in on the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga age group race. You can see it there at the bottom of the screen. You can see with the age group female overalls right now, and you've also got the age group males as well.
Was that just a pass? We're gonna run off to a break here, but I think there's a lot of action happening right now in the women's race, and we are back with race leader Trevor Foley, but we're going to a break. Don't go away.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa. Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch
Okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Back with the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 in Chattanooga. We are with race leader Trevor Foley. He was monstering this bike. He was around 3 minutes down out of the water and just has stomped through to the lead. He is joined by 5 men. Anthony Costas is in there. Jackson Laundrie is in there. Also, Justin Rial and Nicholas Quinnett, we believe, is still in there too. So the 5 men riding together at the front of the race here. We see Matt Hansen has dropped down a little bit. He's now around 253 down. He'll be kicking himself that he wasn't able to, you know, ride with Jackson Laundrie and be in that front. But again, Matt Hansen, phenomenal runner. So, you know, certainly not out of this, and he could run his way up onto, you know, top 5 and possibly a podium. But it just depends on what these men at the front can do on the run. Still a little bit of biking left to go. They're in North Georgia here. They will cross back over to Tennessee as they finish this bike ride in downtown Chattanooga.
Yeah, don't forget they'll be going through Chickamauga as well at the end here, so they always love going through there as well. Trevor Foley's been really hammering today, putting the hammer down, and as you would expect. But I want to go back to a voice grab that always is sticking in the back of my mind. In Oceanside, Jackson Laundry said to me after the race, I asked him the question, I said, so how was it when Lionel and Sam Long caught up? And he said, mate, I had my tail dragging across the ground, but no way was I going to let him, get away from me. But he did say that it did take a lot of energy to stay up with that. But, Trevor Foley, sitting at the front there, Anthony Costas as well. So as we can see, the Costas, coming to the front of the race as well.
We're gonna have a little...
let's go look at our 3D map right now. We can see that some of our athletes have been tasked with wearing our tracker today, and that is a 5x5" by 2" little units, only 82 grams, and the 3D map engine works like a virtual drone, as you can see, taking viewers, through the terrain at the moment. There you can see Joey Hicks and Joe Terry, a couple of our Ironman XC athletes wearing the devices today, giving us a good look on just how it is out there on our 3D map today. As we can see him going through the course here in northern Georgia and also Tennessee, and you can see the terrain all lit up there. It's a really neat unit, and see if we can get great data back from it, and if so, we will test it out and get it onto our pro athletes coming up in the next few races. But it looks like it's tracking along just nicely right now, the 3D map right here.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to have on the pro field, because then you'd just be able to see, there's Trevor Foley, there's Matt Hansen, and sort of, get a gauge for, okay, on the road, how far apart are they? That just gives an interesting perspective, and hopefully we can get the technology into the pro field.
Exactly, but I also love seeing the terrain. I mean, that's incredible, because you can see the ups and the downs, the little rolling hills, and everything out there that, that we don't normally see behind a screen. And you could be sitting in Germany or Australia and, not know what the terrain's like in Chattanooga or northern Georgia. And over here, you can see it right there with the 3D map, just like a drone. Yeah. Overhead, virtual drone. So there you go.
Justin Rial on screen there. And again, the top 5 men have been riding together. Trevor Foley has tried many times to break up this group, but nobody is budging. Everybody's very stubborn, doesn't want anyone else to get that little cushion into transition. So nobody given an inch.
I was surprised to see Anthony Costas come back around the way that he did, because it's certainly been all Trevor Foley over the last 15 minutes or so, setting the very fast and furious pace up front. But early swim leader from South Africa is still in the group there, Nicholas Canet from South Africa. There's Jackson Laundry, Justin Rial, and also Anthony Costas, and Trevor Foley still in the lead of our men's race.
And don't forget, you should make a trip to New Zealand in March of 2025 to race the world's oldest Ironman outside of Kona, Hawaii. With a proud and rich history deeply rooted in its hometown of Taupo, the race itself showcases the best of New Zealand's special culture and natural beauty. You will be welcomed with open arms and will leave enriched with the locals' pure Kiwi spirit, as more than 2,000 volunteers and thousands of supporters line the streets to cheer you to the finish line. Tick this off your bucket list in 2025. Register now. And I can tell you from personal experience, I raced this one back in 2010. It is such a beautiful little town, Taupo is. And the crowds are pretty wild, pretty great.
That's all the locals come out, and we'll get back to that. But the race weather right now presented by Roka. It is getting warm out there. There's little wind to speak of. Humidity still in the mid 90%, so we know it's very, very humid out there. But getting back to Lake Taupo, it's in the middle of the North Island. Now, you can fly into Taupo, or you can just rent a car like I normally do and just go up from Auckland. It's about a 4-hour drive, but you can stop in the Canterbury region. It's a beautiful horse region where they train thoroughbreds up there. Rowing in New Zealand is very big. That's also where the rowing New Zealand is centred as well. But it's going to be a great 70.3 Ironman World Championship at the end of this year, December 14 and 15. Don't miss it, as we have now Justin Rial just getting out there and really accelerating away from Anthony Costas as he was taking in some nutrition through the aid station there. A right-hand turn coming back toward Tennessee as they make their way back into Ross's Landing. After they hit Ross's Landing, they'll be out onto the Hoka Run Course, 13.1 miles, 2.25 loops.
And we'll just recap the top 5 here. We got Trevor Foley, Anthony Costas in second, Justin Rial in third, Jackson Laundrie in fourth, Nicholas Cornett in fifth, and they're all riding together here in Chattanooga.
Emma Palin-Brown, Jackie Herring and Grace Alexander are really fighting it out there today. Grace Alexander comes back to the front, and now they are just about all set to have a real race. And we do. Our female pro division here is really heating up at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. Grace Alexander does not want to give up that lead one little bit.
No, and that's the second pack. So that 6 women are now riding together. That was Jackie Herring that Grace Alexander just passed. Grace Alexander's been sitting at the front all day, and the Jackie Herring, Bacharis group and Emma Palin-Brown group has caught up. So now the 6 of them are riding together. But Grace is like, no, I'm still happy to sit in the front. I'm gonna take the lead here and try to push on.
Yeah, you can see that Grace Alexander is all business today, but she's got the likes of the big runners in the field there. Sarah True, Emma Palin-Brown, and Jackie Herring, a great runner in her own right there. The lead 6 ladies have 2 minutes and 45 seconds on Alice Alberts. Melanie McQuaid still sits in 8th place. Danielle Lewis is still down in 9th place, and there is Mensch. That is your top 10 in our women's pro division. Now, if you look at our full gas bike course profile, now the athletes are on a descent. They will have one little climb back up into Chattanooga, and then it is all downhill to the finish line over the last 5 miles or so. So this beautiful bike course, the rolling hills, the challenging course that it is right in its glory at the moment.
So, Welshie, if you were, say, Emma Palin-Brown or Jackie Herring, I think the class runners of this field, do you just sit in now and wait for the run? You've bridged the gap. So
100%.
what's the...
Yeah.
What's the play?
There really is no need to, accelerate away from the field. I would just sit back in a safe position, make sure that the nutrition's there. It looks like Grace Alexander really does want to do the pacemaking. So too is Lisa Paqueras. Now, those 2 ladies have been the aggressors. Grace Alexander up front in the top 3 all morning long. And then it was Lisa Paqueras who had the Palin-Brown and Jackie Herring train also coming through. So now Lisa and Grace are the 2 ladies that have been, trying to do the pace setting, but Jackie Herring, she wants a part of this as well. Emma Palin-Brown is the smartest racer, and so too Sarah True.
Jackie Herring, one of the class runners, in my opinion, of this field, going to the front again and pushing. So Jackie does not need to do this. She doesn't need to be worried about the group that's 3 minutes down. She's racing these 6 women. But this just shows that she's feeling good. If she's going to the front and she's not hanging on, she said it before, she don't be a wuss, don't get dropped. She's an aggressor here today, and so that tells me that she's feeling pretty great.
I tell you what, Jackie Herring, she must be feeling very peppy today because, at 39 years of age, a mother of 2, she is really out here to have a good race. And the soundbite that we had a moment ago there, or actually about an hour ago, Marinda, she said, I don't want to be a wuss. I'm not going to sit back and just, watch it all happen in front of us. So let's get caught up to speed on the AG1 supplemental stats of the day right now. Let's go through it right here with Jackie Herring at 2:02 onto the bike. She's expected at about 25.5 miles an hour. So this is an incredible day for Jackie Herring, the mother of 2. She's having a good old day out there, Marinda, and must be feeling it because she's got the class runners in the field right behind her in the pack as well. Emma Palin-Brown being one of those. Jackie Herring herself is a great runner. Jodie Stimson, we don't know what Jodie's got on board today. Suffering a femoral stress fracture back there in March, and we don't know where that's at this time. Sarah True being one of the best runners in the field, and over the last 15 years Sarah has been an incredible triathlete. 4th place at the 2012 Olympic Games in London, also an Ironman champion, Ironman 70.3 champion, and Sarah has had a battle in races as well, so we'll just have to wait and see. But this race is going to be electric once it gets onto the run.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going back, because since Jackie Herring is on screen, she did mention that she had to do, a bit of volume. She raced St. George, finished third 2 weeks ago, but she then jumped straight back into training, some big mileage, because she does have some Ironman events coming up in her schedule. She is all in for the Ironman Pro Series, so she's going to, bank hopefully some good points here. She got some good points in St. George, and then she'll look to doing some Ironman races as well. But I'm excited for Jackie. She had a rough year last year, come off some illness early in the year, was kind of scratching her head at the end of the year, like, I don't know what's going on. Should I go back and do Ironman? Should I stay with the 70.3s? But honestly, this is Jackie Herring of 2022. She was racing, toe to toe with Paula Finlay, and some of the best women in our sport at this distance, and winning. So I'm loving seeing Jackie representing the mums out there, racing so well. She does all of her training by herself too. She races, lives in Wisconsin. Long, cold winters out there, and she can't travel because her kids are in school. So she just stays in there, toughs it out, rides the trainer a lot, which is just hard yakka. It's hard work, but
hard yakka.
Hard
Love
yakka.
that.
That's
There
an
you go,
Aussie
mate.
term.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
But it's just really cool to see her, getting back to her old self, and she stuck it out, right? Like, she had a rough year, and athletes go through these rough patches, and you could spiral, but she, kept her head. She's put the work in clearly, and now she's leading this race and feeling good, and it's looking good for her. Obviously, she has still a run to come, so we don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like she's looking really good today.
Well, as the athletes go through their hard yakka, their work, that's exactly what they're out there doing. They're going through Chickamauga, and we're going to go over there and talk with a little bit of shop now with Jodie Stimson. Take a listen.
It's been very interrupted. I was in great form. I'd actually trained with Danny in Arizona up until February, and everything was great then, and then I fractured my femur. So it's not been ideal. I've done probably the least amount of running I would like to into a race, but I'm healthy now, and swimming and biking's going well, so the run might be interesting, but I'm here to give it a good shot. I fractured my femur probably around 2 weeks before Oceanside, so I'm around 9 weeks. Oh, it's pain-free now, but it's probably been pain-free for 10 days.
10 days?
Yeah, so I've done a few full body weight runs on the treadmill, and one outdoor run, and I'll do my second outdoor run tomorrow, and my third one will be race day. Swimming and biking has been pretty interrupted, so I'm going to give it a good go. Go hard, and then, I don't know, we'll see what muscle memory I've got left on the run. And because the swim is downriver, it kind of takes out a little bit of my advantage, so it kind of brings in a lot of maybe the weaker swimmers. So it's a bit unknown, but it's a fantastic run field. You've got Danny, you've got Emma, you've got Jackie. I can't control them. I wish I could. But yeah, I've just got to do my thing. First time Chattanooga.
What do you think so far?
Oh, it was my longest drive I've ever done. It was 8 hours from Claremont, because I've been here with Sarah McCarthy and the Slappers team. So yeah, it's a proper team coming here. So yeah, I'm super excited to be here.
Well, we're super excited to have you there, Miss Stimson, and it's been great to follow along with your incredible career, but we really do hope that your femur is all fixed up with 10 days of pain-free training now. We just hope that everything goes well for you out there today.
Yeah, Jodie Stimson, a favourite among all the athletes, just such a lovely athlete, a hard worker, and just had some bad luck in her career with some injuries and so forth, but yeah, we'd love to see Jodie have a great race out there today.
Yep, out there today. We are coming toward the end of the bike course, especially for our men as we go through our top 5 women. There's Jodie Stimson and also Sarah True, Emma Pallant-Brown, Grace Alexander, Lisa Bacaris and Jackie Herring leading the way here in Chattanooga. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Team Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga continues late into the bike ride. You're watching Jodie Stimpson right here. She was in the lead group coming out of the swim. As a matter of fact, our leader out onto the bike course today, only to be caught just a moment ago by Jackie Herring, Lisa Becaris, and also Emma Palin-Brown. So riding along in the top six, we have Jackie Herring, Lisa Becaris, Grace Alexander, Emma Palin-Brown, Jodie Stimpson, and Sarah True. A great leading six athletes, followed by Danielle Lewis, Alice Alberts, Melanie McQuaid, and Matthews rounding out the top 10. And Marinda, we've got a great race in our women's division right now.
Absolutely, but the mover is Danielle Lewis at 1:59 down. She was around 3+ at the last split, so she's made some inroads to that lead as well. But Danielle Lewis can move on the run too, so that's dangerous for some of these top six women. If they're looking around thinking that's going to be the top six, there's going to be some heat coming from behind with Danielle Lewis. Alice Alberts too, around three or four down. Super fast runner. We haven't seen her race many 70.3s. She's won a couple of Ironman races last year and more just focused on the Ironman events. She started racing professional last year. Seems that she focused on Ironman, but it'll be interesting to see like what she can do over a 70.3 as well.
Justin Reel with only 4 miles to ride on the men's course right now. He is heading back in toward Chattanooga here. He's only 4 miles out. He's gone back into the state of Tennessee. They've spent most of the morning in northern Georgia in the very foggy mountains here today. They reached a good altitude there. They've been over 2,200 of elevation gain. They are on the downhill right now. Anthony Costas from France is in second place. Trevor Foley right up there as well. Jackson Laundry from Canada, and also our swim leader there today, Nicholas Canet from South Africa. He has a great swim today here in the Tennessee River as he approached the Ross's Landing in a 1:07 lead out of the water. As he approached the halfway part of the bike course, he was caught by this group here, and now it's been Justin Reel over the last 10 minutes has been the aggressor, trying to get a good lead on the rest of the field, so not really trusting in that run leg today, especially with the likes of Jackson Laundry. He is now in touch here, and Matt Hansen now falling out to about 3 minutes down on the men's race as well. So the couple of the runners there of note, right up there, Jackson Laundry, Matt Hansen a little bit further back, but Rial is putting himself in a great position. So too Trevor Foley.
Yeah, Trevor Foley, Jackson Laundry, probably the two athletes in the front there that have the best run history, and then obviously Matt Hansen's still 3 minutes back, but Justin Rial here really pushing the pace. It looks like, ever so slightly making a little gap. Jackson Laundry holding on, and as you said, he's like, there's no way you're going to ride away from me. I will basically go to the well to stay in this group. But Foley, 6 seconds back, Cornett down at 10 seconds back. So relatively intact is this top five. We have Justin Rial in first right now, Anthony Costas in second place, Jackson Laundry sitting in third, Trevor Foley in fourth, and Nicholas Canet in fifth.
In the closing miles of the bike course here, the 56 miles in the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga, we find that Justin Rial is just moments away from hopping off the bike and heading out onto the Hoka run course. Anthony Costas, coming off a great result, third place in the Ironman St. George just a few weeks back, is in fine form. Jackson Laundry had a great race in Oceanside in April, and he did mention that he wants to chase this series. Trevor Foley coming in now, not knowing where he is with his racing. He's been good in his training. He had a little injury just a little back, and now Canet just finding himself as a new pro out here on the circuit, finding out from the best that's out there at the moment how it's exactly done. Now the field here, the top five, is only blanketed by 10 seconds. So Marinda, we know that we're in for a great race with our top five, but what about the likes of Matty Hansen sitting back at, we know, just over 3 minutes from now?
Yeah, exactly. Matt Hansen could make quick work of this course, and he did finish in second place just 2 years ago in 2022. So, knows this course, has raced well on this course. He won't be happy to see the time deficit that far out, but honestly, he's such a phenomenal runner. He might, go out there and run a 110 or 109. But you saw the athletes cross a track right there. On this course, there are two sets of train tracks that they go over. The last set is about 1.5 miles before T2. The city of Chattanooga is steeped in rail history. From the early 1900s, the Chattanooga Choo-Choo became a symbol for innovation and power with its new steam engine. It looks like these guys are honoring that rail history today with this super fast bike ride.
Well, I think a steam train might be a better explanation by the look of it at the front of the race, because Jackie Herring on the women's side of things is riding like an absolute steam train, out of control. Lisa Becker is right in there in second. Grace Alexander, Emma Pallant-Brown, Jodie Stimson and Sarah True. Our top six women racers out on the course at the moment. They are inside of the last 10 miles to go right now, whereas the men only have a few miles to go. They are on the flat roads. The ladies are coming downhill, losing altitude every second of the way and building speed, just like the Chattanooga Choo-Choo heading back into Tennessee. Our ladies are. So the men just a very, very nervous moments away from jumping off the bike as Trevor Foley heads like a steam train into Chattanooga and overtaking race leader Justin Rial from the United States. Now Justin has to relinquish the lead. He has to slow down. Soft pedal, Justin. Don't go there. Easy does it. Get out of that drafting detection zone by Race Ranger today. Trevor Foley takes control of the men's race.
Trevor Foley back on the gas there, we like to say, but Justin Rial also been super aggressive. Justin's already done 2 races in the Pro Series this year. He raced in Oceanside and also in St. George, finishing, I believe, where is it, 9th in St. George and 8th in Oceanside. So 2 scores on the board there. He ran around a 121 in St. George, so not a super amazing run split from him there.
But on a super tough course.
But it is a super tough course. That day, though, Sam Long ran around 110.
So Sammy's been in the great form, of his life at the moment. He's right up there at the moment too in the points. But Sam enjoying a great year in 2024. All right, let's go back to the lead of the race right here in Tennessee, because here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga, we are almost done for our top 5 men on the bike course. They're inside of that last mile and a half right now. Justin Rial right up there. There is Trevor Foley leading the way. Anthony Costas in 3rd place. Jackson Laundry in 4th. And the South African leader out of the swim today, Nicholas Canet, very content to sit back there in 5th place and watch it all unfold in front of him. Now the big gaps are going out. Look at Matt Hansen now at 4:26. It was only 3 minutes a few moments ago. So this leading 5 athletes here have really put the pedal to the metal here in the final part of the cycling portion today. The Hoka run course is around the corner as we see our lead 5 coming downhill, and they will be sprinting into the transition area momentarily.
Yeah, this is the final stretch. They're back in Tennessee, obviously, but they only have a couple of miles left here, and they will be, pedal to the metal all the way to T2. quick transitions, and then they'll be out onto the run course. And this run course is so fun. You know, you run across, you know, the Memorial Bridge and then back again on the walking bridge. Really fun, spectator-friendly course. 2 laps, 2.25 laps, we should say. But yeah, it's just a really fun race to go and do, just because the crowd support is incredible. It's rolling too, so it's not like just a dead flat run, which, you know, breaks things up and makes it, you know, keeps it interesting for the athletes at least. But yeah, I really enjoyed racing this one. That was the last train track, so we're about 1.5 miles from these athletes getting off the finish off at T2.
Yeah, I want to go back to 2017, Marinda, when we were here for the World Championships, and what a great year that was. It was just absolutely lined. The streets were packed with spectators. It was a great year in 2017, and I'll always remember it for the fantastic racing. But people from all around the world were descending upon Tennessee and just, you know, really giving it kudos and just saying it was one of the greatest races that they have ever done, and it is one of our favourites. It's right up there, and the Ironman, which is going to be held in September this year. So for your opportunity, get signed up right now, Ironman.com. Just get on there and have a look at it. It is going to be this is a part of our race series here, the Pro Series. It is number 5 in our 20-race season here today, and it is going to come down to the run here for our leading 5 men, because right now they have a very decent lead. 2 minutes and 40 seconds over Such and Maddox from the USA. Lucy and Matt Hansen are down at 4 minutes and 25 seconds, so a good lead heading out onto the run course our top 5 will have today.
Yeah, that's a really handy lead, you know 2:38 to Such, but then, you know, 4:30 around, you know, to that trio of Maddox, Lucy and Hansen. Hansen, you know, won't be super stoked to see that much time, but again, you know, he is a very, very fast runner, so I think he probably could catch, you know, maybe 1 or 2 of them in. You know, it's a lot of time though, so it really will depend on what these men can produce out on the run course. There's the South African Nicholas Canet, our early leader. He led for around half, maybe a little more than half of the bike. Obviously was alone in the swim and just out there alone on the bike, but is hanging on with this group of 4, and they will come in to transition as a group of 5. And we'll go out into the run, and these early stages of the run are always very interesting to see, like, who looks springy, who looks strong, who looks confident. I like Jackson Laundrie and Trevor Foley, obviously a little bit of a question mark because he's only really been running for the last 5 weeks, so I think he's unsure of his fitness, but a class runner in this field.
I think that the weather's going to have a bit of something to say about the outcome of this race, because it is very hot, very humid out here this morning. It was 72.5 degrees in the water, so no wetsuits were worn. Obviously, there was speed suits out there, and as they made their way through the mountains, part of the bike course here today in northern Georgia, we knew that it was going to be very humid out there, but it's still in the mid 90%, and the fog was just laying over the top of those mountains there and just wouldn't go away. So you know it was pretty wet out there, and there was some issues with fogging up with the visors on the aero helmets out there today. So, you know, they're coming back into town now. The clouds have sort of come over a little bit more, so you know it's just really, really muggy there. Going through the transition area right now, or going into transition, Marinda, explain what's happening here with Canet.
You see Canet, he's taking his feet out of his pedals because he wants to be able to jump off that bike. And he'll leave his shoes attached to his pedals. So you see Justin Real there hopping off the bike, and also Anthony Costas. Smooth transition there. They'll need to dismount before that line. They have a dismount line. You must be off your bike before that. Then they'll run their bikes in, find their rack, stick their bike on the rack there, helmet off. You're not allowed to take your helmet or unclip your helmet until you've let go of your bike. We're looking here at the Wahoo bike element, the bike element. This might
we got the Wahoo Element Bolt here. Time, it is Justin Real from the United States with a time of 2 hours and 10 seconds. Marinda, that is fast.
Super fast, yeah. I mean, anytime it's 2 hours or just under, you know they are screaming on that bike. So very fast, and we saw Justin super aggressive all day today. Anthony Costas first out onto the run. That's Trevor Foley right there and Jackson Laundrie. Those are the two runners we were talking about earlier that we think will be the fastest out of these. But again, Anthony Costas finished third only 2 weeks ago in St. George. Justin Rial was around ninth back in St. George. But again, we'll see in the opening miles. I think it'll shake out. Probably 2 or 3 miles from here, we'll see who is feeling good and who has the run legs.
All right, the Hoka Run Course is with us right now here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and is 13.1 miles long, 21.1 kilometers, 2.25 loops, and the men have gone an average of 28 miles an hour on the bike course here today. It's around about the same time as Taylor Knibb did, winning the USA time trial, so well done to Taylor Knibb, our world champion at the Ironman 70.3. She's punched the ticket for Paris in the triathlon. Now she's punched the ticket for cycling individual time trial as well. We just wanted to give her a big shout out. Taylor Knibb, you are our hero. Congratulations. Now let's get caught up with the Hoka Run Course here, and it's Anthony Costas going out with Justin Rial making the early break. Very hot, very humid conditions. Be careful in the first couple of miles, Miranda, because that could be the telling story coming into the second loop.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to go out, it's too hot, but on the same note, you don't want to be quick and efficient. So these athletes, you will want to make sure they hit those aid stations, get that ice. I believe we're going to be up in the 80s by lunchtime today, but these athletes still sneaking in the early hours of the day on the East Coast, but. We already have Trevor Foley, I believe, there, sort of making inroads on the top two men. But they all look pretty great actually. And these opening, mile or so, they'll run sort of through this section.
Let's have a look at the Morton top 3 fastest transition times right now. The fastest goes out there to Nicholas Canet right now at a 1:08, and Anthony Costas a 1:10, and Justin Rial at a 1:13. So Canet right hot on the heels of our 2 leaders at the moment. But Costas, he was third place in Ironman St. George 70.3 just a few weeks back, riding a very big wave of confidence at the moment as he's taking it out and accelerating away from the rest of the field. There in second place is Justin Rial, and look at Nicholas Canet coming back into the fray. He was our early swim leader. The long loping legs of Canet there, the South African. He is a new pro, but look at this. He's just about to take the lead of the race from Costas. There he goes into second place from Rial right now. So there he is, Nicholas Canet, a name that you want to put in your back pocket because he may be something and someone that you will be looking to see in the future. The bright future of Canet is rising with us here in Chattanooga, and the top 5 are only separated by 5 seconds. There is Costas Rial, Canet in the lead, Jackson Laundrie and Trevor Foley out onto the Hoka Run Course. Look at the profile right now at the bottom of the screen there. Over our laps, we've got a couple of climbs coming up, one in about 200 meters, and then we have a couple of miles in between. A sharp uphill climb, a good descent back across the bridge. They will come and then start their second lap at 6.5 miles or 10.5 kilometers into it, and then they will repeat that lap a second time.
You see that they're on that hill now, that first hill out of transition. You can see in that Hoka Run Course profile. This little hill is a bit of a kicker. You come out of transition, you kind of get your legs, and then boom, you're hitting that hill. That's Matt Hansen hopping off the bike there. Was around 4:30 down at the last split, but we'll see what he has now. But again, Matt Hansen, a very fast runner. We'll be interested to see what he can do today.
4 minutes and 37 seconds down is Matt Hansen, so he will have a good shot at the podium, no doubt about it. He'll run a few minutes into the field here for sure. Colin Such just coming into the area as well at 3:01 down on our leader. There goes Matty Hansen putting those shoes on, and just like that, grabs the number and the sunglasses, and off he goes. Matty Hansen, he was second place the last time that the male pro race was here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and he's off onto the Hoka Run Course right now. Athletes in the lead of this race are hitting the hill, whereas Matty Hansen, he'll be for the next about 600 yards on the flats before he gets the chance to get uphill and make up time on the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt Hansen eagerly awaiting what he can do today. Again, he was second a couple of years ago, so he knows this course, loves this course, and he looks great as always. Does Matt Hansen. He has that long, loping run stride, but man, can this man move. 4:29, we'll watch that time possibly come down, but again, we have Jackson Laundry. I'm actually just hearing that Trevor Foley, this is only like he's only been running for 1 week. It's like his third or fourth run since that accident back in March. So yeah, awful crash in March, and it's taken him out of the early season racing. But thanks to Kyle Glass for sharing that information. He might be a little rusty, I would imagine. But Trevor Foley usually runs around a 110, so maybe he doesn't have that up his sleeve. He certainly wouldn't have the run training to do that. But I think you can't underestimate an athlete who is just so hungry to get out there and race. He hasn't raced for about 6 months, so we'll see.
Look at Hansen. He is built on guts, grit, determination as he builds his pace and getting after the leaders here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. We are now down 2 disciplines, the swim and the bike are done. The Hoka run course, what lies ahead before the finish line here in Chattanooga.
Sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you, so send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
So the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is really heating up. It is 95% humidity. It is muggy in the air. As a matter of fact, it's so thick you could cut it with a knife. And we can see now Canet on screen now with Justin Rial from the United States. And getting into the first mile of this race, Anthony Costas, Justin Rial, Canet is in there, Laundry's in there, Trevor Foley's right at 13 seconds. We have a race on our hands right now as now we make our way through the first couple of miles onto the Hoka run course.
Yeah, we're back with Justin Rial here. He was super aggressive on the bike all day long. He'll be looking to hang on with these men as long as possible. Not usually renowned for a super fast run, but, and any day he could put it together and we'll be, eating our words. But Justin Rial there on screen, he's probably in 4th or 5th right now. I think he might be in 5th. And then as we pan up, you'll see Trevor Foley right in front of him, Jackson Laundry, and I believe Costas and Quinnett. Nicholas Quinnett looked great coming out of transition.
Yeah, it looks very, very good for the new pro, and just getting into his stride as we can now see. Just heading out there, Trevor Foley right now. He's just working up that hill there. You can see that he's using his arms nicely. And they're so throwing those knees toward the target there. You can see that this is a slight uphill as they're making their way out into the first couple of miles of the run. You can see Canet right up there in the lead at the moment. Justin Rial is right up there. You can see that Jackson Laundry is going to be right here. Trevor Foley. This is a great top 5 there, Marinda. And then we've got to talk about, the guys like Such and Matty Hansen at 4:29. Right behind that was Lucy. But I would say that the top 7 there, your winner is coming out of that top 7 absolutely 100%. And I don't know if it's going to be Costas. He raced a couple of weeks ago, 70.3.
Yeah.
Real, he's coming on having good results. Canet, a new pro. So we've got a lot of great names right up here to talk about and a lot of great, interesting stories.
So Canet, Laundry, and Costas all raced 2 weeks ago in St. George. And that's our top three as it stands right now. We have Canet in first, Costas in second there, and Jackson Laundry. He had that mechanical in St. George. He had to hop off his bike and mess with his derailleur to try and keep it in the big gear, I guess. But yeah, unfortunate for him. He was super confident going into that race, but I think right now he's just focused on trying to, get up to that lead. And we have Trevor Foley right behind, only been running for a week, I'm being told. Was in hospital only 2 months ago after being hit by a car, unfortunately out on a training ride in, I believe, Tucson. So, yes, great to see him, in the lead, basically, in the lead 5, pushing the pace. And this is back with Matt Hansen again. He has that long loping stride, super efficient for him. He's just such a gutsy runner.
He's really, really pushing off those toes, overstriding here, Matty Hansen. He's got that big stride happening, pushing his way toward the front of that field. We had a chance to catch up with Matt Hansen. Here is a fighting chance with Matty Hansen.
There you are. Hi, Matt.
Hi.
How are we feeling coming into this one?
Yeah, doing well. Yeah, sitting third in the series. Hopefully we can put together a good day and have this be one of the ones that count by the end of the year. But ideally we score enough points to knock Oceanside off. It didn't have the best day there, so that's the hope, is to use this one and then hopefully either Boulder or 70.3 Worlds for the 2 70.3 scores. It's obviously half the points of a full, but it's going to make a difference when it comes down to the end of the year.
You're pretty familiar with this horse. You've raced this a few times.
I've been here a few times. Had a few good days here. Couple bad days. So I always want to hope that it's on the better side than not. But yeah, I really like the course. The downcurrent swim typically keeps the bike a little bit more together. So there's going to be a lot more tactics at play than a lot of the other 70.3s. It's a tough run. You wouldn't think it being next to the river, but there's definitely some hills and it's going to be hot and humid. So hopefully it comes down to a gritty run and my legs show up.
Prettiest run form in triathlon?
Depends on who you ask. I get a lot of critiques on it. A lot of people tell me how I can make it better and maybe run a little faster. When you can run 2:35 off the bike, you can critique my run form. Chattanooga is the home of QR, and obviously have a new toy to play with. It's kind of nice flying to a race without a bike and coming home with one, so that doesn't suck. And yeah, excited to have them here. Just having supportive partners here, just they can help take care of you a little bit. It just alleviates a little bit more of that pre-race stress.
Well, Matty Hansen is one of the fastest runners out there. Look, you can fold his running style as much as you like, but he set a 2:35 marathon and getting down there, he gets the job done. I said before, he's gutsy, he's determined, and he's gritty. He does get the job done, but he muscles it. He really works hard, and Rinny, he never leaves anything out on the course here. And I tell you what, today, Matty Hansen, just starting inside of that top 8, heading out onto the run. Look out, because Matty Hansen is on the chase. Canet leads in first place. Costas, Laundry and Foley. It's Real sitting back now, losing time at 31 seconds. But look out for Matty Hansen. He's on the chase.
Yeah, Matty Hansen's capacity for work is, second to none. I think you think of Sam Long when you think of an athlete who just works hard. And I know my husband, Tim O'Donnell, got to train a lot with Matt Hansen. And going into the World Champs, he's like, I just can't hang with him. And that was when Tim was second in the world at the World Championships. So Matt Hansen, just a workhorse, can just absorb so much and, just keep backing up.
Well, he's absorbing the concrete right now on this slight decline as Matty Hansen strides out. He's probably got one of the longest strides on tour right now, Matty Hansen. Look at the run course profile at the bottom of the course. We've already gone up one of those hills there, and just before the 5-mile zone there will be our next steep section. Then they go across the Veterans Memorial Bridge before heading back into Chattanooga itself. Now our women are just about set to come into the trend transition area. Now it's Emma Palin-Brown pushing toward the front of the race as she makes her way back toward Chattanooga. The women's coming off the bike. On the other side of the break, you're watching the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Here in Chattanooga, and this is the closing section of the bike course for these pro women. We are with race leader Emma Palin-Brown. She is joined by Lisa Pacharis, Jackie Herring, Jody Stimpson, and Grace Alexander and Sarah True. So it's a group of 6, but the athlete on the move is Danielle Lewis. She's now down at 1:15 back, and Danielle Lewis, she didn't run super great 2 weeks ago in St. George. But she has some run pedigree. She can, she ran in college, and I've seen her run, sub, 120 splits plenty of times. So Danielle Lewis definitely lurking not too far behind, and I believe that time will come down as we come into transition. That was just at the last time split at around 52 miles. So she is closing on these lead pack of 6.
I have a question for you, Rinny. We've got a little bit of salt build up on the pants there of Emma Palin-Brown coming off a flight from IRONMAN 70.3 Mallorca last week in the Spanish Islands there. So a long trip across the pond, as you were saying. How does she get herself ready for this race on a long flight, getting prepared for it and just recovering from a 70.3 race as well? And then also Emma Palin-Brown not being, the best racer in these conditions.
Yeah, I think Emma Palin-Brown, she knows she's not the best or most efficient athlete when the temperatures go up. So you see she has that, swimsuit on, and she has on the top just, those arm sleeves. She may take that off. I believe there's a zipper. She can pull those arm sleeves off so that she has her shoulders bare, and then you can dissipate more heat when you have, skin exposed there for the run. But Emma Palin-Brown, no stranger to backing up races, and she's an athlete that tends to just race a lot and be able to back up and handle that intensity, absorb it, go and race again. We're 1.5 miles from the finish there. That last railroad crossing, I believe, is about 1.5 miles. So Lisa Pacharis there coming into the lead. But, Emma Palin-Brown, again, probably the class runner in this field, just a phenomenally fast runner. But, again, the big X factor for Emma is the heat. We've seen her in races, going along fine, and then the heat just sort of gets the better of her. And so we're hoping today she can handle it. But Jackie Herring, I think, is looking fantastic. Very good runner too, and as we mentioned, has won here before. But Emma Palin-Brown will just need to be very vigilant at aid stations. Take on that ice, put it down the top, make sure she's not going out too fast or too hot, we like to say. And if she, because if she gets her body temperature up in that red zone, she just struggles to get it back down, and it sort of sometimes can be game over for her. And as we mentioned, 96, 95% humidity. It looks like the cloud cover's gone. So, the sun is beating down on them now, and I'm sure the temperatures are starting to rise into the mid-70s potentially. So, yeah, a warm race, and she'll need to make sure she keeps that body temperature in check.
So Lisa Becaris right now just coming in toward the transition area and just overtaking Emma Pallant-Brown to take over the overall number 1 spot here. She's getting after it for sure. Jackie Herring is in there as well as Jodie Stimson, one of our early swim leaders there. Now we can see Jackie Herring wants a part of this race. She races to the front of the course here, the mother of 2, the 39-year-old. An acceleration past Lisa Becaris, by far one of the most aggressive riders out there in our women's pro race today. So we've got our lead 6 women all coming in as a group here, just like we had a few of our men. We had 5 men coming in. We've got 6 women coming in. We're going to have a great race today. And outside of Danielle Lewis, I can't see anybody else being one of those runners that can take that much time out of our competition today. So our top 7 women are going to be separated by that of only about a minute or so when they head out onto the Hoka run course. Now, the 13.1 mile run course, 2.25 mile loops today, and 2.25 loops today here, as we can see that Jackie Herring is really bringing it home right now and has her sights set on the run. There's no bottles on the back there. The nutrition is in the belly. It's now being digested, and hopefully it'll turn into energy as she runs out on the run course here momentarily. But the women in our lead 6 today have been sensational. They've stayed out of trouble. The Race Ranger has helped them do that here today. So the draft detection system has really been working very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And these women are cycling super strong through here. We'll see in a moment what sort of bike split we're looking at. The men were around, 2 hours, a tick over there for the fastest men on the bikes. But we see Jackie Herring here reaching down. She's undoing her shoes, and you'll see she'll pedal with her feet on top of the shoes for the last little section here. She might have gone a little early on the shoe out, but it's just good to have them out of there now so that she knows, she can get back in the bars. Obviously, she can't pull up now because her feet are outside the shoe, but again, it's probably only, 20, 30 seconds that she's going to be riding like that before she comes to the dismount line. She'll slow down and throw her leg over, and it'll be a quick dismount.
Well, as you can see it on the side mirror, the lead moto there, nobody inside there to come around her at this point because you'd be getting inside of that drafting zone anyway. All right, so I did happen to notice she had a beautiful nail polish cover, just a little bit on the darker purple side. She needs to work on that. All right, not really. No. Okay, let's get back to our women's, and look at Lisa Becaris just coming right at the end. She did exactly what Anthony Costas did today to our men's leader, and look at Emma Pallant-Brown. She's gone right past Jackie Herring as well. There goes Jodie Stimson coming in there, and next to be coming in is Sarah True and also Grace Alexander coming in off the bike. So then we got our top 6 women just about to head out. Fastest bike of the day goes to Jackie Herring on the Wahoo Element Bolt. 2 hours, 17 minutes and 10 seconds for the 90 kilometres, 56 miles, and heading out onto the run course, our lead women go. There goes Pallant-Brown. Here is Jackie Herring. There is Jodie Stimson getting situated in transition area. Sarah
There's Danielle
True.
Lewis.
Wow, Danielle Lewis has come from nowhere, Marinda.
She was 3+ minutes back, 4 minutes out of the swim, I believe, and she has just been chipping away, and look at that. She's in transition with the top 6 women. That's Jackie Herring there putting her glasses on, about to run out. Grace Alexander throwing the shoes on. Sarah True having a nice sit down to put her shoes on. Yes, we have Emma Pallant-Brown running out, but Lisa Becaris, it looks like she's going to be out first. Awesome to see Lisa out there leading the way at the start of this this run section.
Well,
section,
Coach Lieto must be stoked with what he's seeing right now because Lisa Baqueras came in a hurry. She overtook our race leader, Jackie Herring, right at the dismount line. She took the bull by the horns in the transition, and look at this, out first and straight up onto the toes. Right-hand turn onto Ross's Landing. Out across the Riverfront Parkway right now, past the steamroller there, the steamboat, steamship. There we go.
Yeah,
we finally
get it.
got it. Yeah, the Chattanooga choo-choo, not quite. Anyway, yeah, toot-toot. Anyway, here she goes. Lisa Baqueras onto the Riverfront Parkway right now. She goes in the first mile of the run course. She's got a handy little lead here. Emma Pallant-Brown was running out in second place. There was Grace Alexander as well. Jackie Herring lost a few places in transition. So too did Jodie Stimpson. Sarah True up one. And Danielle Lewis coming from nowhere right into the back of the group there, coming off the bikes today. Top 7 women are off onto the run together here in Tennessee.
Yeah, and I love that for Danielle Lewis. The women are like nicely spaced out for her to sort of, pick off one at a time. Sarah True, a little bit of a slower transition for Sarah. She seemed like, not super fussed. But as we see here, Emma Pallant-Brown making quick work in the opening miles. You see Emma Pallant-Brown, and then that's also Jackie Herring in the pink behind. Emma Pallant-Brown now making the pass on Lisa Baqueras into the lead. And you see she took off that arm sleeve. So
yes.
Santini made her a nice kit that she basically has those shoulder sleeves. It is faster to have your shoulders covered up, so to have those sleeves on the bike. But knowing that she struggles with the heat enables her to be able to unzip it, pull it off, come out of transition in that swimsuit, which is obviously less coverage on her shoulders and keeps her a little bit cooler. So Emma Pallant-Brown looking really good in these opening miles. Jackie Herring also looking very strong. Lisa Baqueras looking great too, but again, last week in Mallorca, Emma Pallant-Brown ran around a 1:17 off the bike in Mallorca and took that victory there. So definitely a very strong biker. We had the cameraman just going over a bump there and losing the angle. But yeah, let's look at this beautiful run style of Emma Pallant-Brown.
Well, she wasted no time getting into the lead. It looked like Lisa Baqueras was running out very, very nicely until Emma Pallant-Brown got into the lead. And remember that Emma raced, just 7 days ago in Mallorca as she now goes up this little steep section on the run course. I love how she's dropping the chin there. I love how she's pointing the shoulders toward the target. You don't see that a lot, Marinda, anymore. And the upright running style is not going to work on hills, right? So you do point the shoulders forward. You drop the chin a little bit. Gravity is not going to allow you to do it any other way. So this is the perfect running style. Shorten up the stride just a little bit. Use those arms. The arm carriage, perfect. The knees are lining up just fine. The ankles are fine. Now, what we will be talking about over the next hour is nutrition with Emma Pallant-Brown here, because it is warm, it is hot, it is humid, and getting the calories in and digesting them in a way that the body can use that as energy is going to be what Emma Pallant-Brown needs to concentrate on.
Yeah, and just going back, we're Danielle Lewis now, but just going back for a second, talking about Emma Pallant-Brown on that hill, and Danielle Lewis will be the same. You see them sort of point their chin down a little bit, and their eyes go to the ground. And my coach always used to tell me, don't look at the top of the hill, look at the ground just, a few feet in front of you when you're holding up, because it sets your body position. When you pull your chin down a little bit, it makes you lean a little bit further forward, shorten up your stride, and get that turnover going. That's the most efficient and quickest way to get up the hills. And it's showcased beautifully here by both Danielle Lewis and Emma Pallant-Brown. But
take the handbrake off, lean forward up the hills, otherwise you will be running with the brakes on. You are watching the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. The action is just heating up on the Hoka run course.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
All right, the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together.
Race leader right now, Nicholas Canet from South Africa, really enjoying a great day. He was caught just over halfway on the bike course today by Jackson Laundry and also Anthony Costas. Trevor Foley was an early pace setter too, coming into the transition area. So too Justin Rial. And now this is a lead of 20 seconds over Jackson Laundry as he goes over the bridge. Now he'll be turning around and coming on the way back. Once he hits mile 5, he will have quite a steep little, sharp little hill up there, Marinda. You've done it before, and it can, take its toll on you, after you do it a second time. But look at that, very, very light wind there. We can see coming out of the south. You can see that the river is just in all of its glory right now. An absolutely beautiful day down here in Tennessee, but a hot one, a humid one, and a muggy one to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a little. Thankfully, there's a little bit of breeze. You see the flags waving a little bit. The athletes will enjoy that reprieve. But Nicholas Canet just putting together a brilliant day. Led from the start. Got caught, obviously, on the bike around 25 to 30 miles and hung in there with that pack of 5. But now he's striding away. And 2 weeks ago, he finished around 5th in St. George. He's looking to go a few better than that this weekend.
Well, we did catch up with him before on a fighting chance, and we know that he's a great swimmer. He got out there so aggressive this morning, and that was his tactic. Get away from him, get a little bit of, time up your sleeve. And, so Morton T2 times. Let's have a look at those right now because they were fast. Lisa Bacaris in the women's 110. Danielle Lewis, 114, finishing off another great bike ride. And Alice Alberts with a 114 as well. So Alice is still in the race as well. But getting back to Nicholas Canet right now, he was incredible in saying that I am a good swimmer, but I've been really honing in on my run over the last couple of weeks or so. So let's see that come to fruition today here. So let's get back to our women's race right now. Looking great.
Looking great is Danielle Lewis. And just looking at her bike split, we said Jackie Herring was around the fastest split in that first group, around 2:17, but Danielle Lewis was 2:15.58, so she was probably the fastest bike split of the day so far anyway. But Danielle Lewis looking fantastic here today, and this is her 4th race in the Ironman Pro Series. She did Oceanside, she did Texas, she's done St. George, and now here she is in Chattanooga. But Danielle Lewis leading the series right now, and she does not want to let go of that lead. You see Sarah True just behind her on the ground there, but that would make Danielle Lewis up into, I think, 5th place, because Jodie Stimpson was running with Sarah True, and as we mentioned, Jodie Stimpson, a phenomenal runner, but is coming off a running injury, and I think this is her 3rd run on the actual ground since her femoral stress fracture she sustained back around 9 weeks ago, I think she mentioned. But this is awesome racing from Danielle Lewis, and just she mentioned after this she's going to have a little bit of a training block, but this has been a pretty incredible string of races to put together, and this might be her best performance. We'll see. Still got a lot of running to go, but she's looking really great so far.
5 70.3s in 2023 with a best, a win in Oregon of the 70.3 Oregon there. She was 2nd place in 70.3 Chattanooga right here, and then also a 3rd place at the Ironman 70.3 St. George. So 3 podiums last year and a 5th and a 6th as well. This year already she's got a 5th place at Oceanside, also 9th place at Ironman Texas, and Ironman 70.3 St. George just a few weeks ago in 6th place. So yes, Marinda, you are right. So let's go along and take a listen to Danielle Lewis.
Dang, Danielle, back at it again with the Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. No?
No.
After every race we see you at, how you feeling? Post St. George?
I feel good. Yeah, no, things are still holding together. It feels like it's been like 8 weeks of racing, but I have to keep counting. It's been 4 weeks. Texas, a week later, St. George, a week off, and now Chattanooga. So it's only 4 weeks, 3 races in 4 weeks, but I swear it feels like 8 weeks. I'm not going into each one feeling like death.
It's funny because when we mention your name to the other ladies competing, they're always like, they kind of get like, dang,
Danielle's here again?
What is she doing?
She's racing again?
What can I say? I'd rather race than train. It's like I'm constantly like on the feet of people that have been on the podium at like world championships, and I'd rather race competitive fields than not, because it just pulls more out of you as an athlete, and that's what you want.
You're ranked first right now in points, so coming to Chattanooga is just kind of to solidify points and work towards the next race, or why? I guess a lot of people would be asking, why are you doing back-to-back races?
Historically, I've done back-to-back races this time of year, and historically they've gone relatively well. Last year I did a series of racing and had a few podiums in that, and actually if you look last year based on what I did at this time of year, and then you look at like where I would have been ranked in the Pro Series, if Pro Series happened last year, I would have been like 4th. Now that's simply just a byproduct because I picked the right races, right? As far as like how many points that I have, I'm not in as solid of a position as I would like. I was thinking that Texas and St. George would have gone better. I had issues on the run in both of those. With Chattanooga, I mean, I've raced well here in the past. I like this race. This will be the last one of this block of racing, so I have some time to recover after this. If I have a solid and complete race without issue, knock on wood, right, it should keep me in a very solid position for a few more months, I'd think, going into the championship season. I will have pressure to perform on the back half of the year, but I also don't think it's going to be like a crazy amount of pressure. I think it's going to be the just right amount of pressure, which is healthy. Yeah. Actually, they're very clean today. It's safe. Today, safe. Sunday, not safe.
That's awesome to hear from Danielle Lewis, and you are right. Sunday, race day, never safe in a portaloo. You don't want to spend much time in those things, if any, especially while you're racing. But yeah, Danielle Lewis looking like this might be the race that she can put it all together. She said she had some issues in Texas. I thought she would race a lot better there, finishing around 9th. And then St. George didn't quite. I mean, she raced well, very well in St. George, but I thought she would do a little better. We'll recap the top 5. We got Emma Pallant-Brown currently in first place. Jackie Herring sitting in second, 24 seconds back. Danielle Lewis moved up to third place right now. Sarah True in fourth, and Grace Alexander in fifth at 1:16.
Yeah, Jodie Stimpson having a... Jodie Stimpson also in sixth place there. Beckeris is just falling back a little bit now, 132, as you would imagine, after that very, very strong bike today. But Emma Pallant-Brown, she is really streaking ahead of the field at the moment. Let's hope that she stays on that nutrition plan there today. Jackie Herring showing us that she is one of the best runners in the sport. But look at Danielle Lewis. There's no hurried, motion in that body whatsoever. And here's Emma Pallant-Brown doing what Emma Pallant-Brown does best, and that is setting the pace at the front. Look at this. She's an incredible runner. Loves to do running races during the year as well, Marinda. She was back in South Africa where she ran a cross-country race. She ran a half-marathon race. She wins them as well. So one of the, great races, a world-class runner in her own right.
Yeah, Tim Don coaches Emma Pallant-Brown there, and she does do a lot of racing and throws in some, running races because she's that good at running. She can compete with the runners too. But here we are with Matt Hansen in the men's race. We'll have to see where he's at, but he's definitely, I can tell you without even looking, he's making inroads on the front men, but he is a long way back. He's around 3:20 and 6th position at the last split. So, making inroads, I think he could certainly move up into the top 5. Whether he'll be able to move beyond that, Trevor Foley is around 130 back. So 2 minutes ahead of Matt Hansen at the 9K mark. So still got a lot of work to do, but Matt Hansen always lays it all out there on race day, and great to see him gritting it out. Another phenomenal performance. We're never surprised to see him with the fastest run split of the day.
Yeah, so recapping the top 5 in our men's race right now. Nicholas Canet is leading at 3:04.12 into the race. Jackson Laundrie in second. Anthony Costas from France is in third place. Trevor Foley has now fallen into fourth place at 1:32. And in fifth place right now is Justin Rial from the United States at 1:07.
We're still here, and that's Justin Real. Matt Hansen is just about to run up onto Justin Real here, and that will put him into
the top five.
Yes, so the top 5. And again, Matt Hansen ran around a 110 in Oceanside, so we know he is, he can run super fast. Quinnett ran around a 116 in St. George. Again, that was a harder course. And
just before
Jackson
this pass happens, I just want you
130.
to see something. Look at where Real's feet are tapping out at about the height of the back of his knees. Look at Matty Hansen. The back of his shoes are almost touching his gluteal muscles right up there. That's how hard he's pushing. He taps Real there and just says, good luck, buddy. Have a great race. And just like that, he's got 15 metres on him already. Matty Hansen is lighting this race up on the Hoka Run course here in Chattanooga. And I can tell you right now, when you look at the course profile, you know he's on the flats. He's making up time, but he's going to make up giant amounts of time when he hits those hills, and look at that stride.
Yeah, so at around halfway through, Matt had made around 90 seconds up on the lead. So, still 3 minutes. He'd need like 3 laps, I think, possibly to catch Nicholas Quinnett if they all stay at the same paces that they are right now. But, still, Foley is in jeopardy of being passed. And again, Trevor Foley only done a couple of runs with his injuries from the crash. We usually see Trevor Foley running around a 110, like sort of Matt Hansen pace. But Hansen, yeah, definitely moving through the field. And but I just don't know if he'll have, enough to get onto that podium. But now that I say that, he possibly could make it.
I'm going to put some money on that one there, Renee. I'm going podium.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm going podium. All right, Quinnett, he's leading the race right now. He's got a 35-second lead over Jackson Laundry. I got Matty Hansen in 5th. He's already up a couple of positions. I say he goes up a couple more. He's already made up 1 minute and 29 seconds over the first part of the race here before. We've seen this done before. Matty Hansen is on a tear right now. He did Ironman Texas just a few weeks ago, and he's going to get a great amount of points again today.
And if you like hot races, what about Ironman Malaysia? Located in the island of Langkawi within a cluster of beautiful tropical islands, 2024 Ironman Malaysia on October 12th will take athletes on a unique cultural journey through tropical rainforests, mangrove clusters, and traditional villages before the most unforgettable finish on stunning Penang Beach. Try something new. Register for Ironman Malaysia today.
It's been a great stalwart in the Ironman program as well, Malaysia. It's been out there for so long, Langkawi. It's a race a lot like Chattanooga, very hot, very, very, very humid as well. But the lifestyle and the entertainment, the experience they get in Langkawi, and my favourite part is the cuisine. It's very, very nice. Very close to Indonesian food as well. Emma Pallant-Brown, however, she is running adjacent to the Tennessee River, and the current is with her, I can tell you right now, because she is setting it alight. 33 seconds in the lead now from Jackie Herring. Now Danielle Lewis comes inside of the minute. There's Sarah True going out there at 1:11. Grace Alexander falling back 2 minutes. And Jodie Stimpson is now in 6th place. Becaris now moves out of the top 6 just after 2 minutes and 20 seconds down.
Yeah, we're back with race leader Emma Pallant-Brown. And again, we just saw the Roka weather. It's 71 degrees, so nothing too crazy yet. I mean, 71 with 86% humidity, still hot. I mean, the athletes are definitely feeling hot under the collar, we like to say, but it's not, creeping up into the 80s just yet. So keeping a little cooler. And, this cloud, this, coverage from the trees and so forth, the shade that the athletes are running through will be very welcome too. So Emma Pallant looking, really great right now.
Okay, it is time to check in with the VinFast Performance Analysis, brought to you by VinFast. Emma Pallant-Brown, 3 hours, 20 minutes and 13 seconds into it's going to be a 3:26 kilometre pace. Very, very good pacing right now. You know that the men are clocking it down at about 3:12s at this point in time. But Emma Pallant-Brown, 3:12.13 into it. She'll be clocked at a 3:26 average pace. That is brought to you by VinFast, the VinFast Performance Analysis.
And we are on the flat section of the course. Emma Pallant-Brown will come to a little bit of a wall. And that's what it feels like when you sort of look up and you're like, really? I got to go up this little section? It's hard. And when you hit those walls, it's really hard to keep your momentum and like your focus. But again, relax the shoulders, look down at the ground, and just, keep that turnover up. But Pallant-Brown, probably another mile or so out before she'll hit that. We're back with Trevor Foley here. Definitely feeling the, effects of not having that run volume underneath. We're used to seeing Trevor Foley just blowing the field away on the run, but he's losing a little ground on the top guys, but he's still running very well, all things considered. But just all around great, just great to see him back racing after that accident.
Yeah, I like the style, that he's, putting forward right now. It's a style of consistency. There's nothing, he's not right up on the toes or anything, as we saw a couple of weeks ago in Texas. But Nicholas Canet continues to lead 40 seconds in front of Jackson Laundrie. Third place is Anthony Costas. He's at 1:27. Trevor's in fourth place here, as you can see, just hitting those timing mats at 1:35. So he's only 7 seconds out of third place right now for the podium. But the big mover in the field is Matty Hansen. He's coming up, into the top 5 here momentarily, and then he will be having his sights set on Trevor Foley. Trevor looks around. He knows that Matty Hansen is coming, and just back there, he knows that the pressure's going to be applied. You're watching the Qatar Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga, the men's race, heading toward the finish line. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes good?
I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
With
Trevor Foley here, just inside of the top 5 as we head out onto the second lap of 2.25 laps here in Tennessee. We spent most of the morning in northern Georgia on the bike course here, but we are back at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga, the 5th race of the Ironman Pro Series in 2024. Lots of money on offer and 2,500 very important points on offer here today as Trevor Foley sets his side on what's ahead here today as he sits in 4th place, just overtaking one of our athletes on the first lap here today. Trevor Foley sitting in 4th place, but Matty Hansen is lurking.
Matty Hansen, and speaking of points, if Matty Hansen is within 2.5 minutes of the lead, we believe he will move into the lead of the point series. So Matt Hansen racing here, trying to, he said earlier he wanted to eliminate that results in Oceanside. He didn't have a very great day down there, so he wants to sort of replace that point score with Chattanooga. And as we mentioned, 3 Ironman distance races will count and 2 70.3 distances. So you want to get max points in the 70.3s, And I believe he'll do 3 Ironman races, and those ones are worth 5,000 points each.
Yeah, exactly. And we know that Matty Hansen likes to race a lot. He's now thrusting himself toward the front of the race here. He's got his eyes set on Trevor Foley. He'll tick them off one by one. Then it'll be Anthony Costas. Will he have enough time to catch up to Jackson Laundry? It will be close, but I don't think so today. The Mortal Hydration Optimized results. Let's take a look at those right now here. Matty Hansen, 3:19.28 at a 3:17 kilometre pace here. Average just a little bit faster than Emma Pallant-Brown out there today. So, Matty Hansen for the Mortal Hydration Optimized results on the run at 3:19.28 at a 3:17 average pace on a hilly course here in Tennessee. As we see Matty Hansen just here in 5th place, he is now making his way toward the front of the race here. Can he make the podium? My guess is yes, he possibly will. Will he win the race? I doubt it. Canet today is showing us that he's a new kid on the block. He is a new pro. 2 weeks ago he did get second place in St. George down there in southern Utah. And today, announcing to the rest of the pro triathlon world, there is a new kid on the block.
Yeah, 27 years young. He did race ITU for South Africa, but now switched over just last year to 70.3 distance. But awesome to see, him making the steps, right? Like, seeing him lead a race here, and he's a phenomenal swimmer. He was on the bike in the lead for such a long time, but then got off the bike and was like, you know what, guys, I'm not renowned for my running, but let's just see what I got today. And what he has is something special, and that's awesome to see. But we have Anthony Costas here on screen. Trevor Foley's lurking just behind him, but then Matt Hansen. Yeah, is he going to run out of real estate? I mean, Matt Hansen, if he gets a sniff of these two men, I think it's that third position is up for grabs here. There's a very tight race here between Anthony Costas, Trevor Foley, and Matt Hansen for 3rd place.
Here we go with Anthony Costa still running along nicely here today. The pace has slowed down just a little bit, but as you can see going through this wooded area, you said it before, Marinda, it is nice to come through this wooded area here with a little bit of respite against the sun and the humidity. It feels nice going through the wooded area, just a few degrees on the cooler side. The aid station's very, very important.
And this little section here, you just saw Jackson Laundry coming back. So this is a really nice little out and back that the athletes will get a good look at their competition. And so this little section here, we'll see Trevor Foley will get a good look at. I mean, obviously you can see the back of him sitting, 5-6 seconds behind. But Matt Hansen, when he gets to have a little peek of these boys, that's where I think it might be a bit of a game changer. See Trevor Foley right there, basically, within meters of Anthony Costas right now. And Anthony looks like he's just fatiguing a little bit. Again, Trevor Foley, it just shows what a class runner he is. He really, I've just found out there's Hansen. Hansen is moving, guys. This is going to be a race for the ages. But Trevor Foley only been running for the last week after his accident. So for him to be able to run this well, in this field, and he hasn't put his run volume in yet, just simply incredible. But I think we're in for some changes for third position anyway.
Yeah, with just over 4 miles to run in the men's race, Nicholas Canet from South Africa is in the lead. He's got 42 seconds up on Jackson Laundry. Anthony Costas and Trevor Foley have someone on their tail that they're not really interested in seeing, but it's probably going to happen. That is Matty Hansen. He's sitting at 2:05 down now, so he's taken out another 20 seconds over the last 2 kilometres. Matty Hansen is on the chase. He's only 2:05 down from the lead right now. Can he make the podium? Possibly. Can he win the race? Maybe not.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
70.3 here in Chattanooga, and we have Sarah True on screen here. Danielle Lewis was rolling through the field there, but Sarah True's like, hey, not so fast. I'm going to build into this run, and Sarah True just up that wall of a hill we saw earlier at around 5 miles, a little over 5 miles, sorry. The athletes had hit this little uphill section. Sarah True just managed that hill section really well, and it looks like Sarah's just getting her run legs now. So Danielle Lewis certainly not going to, give up anything here, but you'll see Sarah True, she'll make this turn here and come out onto the bridge, but Danielle Lewis hot on her heels. This is a tight race here of 33 seconds. Emma Pella-Brown leading 33 seconds to Jackie Heron. Again, this is the last split. We'll get another one here momentarily. Then Danielle Lewis and Sarah True. Obviously, Sarah True now in third place on course. But this is a super tight race. All within, 60, 70 seconds is the top four. So Emma Pella-Brown by no means has this one sewn up in the bank. But a lot of movement happening, and Sarah True really starting to look great as she, hits those hills.
Yeah, the ladies approaching the 5.5 mile mark right now here in the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga as our men's are heading off toward that finish line right now. We looked just a moment ago at Sarah True, very smart racer, and we had Danielle Lewis who was, cycling her brains off today. She had such a great bike ride. She headed out onto the run, going right up there into the top three in the early part of it. But we go back now to Emma Pella-Brown on the descent off the bridge right now. You can see that she's striding out. What a beautiful runner she is. She's got that nice little cooling system up on the forehead there. The arm carriage is perfect. The knee drive is incredible. Look at those ankles. Look at that. The biomechanics of this young lady is perfect, Mirinda. Please let me know what you think.
Oh, no, I mean, she's just a class runner, come from a run background and just, blows away the field on the runs. So 1:17 last weekend in Mallorca. Just got to back it up this weekend, probably with a similar time. But we're back with Matt Hansen, and look at this. He has Trevor Foley and Anthony Costas just up there, and that's for third place. So that's third, fourth, and fifth places on screen right now. Matt Hansen's licking his chops. He's like, yep, see you later, boys.
Another podium for Matty Hansen.
Collect another podium. So, yeah, Matt Hansen didn't have the bike we know he's capable of, so sort of fell off a little bit, went over around 4:30 down off the bike. So, a sizable deficit, but he's made quick work of that. And, they are making their way back now. They're around probably 15, 16 kilometers in. So still around 5K left to go, about 3 miles. But Matt Hansen rolling up onto the podium.
Yeah, it looks like Matty Hansen's going to fall around about 45 to 50 seconds short, maybe, of the win today. So maybe he may have a chance of having a look at Jackson Laundry at the end of the race when they get up onto one of the final bridge crossings back into Chattanooga, and they'll finish off with another quarter of a lap there. So Matty Hansen goes into fourth place. Now he's got a good look at Anthony Costas up there from France in third place. That will be another podium spot for Matt Hansen. And look at him getting up onto those toes right now. He's really throwing everything he has toward it, and Matty Hansen is going to overtake Patrick Langer by the end of the day and go into the number one spot in the Pro Series rankings. So this is going to be another great day by Matty Hansen, coming off on the back of Ironman Texas just a few weeks ago. Recovered and ready to go again is Matty Hansen. But let's get caught up now. Jackson Laundry now taking a look over his shoulder. He's feeling it. The fishing line, it's not in the Tennessee River, it's on the back jersey of Laundry, and it's Matty Hansen. He's reeling him in. Is he going to hang him out to dry? That's a bad joke. Jackson Laundry? I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
She's fired up. He just had a little bit of caffeine, and he's on it. It was good to see Jackson Laundry there. He's running great, honestly. and holding that second position. But Matt Hansen, will he have enough time to catch up to Jackson Laundry? I don't know. Still a little bit of running to go. But if Matt Hansen gets a little glimpse of him, then I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, well, look at Matty Hansen. I mean, the stride length is still there. It is certainly slow just a little bit if you're nitpicking like I am doing right now, but he's still running great. He's running much faster than everybody else in our professional division at this point of time. Now, Jackson Laundry is scared. He's running scared. He was looking around a little bit before. Matty Hansen knows what he's got to do and the job ahead. Look, at the end of the day, he's going to go into the #1 position in the Pro Series rankings. He's going to have a little bit of a break after this. Why wouldn't you give it everything? If the nutrition is on today for Matt Hansen, he can give it everything that he's got inside of this last 3 miles. It's going to be very interesting to see if he can move up into that second place here today. But what an incredible run that Matty Hansen's having again. And not to be, out of this loop here, look, I want to just say something about Nicholas Canet too, because we're not seeing him on video or on the screen right now, but Nicholas Canet is having the race of his life.
He absolutely is having the race of his life, yeah. Fifth 2 weeks ago in St. George, and a kind of a new name for us, or a newcomer to the 70.3 or middle distance racing. And again, he used to race ITU for South Africa. But yeah, today, here he is on screen now, Nicholas Canet. Took the bull by the horns. He was aggressive in that swim, led out of the water, hopped on the bike, super aggressive on the bike, but was swallowed up by that group of 4 or 5 men on the bike. Sat on the back of that group, came in, and we sort of thought, yeah, maybe he could be top 3, top 5. But then he went out on that run and just looked fantastic from the get-go, and he's holding on. You can see he's slowing a little bit now, but this is the closing miles of the race, and he is still in the lead. So, yes, Jackson Laundry. You never like to see an athlete look behind like that. Like, am I still clear? I'm hurting.
Well, especially in the lead, at the end of a race like this, he was going up a slight incline just a moment ago. So, and having a look over the shoulder, is the nutrition running out? Is he going to have enough in the tank? He's not wearing a hat out there. It is very, very hot. Let's recap right now. In first place in our men's race, Nicholas Canet from South Africa leads Jackson Laundry. Anthony Costas and Trevor Foley have been caught by Matty Hansen. So Matt Hansen in third place, Costin in fourth, and Trevor Foley in fifth place. Canet struggling up the hill here. This will be the last time that he will see a hill on this course as he makes his way to the last bridge crossing back into Chattanooga itself. He'll come underneath the bridge there. He'll do a 180-degree turn and then head on down to that finish line. But this is a significant climb on the last part, the second lap. We knew that the second lap around would be a telling story to this. He is slowing considerably.
Yes.
Here goes the water over the head with 2 miles to go. Canet is now feeling the pinch. Now he's just got to get all the Morton gels in. He's got to get that mortal hydration system right down into the belly and keep it going. Canet is now slowing. Will it be Laundry that catches up first, or does Matty Hansen have the opportunity now to strike?
Yeah, you can see that finish line cannot come soon enough for Nicholas Canet. You can see he's labouring there. But Matt Hansen is just about to come into that aid station as well. But we still have, so there is not much separating these top 3 men.
2 miles to go.
2 miles to go. So that's probably going to be 30 to 45 seconds at my count between Matt Hansen to the front. Look at Matt Hansen go. Look at that stride. He is not showing any weakness.
This is unbelievable.
He sniffs the lead and he's accelerating. This is phenomenal. This is textbook Matt Hansen, though. This is what we've seen time and time again. I'm getting goosebumps just watching this man go about his craft.
4 minutes, 29 seconds off the bike, and look at this. This is Matt Hansen now. He's not even struggling one bit. He has now got a sniff of victory. He knows what's ahead of him. What's ahead of him is a Canadian and a South African. It's not going to be the Commonwealth that wins the race today. Will it be the USA? Look at the pace that Matty Hansen is throwing down right now. He's throwing everything that he has against the wind today. The arms are flowing out front. The stride length is accelerating and getting longer once again. He's She's giving it everything today. Sarah True, on the other hand, in our women's race right up here, she is now sitting in the top 3 of the race today. Emma Pallant-Brown is leading by 53 seconds and accelerating away from Jackie Herring, and Sarah True sitting in 3rd place. So what a great race from the 42-year-old from New Hampshire.
Yeah, Sarah True just getting her legs under, and she looks fantastic. This is her first race of the year. Sarah True chose to open it up here in Chattanooga. I'm sure she's got a lot up her sleeve, or a lot of races on the calendar, I should say. But Sarah True, 42 years young, little guy at home, doing it for the mums as well. So awesome to see Sarah True racing so well here in Chattanooga. Sitting in 3rd place right now. Danielle Lewis back in 4th. And we're going to go and have a look at the performance analysis tracker from VinFast. And Emma Pallant-Brown at that last split was sitting around 3:40 minute per kilometre. So, yeah, she's moving. I mean, that's a fast run. I think we're going to see around a 1:18-ish run, maybe even quicker from Emma Pallant-Brown. But, still a fair amount of running left. They're halfway, almost coming up to halfway, for the women. So still a long way to go on that run, and things can change as the temperature comes up and nutrition becomes more of a factor. But we are back with race leader Nicholas Kinnett, and he is looking better now. He's really striding out. He's got to cross over this bridge here, and then he will make a turn into the finish area. You see him zipping up his kit right now. Make sure everybody can see his sponsors and remember that name, Nicholas Kinnett.
And legally, you have to come across that finish line as well with your zipper up. So we can see the Kinnett now. He's got that nutrition in, looking a little bit better than what he did just a moment ago when he was heading up that hill. But Maddie Hansen, just like that, we are on cue. And Maddie Hansen not only overtakes Jackson Laundry in the 2nd place, but now takes the lead in the race here. Maddie Hansen has gone from 4 minutes and 29 seconds down off the bike course. He has really rocketed his way through the run course here today, taking all prisoners. Maddie Hansen from Texas is really getting after it today. He will solidify himself as the #1 seeded and ranked athlete in the Ironman Pro Series for 2024, and he is really getting after that series here today. And I tell you what, he's announcing to the rest of the world that you're going to have to be more consistent than what I am, because you're going to have to come and catch me now. Maddie Hansen on a tear, and here comes Jackson Laundry, not to be outdone by the young Nicholas Kinnett from South Africa. The Canadian is about to overtake South Africa, go into 2nd place. The Commonwealth will be #2 and #3 today, and Anthony Costa's just falling back a little bit from France. So there goes 2 into 3 and 3 into 2. Jackson Laundry seizes 2nd place from Nicholas Kinnett, and Kinnett trying to put up a fight.
Yeah, Kinnett trying to put up a fight, but you could see on his face the last sort of 5K, just like, I'm running out. Like, where is this finish line? He was running so beautifully at the start, and then you could see just, and that happens sometimes as you step up distances. Like, he's used to running ITUs, used to hitting that 10K really hard. It takes a little bit of time to have that strength, endurance to be able to hold that pace for, a half marathon off, a very strong, hard bike ride. But, Matt Hansen and Jackson Laundry, that race is not over yet. 10 seconds separating Matt and Jackson. And obviously Matt came through past Jackson Laundry. So Matt Hansen just accelerating through to the finish line here. But this man, honestly, it's just a treat to be able to watch him do what he does. He's a new dad too. He had a little girl in March, and so I know he's got her on his mind right now, and doing it for the dads as well.
Go Dads. It's going to be Father's Day coming up here in a couple of weeks' time as well. So congrats to Maddie Hansen for another great race here again today here this time in Chattanooga, as we get a beautiful overhead look at the last part. 2nd place in the 22 Ironman Arizona. He was also 1st place in Ironman Des Moines last year. 2 years ago, and then also in 22. It was a great year in Chattanooga in 22 for Maddie Hansen. Look at Kinnett right now. He's really really struggling, just pulling off to the side here.
Trying to find some shade.
Yeah, trying to find some shade. He must be overheating a lot here.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's going to have a sit down. He is exhausted. This is Canet. This is what can happen when all the juices are gone, when all the tank is emptied. He's now not in a good way. He's going to have to find the nutrition. He's running up on the sidewalk there to get the shade as we look at what happens in an Ironman 70.3 race today. Just having a little bit of a lie down here at the moment. Yeah, Canet is really fatigued at the moment.
Yeah, he is out, and you hate to see that so close to the finish too, and you could just see it in the last sort of 5K. He was just slowing and just trying to hold it together, and then, you know, the heat can just get to you, and we've seen this before in Chattanooga. I've seen other athletes. I remember Andre Lopez. This happened to him. He just, you know, was running along the bridge, and then all of a sudden that body temperature, the red light was on, and it was just like game over. He just passed out. So hopefully they can get some medical attention down to Nicholas Canet really quick now, because he definitely, you know, all the red lights are flashing. Yeah, we don't like to see that happen to anyone. But no such trouble here from the man, Matt Hansen, accelerating back across the Wall Street Bridge. Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Bossy?
we're going across the Walnut Street Bridge here at the moment. So we just got this last bridge crossing. As we can see, it's going to be a flat to downhill finish for Matty Hansen. He's done it well again today. He always comes from behind there, and Matty Hansen is going to do it one more time as he checks his heart rate just that last time there before he gets up onto the middle of the bridge. Then every step from then is going to be downhill to the finish line, and you know that Matty Hansen is going to finish it off well, and he's not letting up, because every second matters here at the Pro Series. Every second that ticks off the clock equals a point. He's going to get that very important 2,500 points. Then the clock starts. It'll be 1 second. It'll be 2 seconds. That'll be 1 point. That'll be 2 points, all the way down to where you finish in the end of the race there today. So Matty Hansen not giving up one little bit, taking to the athletes. He wants to make sure maximum amount of points is going to be going his way today, and then it will benefit him. He won't benefit any of the other athletes. The pace will have to be on right to the finish line. Matty Hansen looking to the right down there at Ross's Landing. Well, Matt, that's the finish line. Finish it off.
Yeah, absolutely. So awesome to see Matt Hansen just flying through. And Trevor Foldy now also on the same bridge. So the top three guys on that bridge now. And Trevor Foldy will move up, obviously, into second place with Nick Canet pulling out of the race just with probably only a mile to go. Yeah, he'll learn a lot from this race, will Nicholas Canet. You know, knowing that he has what it takes, but maybe... you know, working a little bit more on pacing the run a little bit better maybe, or maybe it's a nutritional issue that he'll have to move forward with. Nonetheless, I think you learn more from your failures than you do from your successes, so he will go away from this knowing he has what it takes to compete with the best in the sport, but knowing that he does need to make some tweaks to be able to make it to that finish line in one piece.
Yeah, well said, Marinda. Exactly. You learn from your mistakes, not from all the positive performances out there. You need to do that and, you know, go back and be better next time. Matty Hansen, does it look like he's changed his run stride there one little bit since about an hour and 10 minutes ago? Not one little bit.
Not one bit. I mean, and you saw him accelerate. You saw him accelerate when he was coming up on Nicholas Canet and passing Jackson Laundry there, and you didn't think he could accelerate. He's already running, you know, probably, you know, 5-minute miles or something crazy like that at that point. But yeah, Matt Hansen just doing what Matt Hansen does best, and that's just running the house down. And here he comes. He's still checking his watch. He wants to see what sort of run split he can clock. I'm going to say it's going to be around a 1:10. What do you reckon, Welshie?
It's going to be fast, and I don't think that at the end of the day he really cares what it is. I think that what he's doing is making sure that he's got the power to push it out to the finish line. As we were saying before, every second matters here, and every second that goes by the wayside is going to be a point less for the competition here today. Matty Hansen today, he swam 24 minutes and 39 seconds, and that was good enough for 14th out of the water. On the men's side of things, he biked a 2:04.06. He did lose 4 minutes and 29 seconds on our leaders today. It was 9th fastest by the male side of things, but on the run, you know that he's going to set the fastest run time of the day as he brings it home right now again here in Chattanooga for the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. Maddie Hansen from Texas has done it again. He comes from way back off the bike ride with a 4-minute and 29-second deficit and pushing every stroke of the way. Those arms are thrusting toward the finish line for very important points. It's going to be 2,500 points that goes to Matt Hansen today here at the Ironman Pro Series, number 5 race of the year. And the Texan does it again. Matty Hansen with a time of 3 hours, 41 minutes on the clock there, and finishing it off today with an incredible half marathon time. Matty Hansen brings it home with a time of 1:09.48 on the Wahoo Element rival. Matt Hansen from the United States is your male pro champion, picking up 2,500 points.
Yes, just flying there. 1:09.48. We almost got it right. Around a 1:10, right, Welshie? But he was flying all day. So incredible to see Matt. And now we have Jackson Laundry coming in second place. He will be around 35 seconds back. Solid day all around for Jackson. I know he wanted that win, but a solid race. And Matt Hansen doing it for baby Olivia. I'm sure he'll be dedicating that win to his new little girl, only a few months old. And Trevor Foley, awesome finish.
Yeah, great finish for Trevor. He hung in there. I mean, we didn't see, what was going back there as we were admiring Matty Hansen's effort out there today, but Trevor gave it everything. He was certainly the pace setter on the bike with Jackson Laundry, and that's where they made up a lot of time on Matt Hansen, but Matty got it back on the run as he normally does. Your podium set here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. First place, Matty Hansen has done it again. In second place, Jackson Laundry finishing it off with a 1:14.48 onto the run course today. So 4.5 minutes down on our winner. And then Trevor Foley coming home with a 1:14.59. So just 15 seconds in arrears in third place. So let's go back to our women's race and get you caught up. In fifth place, Grace Alexander is running at 5 minutes down. And just ahead is Danielle Lewis, losing a bit of time to our leaders right now. And Sarah True has moved up into third place at 2:05 down. Jackie Herring is inside of the minute of Emma Pallant-Brown, but Pallant-Brown setting the pace and not losing any time to her rivals.
Yeah, Emma Pallant-Brown looking really great here, and we saw earlier one of the splits were around 3:40 per kilometre, so that's around 6-minute miles. Jackie Herring only a minute back, so Jackie Herring also running. I mean, Emma Pallant-Brown's one of the best runners out of sport. So too is Jackie Herring, and Jackie's been more focused on the Ironman distance, long course training. So that's working out real well for her for a 70.3 as well here. But just great to see Jackie back racing at the top level.
Yeah, it is great to see her back racing at the top level. A mother of two. She's 39 years of age, and she comes into every race packing a punch. She said, today I'm not going to hang around. I don't want to be lazy. I want to get out there and give it a crack, and she has certainly given it a big crack, and it's not over yet. Emma Pallant-Brown makes the turn for home here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. Things are heating up. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast. Boundless together.
Emma Pallant-Brown has been running a great race so far. She's been strong on the bike and the swim too, and on the run she has been the stellar runner out there. However, Jackie Herring was out to 58 seconds, and now she has erased 7 of those seconds, so it is getting very interesting coming down to the last part. 51 seconds now separates number 1 and number 2. We just saw a moment ago how Maddie Hansen got the job done today. Can the mother of 2, can the 39-year-old come back and win this race? Marinda Carfrae, what do you think? You've raced on this course before. You know what it takes to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're seeing Emma Pallant-Brown just slow ever so slightly, but Jackie Herring just rock solid there in second place. And, I just hope Emma Pallant-Brown has done a really good job of keeping herself cool and, fueling well, and doing all of the right things so that she can continue to make it to that finish line because, we're going to head down to the interviews.
In the hyper ice recovery zone here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. And this is about as relaxed as our winner, Matt Hansen, has been all day. Matt, what a race today. Share a couple of quick thoughts with us.
Yeah, got started off with a really good swim. The first 2 races of the year, I didn't swim well, so was happy to put together a good swim, come out of the water where I wanted to, and rode well for the first hour, and then the group of 5 or 6 guys got away, and so that at that point it was just salvage as much time as I could, be as efficient as I could, and try to do some damage on the run.
As a come-from-behind runner that you're so well known for, at what point during today's 13.1-mile run do you really process the fact that the times start to come through and you realize, hey, I got a real shot for this?
It's always tough on races in the heat like this because the back half tends to slow down a lot, and so I cut the lead just about in half right at the beginning of the second lap, and I knew that I had an outside chance if I was able to, even split, and I think I probably negative split. I pushed pretty hard and made a move up the hill right before the bridge, and that's kind of where I could see first and second and gave a little boost.
One-word description of your performance today.
Happy.
There you go. Matt Hansen, your winner today. Congratulations, Matt. Boy, I was looking at the results. 109.48 for Matt Hansen. Meanwhile, hey, come on in, Jackson. We got a seat right here for you. Jackson Laundrie, number 2. What do you think? Is number 2 okay today?
I raced well, and if you would have told me you're going to come off the bike with a 4-minute lead on Matt and you're going to run whatever I did, 113, I'd be like, all right, I'm probably going to win. But he ran 109, so what can you do? He's a stellar athlete, and he deserves all the good results he gets. He works so hard, and I've trained with him and stayed with him a few times, and that guy's one of the most talented, hardworking guys around. And now he's proven that you don't have to be 25 years old to win these 70.3s, and he's got unreal speed. So.
As a youngster, that's some big talk right there. Hey, I asked Matt the same thing. Describe your race today in one word.
Hard.
You worked hard, and congratulations. Silver medal spot. Some points to move up the line. Well done, Jackson. Congratulations, buddy. Jackson going 3:42.02, about 40 seconds off the lead. Now we're going to have a moment to speak with our bronze medalist, the man filling out the podium. As I've mentioned on numerous occasions, what's the matter? Your legs a little tired?
Yeah.
Trevor Foley, proud Gator. I'd heard you had an accident recently. How long ago was that, and what was your mindset going into today's race?
Yeah, on March 21st, about 7 days before Oceanside, I got hit by a car and landed on the back of my head, landed on my back, lost my memory. I got a concussion, back problems, the whole 9 yards. So I was off of training for about a week or two, and then I haven't ran in 6 weeks. And then my doctor, he's probably watching this, Dr. Orlando, thank you. We have a really good walk-run strategy that we started last week. And I did 3 runs last week, 2 runs this week. And he gave me the green light to go on Wednesday. So I booked a flight Thursday, and I'm going back tonight. And I'm just so grateful that I can come out here and just do what I love and sneak on the podium. I'm just stoked.
You could say sneak on the podium, but I would say that you overcame a lot of obstacles to grab that spot on the podium. I've asked the two previous first and second, describe your race in one word.
The bike. I had one card to play, and that was the bike, so I drilled the crap out of it, and hopefully it hung on the run, and I came through. So
you sure did come through. Trevor Foley, a story of adversity, but overcome very well, landing third spot on the podium. Well done, buddy.
All right, I think adversity would be a little underneath where I would have put it. I would say remarkable. I mean, a comeback after the March 21st accident where he suffered a concussion, that is really hard. To see what Trevor did today and to come back, yes, adversity is a great word, but he was just so determined to get the job done. And look, he said, Marinder, he said it was the bike, and we saw what he did on the bike. Remember when he made that turn? He goes past Anthony Costas. Anthony was filling up his bottle. He was out of the saddle, and there was purpose. And he wanted to get to the front and put on the grind and, you know, separate himself, and he did just that. Just at that point of time, that's where Matty Hansen's group was dropped, right? So it came down to 429 for Matty Hansen. Matty Hansen gets the job done, however, and gets the win. But for Trevor Foley today, I would say that Trevor, congratulations. Just take it easy, get recovered, and we'll see the best of what is yet to come for Trevor Foley. All right, let's get back to the women's race. Let's get you caught up on our top five. Grace Alexander is at 5:51. Danielle Lewis has slipped back to 3:38. Sarah True running along nicely in 2:22 and almost a lock on that podium. Jackie Herring, however, has made up some time on our leader, and that is Emma Palin-Brown on screen right now. So you can see that Emma Palin-Brown still running along nicely. I would say that the pace and the turnover is slowed just a little bit, losing a little bit of time to the ground there, but the biomechanics are still very, very nice. And the arm carriage is still nice as well there, Rinny, but definitely slowed a little bit.
Yeah, she's definitely slowed a little bit. I'd love to get a vision of Jackie Herring. We haven't seen much of her at all, and I'd love to see just sort of how she's looking at the run of the latter stages here. Emma Palin, you can't fault anything. The technique still looks great. It's just slowed a little bit, and you would, you know, that's to be expected in, you know, hot conditions.
Unless you're Matt Hansen.
Unless you're Matt Hansen, you accelerate. Negative split and run a 109, which is just phenomenal. In this heat as well. Matt Hansen's, you know, raced very well in some hot races like Texas. Hasn't ever really been able to just nail it in Kona, but yeah, I mean, it was his day today. But back to Emma Palin-Brown here, just, you know, cruising along, hopefully doing enough to hold on to that top position, but I would sort of waiting for that next split to see if Jackie Herring's made any more inroads. If she has, then I think we're going to be in for a really interesting finish. And as we recap the top five right now, we have Emma Palin-Brown in first place, Jackie Herring sitting around 51 seconds back. That was at the last split. Sarah True around 2:22 back. Danielle Lewis slipped down to fourth in 3:38, and Grace Alexander is 5:51 back in fifth place.
Beautiful sound of the pitter-patter there. We can hear the shoes, the Hoka running shoes of Emma Palin-Brown just hitting the pavement here in Chattanooga as she makes her way toward the finish line. It's been all Emma Palin-Brown on the run so far, but Jackie Herring fell back a little bit over the minute, down to a minute and a half on the run as we get a good look at Jackie Herring right now running beautifully. Look at that wonderful turnover. Look at that rhythm. It's like a steam engine there. The locomotive. Look at those legs in beautiful synchronization right now, just moving over and over and over. Look at that, Marinda. This is really nice to watch.
Yeah, Jackie Herring looking really great. And she keeps looking up. I'm wondering if she can see Emma Palin-Brown. But nonetheless, she is running very, very well and holding, yeah, she's, you know, around still 50 seconds from the leader, but I believe that was still at the last time check. That was at the 14K. We're not going to get another one until around 19K, so super close to the finish, so we'll have to use our best judgment as we see the athletes come out. This is Danielle Lewis. She's down in fourth place, around 3:38 back. She slowed considerably. She looked phenomenal coming out at the start, but she mentioned the last couple of races she's had a few problems on the run. I don't know if it's nutritional or just hasn't been feeling herself. Again, Danielle Lewis can and has run many sub-20 splits off the bike for a half marathon, but again, she's slowed down a little bit the latter stages of this run. And yeah, as I mentioned, this is her 4th race out of only 5 races that we've had in the Pro Series racing. So she has done a lot of racing and still a very respectable finish.
Yeah, maybe a touch of fatigue, but also I want to make mention that she put in a monumental effort on the bike ride today, suffering a little bit of a deficit out of the water today. Danielle Lewis was way down halfway through the bike and then made it all the way onto the back of the lead group getting off. So she really caught up well, but did that make a little bit of an impact on what the legs are feeling right now? Possibly. Is it the nutrition? Possibly. Is it fatigue? Maybe one of those 3, but in any case, Danielle is still running well in 4th place, and she's got enough time to consolidate that 4th place here today.
And the other thing to consider here, Danielle Lewis currently sitting in 1st position in the points ranking. So Emma Pallant-Brown, if she wins, she'll get the 2,500 points, but the clock starts ticking. So how many points behind will Danielle Lewis be, and will that be enough for her to retain that 1st position, or will she slip into 2nd? I think somebody can do the math on that to see what how many minutes Emma Pallant-Brown would have to be in front to take that lead. I hazard a guess that Danielle Lewis will have done enough to keep that lead.
Yeah, exactly. We know that every point is a second out there. The most recent 1st place for Emma Pallant-Brown was actually last week, and that was when she won Ironman Mallorca 70.3, and then last year was a 1st place in Mossel Bay in South Africa, 4th place in the 2023 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and also 1st place in the 22 Ironman 70.3 European Championship in Elsinore in Denmark. Beautiful overhead shot of Emma Pallant-Brown coming across the bridge right now as we see her coming into the closing kilometres of the race right there, grabbing a split there. I can see her husband Jared Brown down there just yelling out some words of encouragement, obviously, as Emma makes her way toward that finish line in downtown Chattanooga. That's right, on Ross's Landing is going to be the place where she finishes it off today. Emma Pallant-Brown is stretching it out and getting very close to the finish line, trying to pick up maximum points. 2,500 will go out to Emma, and then where will the other athletes finish behind? The one that we are looking at is Danielle Lewis, because she sits in number 1 on the points ranking in the Pro Series right now. However, Jackie Herring is on the fly. She is at the other end of the bridge right now, so only a few hundred meters back from Emma Pallant-Brown. We can see that Jackie Herring is right in this race, taking a look over her shoulder and just knowing, what do I have to do to get this job done? Can I win the race? Am I in safe place in 2nd place here? The answer, Jackie, is yes. Can you get the win? That's up to you.
Yeah, with them both on the bridge there, Jackie Herring will be able to see exactly, what she needs to do to be able to catch up to Emma Pallant-Brown. But again, Emma Pallant-Brown, not slowing by any means. She's still holding up a very solid pace, not quite as quick as maybe the 1st lap, but I think she's still holding together perfect form, still looks solid in 1st place. But Jackie Herring now, don't look behind, look in front. That's what your opportunity is. That's what you should be aiming for. That's what you should be focused on. Look at the back of Emma Pallant-Brown and will yourself forward. Will yourself to that position. You have an opportunity of winning this race. So too, Emma Pallant-Brown, same thing. Keep looking forward. Keep looking forward and keep forging forward as fast as you can, because you have people chasing you and the race is yours to be won or lost.
Yep, there you go. This bridge is 764 metres long. She's just about at the end of that right now, where Jackie Herring is approaching the midway point across the bridge. Emma Pallant-Brown will come off the bridge. She'll make a right-hand 180-degree turn back under the bridge, and then she'll have one more bridge to cross. Yep, that will be the Russell Street Bridge. The Walnut Street Bridge, and then she'll be heading down into the finish line. But a fast-finishing Jackie Herring from the United States wants to have something to say about that. You're watching the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. It's getting really frantic for the women's Pro Finish coming right up.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
Action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
The women's race is coming to a dramatic finish here in the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. We've had a great race all day long, but it was led out of the water by Jodie Stimpson of Great Britain, who's still hanging in there. As too is Jackie Herring and Sarah True. Danielle Lewis got right under the back of the lead group coming off the bike, but it's been all Emma Pallant-Brown. This young lady from Great Britain here has won IRONMAN 70.3 just 7 days ago on the island of Mallorca. She made a long trip across the pond there and racing again in consecutive weekends in the 70.3, getting after the Pro Series points at 2,500. Jackie Herring at this point in time has also had the lead of this race on the bike, and she also wants to have maximum points today to accelerate herself up the points list toward the end of the year when the big bonuses are paid out.
And look at that split. Well, Jackie Herring's she took another 10 seconds out, but that was probably took a 5K to take that 10 seconds out. And Emma Pallant-Brown looked really great coming down. I mean, she looks solid. But again, Jackie Herring can see Emma Pallant-Brown, and you can see she's like, okay, I'm going to try and, see what I can do here. They're going to come along the river this way, and then they'll take a left, go over the bridge, and once they cross over the bridge, then they just take that right-hand turn and off they go to the finish line. So it's, within the last mile here, but Jackie Herring just doing everything she can to try and bridge that gap. But again,
running out of space. Real estate is getting very expensive right now. Okay, up onto the Walnut Street Bridge. Our leader goes on our women's race here, the Pro Series, the fifth race of the series. We are here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. They're getting after 2,500 points. Now, if you look at the ticker up on the top on the male side of things, we're at 4 hours and 4 minutes into the race. However, time is ticking, and so are valuable points. 1,120. There it goes to 1,117. And every second is a point. Every second matters. Every second counts here in Chattanooga. Here comes Emma Pallant-Brown running uphill on a little incline at this point in time. After she hits the middle of the bridge, it's all downhill, and she will accelerate toward the finish line. Will she have enough real estate to get the job done, or is Jackie Herring closing in at the last minute, just like Matt Hansen?
Yeah, we'll see as they crest this hill there. They'll both be on the bridge right now. So again, if we pan back, we'd be able to see both of the women on the bridge. But Emma Pallant-Brown here, cresting this bridge, and as you said, once she gets over it. It basically is all downhill. She'll come down the other side of the bridge and then all the way down into the finish chute. So she just needs to get over this bridge and just, no letting up.
No letting up from this moment on there, Marinda, but she is right at the peak of the bridge right now. It is all downhill. Let the wheels set in motion right now as Emma Pallant-Brown heads toward that finish line. No looking around for our leader at this point in time as she tries to go for back-to-back IRONMAN 70-point victory. And I tell you what, she's just taking a look over the shoulder. The legs accelerate one more time. She can see that Jackie Herring is on the way. She is in in pursuit of the leader right now. And Palin Brown has had to find an extra gear because this is the figure that she's seeing right now. The mother of two, the 39-year-old from the USA, Jackie Herring, is on the chase.
Jackie Herring trying to take the victory here again in Chattanooga. She won 2 years ago in 2022 from Paula Finlay that day, but now chasing down a phenomenal runner in Emma Palin Brown. Again, Jackie Herring, one of the class runners of our field, or in general in women's racing, but Jackie Herring just chasing Emma Palin Brown, and Emma Palin Brown just knows she's there. This is a textbook, finish. You got to keep the gas, the pedal on, everything screaming at you to slow, everything screaming at you at this point to just, give in, slow down, slow up, take it easy. But, you have that mental strength to push through and say, nope, it's moments when I can take the foot off the gas and have a break, and it'll be worth it if I push all the way to the finish line. So
at 4 kilometres to go, it was 58 seconds. At 2 kilometres to go, it was 51 seconds. At 600 yards to go, it is now 40 seconds for Jackie Herring. It is all downhill. 2 more left-hand turns for the champion if she gets the job done today. Emma Palin Brown has just got 2 more left-hand turns. Jackie Herring is really chasing now, accelerating, and the legs are turning over at a fast pace. This is a true nail biter.
Yeah, and you see her looking behind here. Am I safe in this second position? Do I need to sprint? Do I need to be ready for a sprint finish? She's looking behind, trying to make her mind up. I think Emma Palin Brown has this one in the bag now. You see Jackie Herring still on that, the brick section. And Emma Palin Brown, it's just moments away from crossing that finish line. So she would have looked back and saw no one just now. Jackie Herring still a phenomenal 36 seconds. So, was closing but running out of real estate.
Well, I tell you what, Palin Brown put this race on her calendar early in the season. She really wanted to come here and race. She raced last weekend in Mallorca in Spain, one of the Spanish islands, at the 70.3, where she was victorious. Then she caught the plane all the way across the pond, a very long flight and very hard to get over, with about a 7-hour time change as well, and now about to go consecutive weekends on the top rung of the podium. There she is, 42 years old, from New Hampshire. This is Sarah True trying to get the job done in 3rd place today, and almost a lock on the podium. Go forward 1 spot. This is Jackie Herring. She's a mother of 2. She's 39 years of age. She won this race when it was a women's only race, women's pro only race in 2023, and she's getting the job done again today. Marinda, it's been all Emma Palin Brown on the run, and she's just about to secure the victory.
Yeah, Emma Palin Brown swam around to 27. She was just in that second pack, that main group out of the swim. She biked a 2:17.10, and now we'll see what she runs, but it'll be super fast, I can tell you that much. Here she is coming into the finish line. Emma Palin Brown representing Great Britain, going back-to-back victories in the Ironman Pro Series, and this might have her jump up into 1st place. Emma Palin Brown taking the victory here today. Your Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga champion, Emma Palin Brown.
And what a great race there today. She swam a good time at 27.07. She biked at 2:17, getting the job done today. And at the end of the day, her run time is 1:18.43 on the Wahoo Element rival as she gets the job done. There she is, Jackie Herring. This is a great day for the Ironman Pro Series. The mother of 2, 39 years old, from the USA, with another great race. Not as good as last year, but 2nd place on the podium today. And look at the points she's going to be collecting. 2,465 points, only losing 35 points to the eventual winner, Emma Palin Brown. So every second is important today.
Every second matters, that's right, Welshie. But we'll stop the clock now and see where Danielle Lewis finishes, because that's obviously, who's going to be where in the point standings. Danielle Lewis, current leader, obviously, of the Ironman Pro Series, but we have Emma Palin Brown winning today. Maximum points, 2,500 points for her. She'll add that to her 2,500 she got last week, and then the 2nd place in Oceanside back in April. So, 3 scores on the board for her, 3 very good performances.
Running out of points on the men's point system here. We got 730 left there, so just a few more minutes until the points go away. We've got Sarah True. She's going to be heading into the finish line right now. She's going to get a score of a high 2,300 points today. This will be her first point scoring race of the year, and that's going to catapult her right up into the series rankings here. The athletes will be going for a $200,000 payout at the end of the Ironman Pro Series in 2024. This has been a great race today. Our men's race was electric. Our women's race even better at the finish line, with Emma Pallant-Brown collecting the victory at a 4:06.27. Jackie Herring just 38 seconds down, collecting almost maximum points herself. And now Sarah True, the 42-year-old from New Hampshire. She's an Ironman champion. She's an Ironman 70.3 champion. She's an Olympian. She's done everything. She's a mother, and she has a great husband in Ben True, another Olympian in the family as well. Goodness knows what their child is going to be, but it'll be a fast one at that. So Sarah True getting the job done and rounding out our podium in third place here in Chattanooga, Rinny.
Yeah, awesome to see Sarah True. This is her first race of the season, so we're just getting a glimpse of what she's been working on in the off-season. Obviously, Sarah True also, she does everything. She's off at school, studying, mother, and also racing at the top level in our sport. So 42 years young, good friend of mine, an old training partner, but awesome to see Sarah True still out there racing and still, has it. She still has it.
But you know what she wears? She wears a great smile. And the thing is, it's all about your attitude. And I think that Sarah True is one of those ladies that you'll always get a great interview. You'll always get a great conversation, but you'll never, ever see Sarah without a smile on her face. And I think that that's her greatest attribute, is that she has the most beautiful demeanor out of a lot of the athletes out there. And she just takes it as it comes. She takes and, she rolls with the punches. She does what she has to do to get the job done. And here we go again. The Ironman Pro Series is going to be a great day for Sarah True as she racks up her first points of the season. It's going to be 2,200 and about 69, 70 points, somewhere around about there. But Sarah True in third place and the last spot on the podium today, collecting 2,275 points.
Awesome racing from Sarah, and as you said, great demeanor, and just kind of like, She'll laugh at herself, She'll always find
there's your smile.
She'll find the humor or the joke in sort of everything. She always has a smart word to say. But awesome to see Sarah on the podium. We'll see what else she has in store for us this year. But getting her first points of the year for the Ironman Pro Series, she ran a 1:22.08 today, so not too shabby. Run split.
And yes, women's podium ceremony coming up here, and the men's podium ceremony and the women's interviews will be coming up momentarily here, so we'll be standing by for that as we get a beautiful overhead shot of our lovely women just finishing off the race today. Again, just in case you missed it, Emma Pallant-Brown was incredible today, picking up consecutive victories from Ironman 70.3 Mallorca last weekend, right here to Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga champion. Jackie Herring just falling short, 38 seconds down, and Sarah True 3:46 down in third place today. So our podium is set for our women's race and also our men's podium ceremony coming up momentarily. So, Rinny, we've been treated with another great day here of racing. Now we'll go over to our men's ceremony. So, in third place today from the United States, there we see the Trevor Foley picking up the bronze medal. There he goes. He's got his Athletic Brewing. I don't know if that's an IPA or a lager, but it tastes great anyway.
I'm sure it does. And a great recovery drink, too,
yes,
nonetheless.
Yes, they're all down there in the Hyper Ice recovery zone at the moment as well. So, this is it, the Athletic Brewing men's pro podium right now. Trevor Foley picking up third place, and in second place from Canada with a time of 3:42.02. Jackson Laundrie falls just a little bit short today, but a great second spot. Maddie Hansen, he's going to be picking up the win here today. Swam 24:39, biked at 2:04.06 and finished it off with an incredible 1:09.48. The American gets it done once again and goes into the lead of the Ironman Pro Series in 2024. From the United States, picking up first place, Maddie Hansen. Flowers presented. Athletic Brewing also presented as well. And shake it up. And here we go. What's going to happen in Marinda? Are they going to drink it or are they going to...
I reckon they're going to pour it on. It's a hot day. Cool each other down. I mean, maybe they'll have a few sips, but yep, see, straight on Matt Hansen's face. It looks like it might be a little cold. Hansen puckered up a little bit there when the brew went over his head.
Well, I think it'd be welcomed on a day like today. Very hot and humid conditions. We started out at 65 degrees in the morning today with 72.6 in the water, so athletes were not wearing wetsuits, just speed suits out there today as we go down to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone.
Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with today's winner, Emma Pallant-Brown. Boy, you put on quite a show out there, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, with the help of all my friends. Yeah, it was a tough race, hey? Yeah, really tactical, which is quite unusual in women's racing, I think. And yeah, it was quite fun.
Get by with a little help of my friends, some of your English compatriots, right? 2 wins, 2 weekends in a row, 2 Pro Series wins. Did you think this was possible?
Looking at the fields, all the fields are so deep and tough at the moment. Obviously it's always the goal, but I knew it would be really tough, and I definitely felt it today. But yeah, happy I could dig deep and kind of finish it off.
At any point during the race, did your legs today feel like you remembered what your race was a week ago Saturday?
Yeah, the second lap of that run, I kept shouting to everyone, how far behind? Because, yeah, I could feel I was definitely slowing down a bit.
Here in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, we asked each of our male podium finishers the race in one word. You've had a chance to think a little bit more. How about one word? What is it?
Yeah, tough.
I'd say you were tough today. The course may have been tough, but I think you were tough. Congratulations to our winner, Emma Pallant-Brown. We'll see you on the podium in just a moment. What a great performance, you know. Ironman Racing, if she's somewhere near you, it's going to be a tough day for you. Well, welcome Jackie Herring to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. Jackie, if you could have said before the race started, I would be happy with second, what would you have said?
That is what I would have said before the race.
Now, tell us a little bit about your performance today. You did a great job.
Yeah, I am aiming at Ironman Hamburg in a couple weeks, and I was just really interested to come here and explore where my fitness is at, and I feel like it's pretty good. So today was just all about trying to get one last big hard workout, and honestly I felt really good. It was really enjoyable. I love it here.
Racing here before, as you have, do you think that helps you a little bit in terms of anticipating things? There aren't many surprises along the course?
Yeah, big time. I was able to, that last descent on the end of the loop part, I can just rip that whole downhill and arrow, and that's where I was able to kind of make a gap on the girls. Unfortunately, they caught back up on the flat part, but yeah, knowing the course and being able to ride the downhills fast is a huge plus.
Your race in one word.
Fun.
All right, I love that. Congratulations, Jackie Herring. We're going to have a moment here with our third place finisher. Wow, what a performance. Jackie, always a very pleasant interview, a proud mom, and someone who credits her children for her ability to become the athlete that she continues to be, and even more. And speaking of moms, look who's here, Sarah True. Sarah, I think this is your debut on the Ironman Pro Series. I guess it worked out pretty well for you.
Yeah, about 5 weeks ago, I think I want to race this season. So signed up, got some training together. Absolutely delighted to be racing with, wow, Emma and Jackie, woo! So strong. So just happy to be here and obviously happy for a podium.
For someone who hails from New Hampshire, how much opportunity do you get to train in conditions like this? Anything at all?
Not at all. I was suffering out there, man. Woo! It is hot and humid. Probably got to get a little bit more heat in before we start hitting the summer races for now.
What's next on the Pro Series for you? Which race?
Right now I'm in school and I'm trying to fit in my races wherever I can, whatever makes sense, and what makes sense with my family too.
Your race today in one word. I've been asking every one of our podium finishers in one word.
Kind of surprising.
Well, that's 2 words, but we'll let you get by with that. Surprising. Well done, Sarah True, another one of our podium finishers with the family at home. Well done. Congratulations. It's always great in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone to have a chance to check in with all of our athletes and get some good words from each one of them.
All right, great to catch up with Rags as well. Dave Ragsdale down there conducting the interviews from the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. So one more time, Emma Brown, the victor today. Jackie Herring in second place. Sarah True taking out the bronze medal here in Chattanooga. We're off to a great start for all of our pro athletes as they're making their way to the finish line. There are very important points on offer. They're going to wait until they get to the finish line to see what points they have, but they've got to keep on pushing because every second counts.
And a lot of movement in the overall point standings, so looking forward to seeing that on the other side of this break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. I can see with that on your wrist there one day there, Marinda Carfrey. You'll have to get yourself back into the racing scene here pretty soon.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Oh, what a great day we've had here in Chattanooga so far. It's just getting started with our age group athletes. You can check along the bottom of our screen right now. You can see overall athletes, but if you want to check it out, Ironman Tracker, that's the best place. You can see that Joe Terry there and Joey Hicks. We're trying out a new little system here today. These athletes will be carrying a GPS tracker. It's around about 5 inches by 5 inches by 2 inches thick. Only weighs about 82 grams, and the 3D map engine works like a virtual drone, as you can see right now, taking viewers through the terrain. We've got 12 athletes out there testing it along the course today. And look at that. You can see some of those hills that they are testing it out over that course there, Marinda. So a great new piece of technology coming through our way as well. Women's podium coming up next here at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga as we look down on it right now. The women standing by.
Yes,
so, Rinny, the women here today, Emma Brown, most impressive, coming off consecutive wins, over the consecutive weekends of Ironman Pro Series racing as well. So, 5,000 points over the last last week for Emma Brown.
Yeah, 5,000 points, and she'll add that to that second place she got in Oceanside earlier in the year. But Sarah True also returning to racing this year and getting that first score on the board. I'm sure she'll have some more racing. She said she's still in med school, so juggling it all, but she does it so well. Sarah True, third place in 4:10.13, representing the United States. She'll get her athletic brew there. And
she actually likes a brew or two.
Yes, I know she does. So Sarah True, awesome racing out there today, and great to see her deciding to continue with racing. She said 5 weeks ago she thought, well, should I keep racing? Yeah, why not? Jackie Herring there in second place. She was 4:07.05, representing the USA. Jackie Herring.
Great race for Jackie today, having a good swim. She had a solid bike ride and also finishing it off on the run there. Very nicely done. But the champion today, Emma Palin-Brown, Marinda.
Yeah, Emma Palin-Brown, an all-around phenomenal performance. She swam a 27.07. She biked a 2:17.10 and then finished it off with a lazy 1:18.43 to take the victory, going back-to-back. In the last two 70.3s, the last 2 weekends, Emma Palin-Brown representing Great Britain in first place here today.
Yeah, we were just mentioning before 5,000 points going out to an Ironman victory, and today 2,500 points going out. As you can still see that there are just under 1,500 points left for our women professional athletes out there on course. There's 0 points left on our men's race right now, so you know time has ticked by for them. But there it goes over the head there. Emma Palin-Brown does cool down with an athletic brew. So there we go once again. Sarah True in third place, Jackie Herring in second place, and your victor, Emma Palin-Brown from Great Britain.
Yeah, they had a few words. Do you want to pour it? Do you want to drink it? You see, Jackie Herring saved some. She loves a brew, I tell you that much. She saved some to drink. She's like, I'm not going to throw all this beer away. It's good beer. But yeah, great images down there at the finish line. These ladies celebrating their super great performances, hard work out there in the heat today. And I think they'll be heading over to the high price recovery zone momentarily to get a little relaxation in the boots, perhaps.
Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga returns after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes good?
I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
So as we wind down our show here today at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga, it has been a race for the ages. The Ironman Pro Series in its 5th event of the year is alive with lots of switch-ups in our point standings here today. Marinda, what a great day, and a lot of change goes onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, what an exciting race all the way down to the wire, especially in that men's race with those points, with those lead changes at the very end with Matt Hansen coming through and then Emma Palin-Brown leading off the bike and just holding on, but fast closing Jackie Herring in the end there. Overall, a great race to commentate, to spectate, and for the racers to actually race out there.
Well, it really was. We had a lot of great stories. You know, it all started from the beginning of the day in the Tennessee River, where we got started at, on time here with our men's pro race, with our women's pro race just 3 minutes later. We had lots of stories, great storylines today with a new man on the block. And why don't we take a look at that right now? Let's go back and recap our men's pro race right now. Started out this morning there, Marinda, in the Tennessee River with a fast-flowing current right behind it, the 1.4-mile swim.
Yeah, we had Nicholas Canet making quick work of that swim, streaking away from the field and just making it look easy into transition in the lead with a nice little gap.
Yeah, just over 22 minutes, the young South African, the 27-year-old, would get his day started. There's Jackson Laundry getting overtaken by Trevor Foley now. This is where Trevor really made his mark on the race, overtaking there Anthony Costas from France while he was just trying to do his bottle, and then Justin Rial from the United States. But off the bike, it was Costas first.
Costas first, and Rial definitely lighting it up on the bike there too. But it was Matt Hansen on the run, coming off the bike 4.5 minutes down, but just making inroads all day long, and he was able to come past Nicholas Canet late in the run. Unfortunately, we saw Nicholas Canet just start to come undone in those late stages. Jackson Laundry moving into second place as well. Nicholas Canet, led for such a long time, and then you just are heartbreaking to see him at this stage of the race just succumbing to the crazy hot temperatures.
And who would have thought this was possible? 4 minutes and 29 seconds off the bike in arrears, but it was Matt Hansen to take maximum points here in a Pro Series race at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. 2,500 points goes his way. Second place, the Canadian Jackson Laundry. And also in third place, it was Trevor Foley from the USA. Now let's go down and look at our points and how the standings look today. So we can tell you that Matty Hansen has taken maximum points and goes right there with 2,500 on the day. 24.59 for Jackson Laundry. Third place, Trevor Foley with a 24.45 total.
And then Anthony Costas there in fourth place at 2,388 points. Colin Zucht, he was taking 2,266 points. Justin Rial, 2,185. Miguel Matox, 1,980. Eduardo Perez Sandy, 1960. Cody Beals, 1913 points. And Hunter Lucy, he took home 1,812 points.
Yeah, great to see Cody Beals back in. So the women's got underway just 3 minutes after our men's pro start today, and it didn't take long for Jodie Stimpson to get started with a flyer straight out of the blocks. There was Grace Alexander onto the feet and Sarah True. They swam in a trio along the Tennessee River this morning, and they set it alight pretty good.
Yeah, that trio came out together and stuck together for the majority of the first half of the bike. And then we saw a bigger group come out, around a minute, 2 minutes down. But that trio, this is Grace Alexander, Sarah True, and then we have the second pack, Jackie Herring and Emma Pallant-Brown catching up with Lisa Baccaris, catching up to that front pack, making that a group of 6.
Yeah, I want to say Lisa Baccaris is one of the strongest cyclists out there today. Jackie Herring just getting after a little bit of nutrition, and that was Emma Pallant-Brown saying, come on, girl, let's keep the pace going. Lisa Baccaris just getting off the bike in first place. Jackie Herring in second, and Emma Pallant-Brown in third. But it didn't take long for the great British athlete to power away from the field in the run. And she went back-to-back weekends, racing 70.3 last weekend in Mallorca, but this young lady here, Danielle Lewis, was on the hunt for a podium as well.
Danielle Lewis really making quick work of the first few miles, but then you saw her sort of start to fade a little bit. Sarah True taking a little bit to warm up, and first race of the season sometimes takes a little bit. Emma Pallant-Brown coming across the line in first place, taking that victory today at the Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 race. Jackie Herring coming in second place here today, and we also had Sarah True coming through for third place here in Chattanooga.
Yeah, and succumbing to the pace was Danielle Lewis right at the end of the run there. She looked good, getting off the bike. But, Rennie, I really do think that the bike course today for Danielle Lewis was a make-or-break situation, and she made it a make situation. She made up a lot of time, and she got onto the tail end of that lead group coming in off the bike. But I do really think that amount of energy that she had to output was probably the demise to the fourth place there today. So let's go over and look at the women's standings and the points today. Getting maximum points, Emma Pallant-Brown.
2,500 points, and Jackie Herring not too far behind, 2,462. Sarah True taking home 2,274 points. Danielle Lewis, our former series leader, 2,161 points. Grace Alexander in fifth place here today, 1,983 points.
All right, that's how they look in the points system for today. Now we're going to go across and look at the women's series standings. In first place right now, it's a big change here, but we still have Danielle Lewis at the top of the leaderboard. Emma Pallant-Brown goes up 6 spots into the 68-46 point range there. Alice Alberts, very consistent racing today. And Fenella Langridge, Kat Matthews are also right in there in the top 5. Jackie Herring, they're in 8th place as well as we go over to the men's.
The men's standings, we had Matt Hansen moving up to 2 spots into first place. Patrick Langer slipping down 1. Jackson Laundry coming up 9 positions. He's now in 3rd place in the overall standings. Paul Schuster from Germany, he's gone down a couple. He's now in 4th place. And Chris Leifman moved down a slot too. He's in 5th place at 5,848 points.
Yes, and just to mention Justin Real and also Colin Zitch in the race today. And Justin's gone up 15, whereas Colin has gone up 19 spots. A big turnaround in our men's point standings here today. So what a great day in Chattanooga it's been. What a great day in Tennessee, and what a great day in northern Georgia as we saw a beautiful race today. So thank you for watching the Ironman Now coverage of Qatar Airways IRONMAN 70.3 Chattanooga. The pros delivered another thrilling Ironman Pro Series event here, and our winners were awarded 2,500 points, with those finishing behind grabbing as many points as possible. The standings are getting tied in this series, and every second truly matters. For all things Ironman Pro Series, go to theproseries.ironman.com. You can watch even more Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada by signing up for Outside Plus today. For those not in the US and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. The next Ironman Now broadcast is the Ironman Pro Series will be Sunday, June 2nd. Ironman European Championship, Hamburg. Coverage will begin at midnight Eastern Time, 6 a.m. Central European Time. Watch the live broadcast for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and Canada. Globally, you will watch the proseries.ironman.com, DZAN, DAZN, L'Equipe, and L'Equipe Live. For your entire team alongside Marinda Carfrey, I'm Greg Welch. Enjoy the moments and images of today's race, and we'll see you next time.
The guy that he had? Yeah. I didn't know that guy was behind me. He drove right past him. Yeah, right? If he hadn't drove, like, the driveway and
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.